Good morning. The hour for convening having arrived. All members, please take your seats. Mr. Clerk, will you ring the bell? All members, please take your seats. It's a great Monday morning. We've sworn in a new member this morning, Representative Eric Bell. Good-looking young man. There he is right there. Representative Eric Bell, welcome to the House family. Representative Bell, we're proud of you and look forward to serving with you. All members, take your seats. I think it's time to get this show on the road. Members, please take your seats. Give me your attention. Before we, I'll give you just a minute, but before we take the roll call vote this morning, I want to address an issue that has occurred in our state, and the pastor, Dr. Yarborough, is going to speak directly to it as well. But all of y'all are aware of this, but as we convene this morning, we know that several communities around our state were impacted by severe weather over the weekend. There's significant damage in Troup, Meriwether, and Baldwin counties. While there are reports of injuries in those counties, we don't yet have any report of fatalities reported, and we certainly all pray that remains the case. Now, we know our friends in the state of Mississippi were not so fortunate this weekend, and we pray for all of them as well. Devastating losses. Here at home, Governor Kemp has declared a state of emergency. All, and I mean all of our state's resources are being made available to help with this cleanup and take care of those impacted. May the good Lord bless those who were impacted and those who are helping in the recovery effort this weekend and this week as time moves forward, and as we remember those in Mississippi that have suffered loss and are all about rebuilding their lives from this devastation. If you will, bow with me for a moment of silence. Amen. Thank you, members. We're going to have the morning roll call. All members present will vote green to signify their presence in the chamber, and the clerk will unlock the machines. Have all members voted? All members voted. If so, the clerk will lock the machines. Doorkeepers, please close the doors and keep them closed. As is our custom, we will begin our day with scripture reading and prayer by the chaplain, after which we will pledge allegiance to the flag of our country. Now, our chaplain this morning will be introduced by the gentleman from the 10th House District, Representative Victor Anderson. Representative Anderson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's an honor this morning to represent my friend and to introduce my friend, Dr. John Yarborough, to this House. You know, how do you introduce a man who has so many accolades? It's impressive that he's a graduate of Truett McConnell University, Mercer University, the Southern Baptist Theological Seminary, and holds a doctorate in divinity from Southern California Theological Seminary. It's important that he's pastored many churches. He's currently, he has served as the vice president of the North American Mission Board for the Southern Baptist Convention, and he's currently a director and adjunct professor for Truett McConnell University. It's impactful that he was one of 60 spiritual leaders invited by President George W. Bush following the 9/11 attack to discuss the spiritual impact of that terrorist attack on our nation. It's probably most impressive that he's been married to his beautiful wife, Diana, for 54 years. They have 2 children and 4 grandchildren. But none of those things are the most important thing that I can say about Dr. John Yarborough. The most important thing that I can say, and with this I'll introduce you to Dr. John Yarborough, is that he is a man after God's own heart. Dr. Yarborough.
Thank you, Representative Anderson, and thank you, Speaker. It is an honor to stand before this august body of who's who's. For each of you are a who's who in the district that has elected you to sit in the seat that you sit in and given you that responsibility. And I don't know about you, but every time I walk into this building, I'm so impressed as I walk through the gallery and I see the portraits of the who's who's that have affected our nation and our state. And then when we get to some of the more modern ones, the ones that I've had the privilege to know and be impacted by, I feel like I'm not a who's who, but I'm a who's he. I've been the bathroom break on major conferences all over the world. When you've got Charles Stanley and David Jeremiah and John Yarborough, when are you going to go to the bathroom? But you know what? As I look in the Bible, while I see the gallery of the who's who, the Moses, the Abrahams, the David, you remember David was a who's he till he faced Goliath and became a who's who. And then John and Peter and Paul, who, you remember, he was a who's who with the religious leaders in Israel until he had an encounter with Jesus on the way to Damascus. And he became a who's he to them, but a who's who to the early church, and ended up writing half of our New Testament. I want to take you just for a moment because I've become intrigued with, as a who's he, with the who's he's in the Bible. And I'm just going to lift up 2 very quickly this morning. One is in Judges chapter 3, verse 31. This is the only verse he has in the Bible, but by the way, he does have a verse in the Bible. And it says this: "And after him came Shamgar, the son of Athan, who struck down 600 Philistines with an ox goad, and he saved Israel." Now, I would say probably over 2,500 years ago, he was a who's who. He was the 3rd judge ruling over the nation of Israel before they had a king. But he was willing to do what he could with what he had where he was while he was there. My prayer is that God would raise up among us a legion of Shamgars to do what we can with what we've got where we are while we're here. Because you see, that ox goad, I'm not much of an agricultural expert, but I had to research a little bit. What was he holding? It wasn't an instrument of war. It was an instrument that you would use to prod the oxen with. And then on the other end, it had a flat place where you would scrape the mud off the plow. And yet, he took what he had and used it to do what he could, and he saved Israel in its time. But then the second guy, and this is the only other guy I'll cover with you today, is Shammah. And Shammah was one of David's 3 mighty men. And it says in 2 Samuel, the 3rd chapter, now after him was Shammah, the son of Agee the Harite. And the Philistines were gathered into a troop where there was a plot of ground full of lentils. Now, as a Georgia boy, he was standing in a pea patch. And the people fled from the Philistines. Everybody ran but Shammah. But he took his stand in the midst of the plot, defended it, and struck down the Philistines. And the Lord brought about a great victory. I want you to just real quickly, when he stood, where he stood, and why he stood. When he stood at the moment of crisis, when somebody needed to do something. Everybody else was running, but he stood. Where he stood? In the middle of the pea patch. In the midst, it says. Everybody could see him. You guys, there's some things worth standing for. Amen? And sometimes you have to stand alone. If nobody's willing to stand with you, you need to stand alone. But I want you to understand he wasn't alone. Because why he stood, it was God's pea patch. And it said, and the Lord gave the victory. Now, when you're standing, if you're standing with the Lord, you're never alone. And you make a majority when it's you and him. Let's pray together. Father God, I pray for these men and women and the awesome responsibilities you've given them. I know that this week they have long days in front of them and major decisions. I pray that you will grant them wisdom. I pray that you will grant them courage. I will pray that you grant them the ability to stand in the midst on issues we're standing for, to protect and defend this state. And Father, as we pray, as we've already mentioned, we pray for those who deal with disaster, for those families that are grieving the loss of loved ones, for those who are having to rebuild their lives, their homes, their businesses. We pray for first responders. We pray for civic and community leaders as they stand together to rebuild. Wherever the storms were, we know, Father, that you are there in the midst and will one day bring the victory. Forgive us, Father. Forgive us when we spend so much on so little. Help us to be what you want us to be and do what you desire us to do. In Jesus' name, amen. Pledge the flag with me, if you will, to our nation. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Amen.
Doorkeepers will unlock the doors. Members, you may join Pastor Dr. Yarborough in the south anteroom for some photos. Dr. Yarborough, thank you for that message. We never know when the least of us make an impact. Thank you for being here. House will come to order. This House will come to order. Members, please take your seats. Cease conversation. Chairman Tarvin, the chair of the Committee on Information and Audits, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, your Committee on Information and Audits has read the journal from the previous legislative day and found it to be correct. And as we go into these last 2 days, courage does not always roar. Courage sometimes is that little voice at night that says, I'll try again tomorrow.
Chairman Tarvin, over the interim, I'm going to miss your words of wisdom, so I hope you'll send me some of them as we go through the days before we come back here again. Chairman Tarvin, the chair of the Committee on Information and Audits, reports that the journal of the previous legislative day has been read and found to be correct. Is there any objection to dispense with the reading of the journal? The chair hears none. The reading of the journal is dispensed with. Is there any objection to the confirmation of the journal? Chair hears none, and the journal is confirmed. Mr. Clerk, will you read the resolution establishing the order of business for the day?
Representative Administration of the 104th moves following be established as the order of business during the first part of the period. Unanimous consents. Introduction of bills and resolutions. First reading and reference of House bills and resolutions. Second reading of bills and resolutions. Reports of standing committees. Third reading and passage of uncontested local bills and resolutions. Morning orders.
Is there any objection to the adoption of the resolution establishing the order of business for the day? Chair hears none, and the resolution is adopted. First reading of bills and resolutions. The clerk will read.
House Bill 813 by Representative Anderson of the 10th. Bill be entitled an act to amend Chapter 31 and Title 36 of the Official Code of Georgia annotated relating to incorporation of municipal corporations.
Governmental Affairs.
House Bill 814 by Representative Camp of the 135th and Williams of the 148th. Bill be entitled an act to amend Article 2, Chapter 7 and Title 48 of the Official Code of Georgia annotated relating to imposition rate computation exemptions and credits relative to income taxes.
Ways and Means.
House Bill 815 by Representative Davis of the 87th, Scott of the 76th, Schofield of the 63rd. Bill be entitled an act to amend Chapter 31 and Title 36 of the Official Code of Georgia annotated relating to incorporation of municipal corporations.
Governmental Affairs.
House Bill 816 by Representative Davis of the 87th, Scott of the 76th, and Schofield of the 63rd. Bill be titled an act to amend Chapter 1 and Title 10 of the Official Code of Georgia annotated relating to selling and other trade practices.
Agriculture and Consumer Affairs.
House Bill 817 by Representative Davis of the 87th, Scott of the 76th, Schofield of the 63rd, and Bernal of the 77th. Bill be titled an act to amend Part 2 of Article 4 of Chapter 12 of Title 15 of the Official Code of Georgia annotated relating to special purpose grand juries.
Judiciary.
House Bill 818 by Representative Davis of the 87th, Scott of the 76th, Schofield of the 63rd. Bill be titled an act to amend Title 48 of the Official Code of Georgia annotated relating to revenue and taxation.
Ways and Means.
House Bill 819 by Representative Davis of the 87th, Scott of the 76th, Schofield of the 63rd. Bill be titled an act to amend Title 33 of the Official Code of Georgia annotated relating to insurance.
Ways and Means.
House Bill 820 by Representative Powell of the 33rd. A bill be titled an act to amend Code Section 12-946 of the Official Code of Georgia annotated relating to powers and duties of the Board of Natural Resources.
Motor Vehicles.
House Bill 821 by Representative Hughley of the 141st, Buckner of the 137th, Reese of the 140th. Bill be titled an act to amend Chapter 3 of Title 47 of the Official Code of Georgia annotated relating to the Teachers' Retirement System of Georgia.
Retirement.
House Bill 822 by Representative Carpenter of the 4th, Daniel of the 117th, Cooper of the 45th, and Silcox of the 53rd. Bill be titled an act to amend Part 2 of Article 7 of Chapter 2, Title 20 of the official code of Georgia annotated relating to competencies and core curriculum.
Education.
House Bill 823 by Representative Bentley, the 150th bill be titled an act to amend Chapter 6 and Title 47 of the official code of Georgia annotated relating to Georgia legislative retirement system.
Retirement.
House Bill 824 by Representative Carson, the 46th, Hitchens, the 161st, Crow, the 118th, Lumsden, the 12th, Chokus, the 151st, and others. Bill be titled an act to amend Chapter 2 of Title 47 of the official code of Georgia annotated relating to employees' retirement system of Georgia.
Retirement.
House Bill 825 by Representative Fleming of the 125th and Leverett of the 123rd. Bill be titled an act to amend Chapter 23 of Title 47 of the official code of Georgia annotated relating to the judicial retirement system.
Retirement.
House Bill 826 by Representative Martinez of the 111th, Hilton of the 48th, Ballard of the 147th, Silcox of the 53rd, and New of the 64th. Bill be titled an act to amend Chapter 2, Title 21 of the official code of Georgia annotated relating to primaries and elections generally.
Governmental affairs.
House Bill 827 by Representative Smith of the 18th, Dickey the 145th, Burkle the 149th, Leverett of the 123rd, Hagan of the 156th, and others. The bill being titled an act to amend Code Section 16820 of the official code of Georgia annotated relating to livestock theft.
Yeah. Judiciary non-civil.
House Resolution 599 by Representative Gunner of the 8th, a resolution supporting the Community Champions Initiative.
Special rules.
House Resolution 600 by Representative Davis of the 87th, a resolution proposing an amendment to the Constitution.
Judiciary.
House Resolution 601 by Representative Campbell of the 35th, Hughley of the 141st, Parrish of the 142nd, Evans of the 57th, Westbrook of the 163rd, and others. A resolution to ratify a proposed amendment to the United States Constitution.
Judiciary.
That completes first readers.
I'm going to tell y'all, I've been to the eye doctor lately, and I have 20/20 vision when it comes to that anteroom. There's nobody in there. So, members, please take some of these conversations to the anteroom, or we will be assured of a long day. Thank you. Second reading of bills and resolutions. The clerk will read.
House Bill 808 by Representative Chokus of the 151st, Geertz of the 152nd, Mathiak of the 74th, Ridley of the 6th, Powell of the 33rd, and others. A bill relating to property tax exemptions and deferral. House Bill 809 by Representative Powell of the 33rd. A bill relating to occupational therapists. House Bill 810 by Representative Vance of the 133rd. A bill relating to buildings and housing. House Bill 811 by Representative Davis of the 87th and Scott of the 76th, a bill relating to warehousemen. House Bill 812 by Representative Gilliard of the 162nd, Beverly of the 143rd, Bruce of the 61st, Mitchell of the 88th, a bill relating to state flag, seal, and other symbols. House Bill 828 by Representative Ridley of the 6th, Hagan of the 156th, Hatchett of the 155th, Jaspers of the 11th, Smith of the 138th, and others, a bill relating to officers of the Department of Transportation. House Bill 829 by Representative Houston of the 170th, Deloach of the 167th, Green of the 154th, Oliver of the 82nd, Stevens of the 164th, and others, a bill relating to the Georgia legislative retirement system. House Resolution 568 by Representative Hawkins of the 27th, Mathiak of the 74th, Dempsey of the 13th, Hatchett of the 155th, Martin of the 49th. A resolution creating the House Study Committee on Dentists and Dental Hygienists. House Resolution 598 by Representative Martin of the 49th, Cannon of the 172nd, Williamson of the 112th, Jones of the 25th, Smith of the 138th, and others. A resolution proposing an amendment to the Constitution so as to vest judicial power of the state in the Georgia Tax Tribunal. House Resolution 602 by Representative Maynard of the 56th, a resolution recognizing Ms. Charlene Hunter Galt and dedicating a road in her honor. House Resolution 603 by Representative Cooper of the 45th, Newton of the 127th, Owl of the 50th, Hatchett of the 155th, Crow of the 118th. Resolution creating the House Study Committee on Certificate of Need Modernization. House Resolution 604 by Representative Knight of the 134th, a resolution creating the House Study Committee on funding for the Technical College System of Georgia. House Resolution 651 by Representative Knight of the 134th, Rhodes of the 124th, Meeks of the 178th, Stevens of the 164th, Sains of the 180th, and others. Resolution urging the Georgia Congressional Delegation to assist in finding reasonable solutions to protect the North Atlantic right whales and Georgia's coastal culture and economy. House Resolution 652 by Representative Ridley of the 6th, Hagan of the 156th, Hatchett of the 155th, Jaspers of the 11th, Smith of the 138th, and others. Resolution proposing the amendment to the Constitution so as to change the selection process for the Commissioner of Transportation. Senate Bill 295 by Senator Gooch of the 51st, a bill to authorize the governing authority of Lumpkin County to levy an excise tax. Senate Bill 300 by Senator Harbison of the 15th, a bill to create a Board of Elections and Registration for Sly County. Senate Bill 303 by Senator Halpern of the 39th, McLaurin of the 14th. Still of the 48th, Orrick of the 36th, James of the 35th, and others, a resolution or a bill to amend an act providing a homestead exemption from Fulton County ad valorem taxes. Senate Bill 305 by Senator Jones of the 10th, Strickland of the 17th, a bill to provide a homestead exemption from City of Hampton ad valorem taxes. Senate Bill 306 by Senator Jones of the 10th and Strickland of the 17th, a bill to provide a homestead exemption from City of Hampton ad valorem taxes. Senate Bill 309 by Senator Jones of the 10th and Strickland of the 17th, a bill to provide a homestead exemption from City of Hampton ad valorem taxes. Senate Bill 310 by Senator Rhett of the 33rd and Tate of the 38th, a bill to amend an act creating a new charter for the City of Powder Springs. Senate Bill 311 by Senator Anderson of the 43rd and Strickland of the 17th, a bill to amend an act providing a homestead exemptions from Newton County and Newton County School District ad valorem taxation. Senate Bill 312 by Senator Anderson of the 43rd, a bill to amend an act providing an annual salary for the coroner of Rockdale County in lieu of the fee system of compensation. Senate Bill 313 by Senator Anderson of the 43rd, a bill to amend an act creating the Magistrates Court of Rockdale County. Senate Bill 314 by Senator Anderson of the 43rd, a bill to amend an act creating the State Court of Rockdale County. Senate Bill 315 by Senator Anderson of the 43rd, a bill to provide for the supplementary compensation of the judge of the Juvenile Court of Rockdale County. Senate Bill 316 by Senator Anderson of the 43rd, a bill to amend an act providing an annual salary for the judge and Probate Court of Rockdale County in lieu of the fee system of compensation. Senate Bill 317 by Senator Estevez of the 6th, Orrick of the 36th, Halpern of the 39th, Tate of the 38th, Parent of the 42nd, and others. A bill to amend an act to continue the existence of the Atlanta Independent School System under the management and control of the Atlanta Board of Education through second readers.
Reports of standing committees. The clerk will read.
Representative Beth Camp of the 135th District, Chairman of the Committee on Intergovernmental Coordination Local, submitted the following report. Mr. Speaker, your Committee on Intergovernmental Coordination Locals had under its consideration the following bills of the House. It's instructed me to report the same back to the House with the following recommendations. House Bill 807 do pass. Senate Bill 294 do pass. Senate Bill 301 do pass. House Bill 805 do pass. House Bill 806 do pass. Senate Bill 302 do pass. Respectfully submitted, Representative Beth Camp of the 135th District, Chairman. Representative Gunner of the 8th District, Chairman of the Committee on Judiciary, submitted the following report. Mr. Speaker, your Committee on Judiciary has had under its consideration the following bill of the House. Instructed me to report the same back to the House with the following recommendations. House Resolution 519 do pass. Respectfully submitted, Representative Gunner of the 8th District, Chairman. Representative Richard Smith of the 139th District, Chairman of the Committee on Rules, submitted the following report. Mr. Speaker, your Committee on Rules has had under its consideration the following resolutions of the House. It has instructed me to report the same back to the House with the following recommendations. House Resolution 603 do pass. House Resolution 604 do pass. Respectfully submitted, Representative Richard Smith of the 139th District, Chairman. That completes the reading of the reports of standing committees.
House will come to order. Members, please take your seats. We're moving on to a vote. We're going to take up the local calendar. 3 bills on the local calendar relate to homestead exemption and require a recorded 2/3 roll call vote for passage. 1 bill on the local calendar is an agree-disagree. Having received the requisite number of signatures required, the House delegation wishes to agree to the Senate substitute to the bill. Third reading and passage of uncontested local bills. If there is no objection, we will vote on the local calendar as a whole with a recorded vote. Hearing none, it is so ordered. The clerk will read the local calendar.
House Bill 807 by Representative Chokus, the 151st Herald County. Senate Bill 294 by Senator Burns, the 23rd Town of Kamak. Senate Bill 301 by Senator Walker, the 20th Dodge County. House Bill 805 by Representative Mathis of the 149th Twiggs County. House Bill 806 by Representative Mathis of the 149th Twiggs County. Senate Bill 302 by Senator Sims of the 12th Early County. House Bill 265 is substituted by the Senate by Representative Carter, the 93rd Rockdale County.
Is there any objection to the previous question being ordered on the local calendar? The chair hears none. The previous question is ordered. Is there any objection to agreeing to the report of the committee, which was favorable to the passage of the bills? The chair hears none. The report of the committee is agreed to. Shall these bills now pass? All those in favor of the passage of the bills on the local calendar will vote yes. All those opposed will vote no. And the clerk will unlock the machines. Have all members voted? All members voted. If so, the clerk will lock the machines. On the passage of the bills on the local calendar, the yeas are 163, the nays are 0. These bills, having received the requisite constitutional majority, are therefore passed. We're going to take up morning orders at this time. The gentleman from the 44th, Chairman Don Parsons, is recognized to introduce the Doctor of the Day.
Thank you, Speaker. Not mine.
That may be the Sine Die call we're getting up here. I can't find that phone. I don't know which one that is. Let's see.
Thank you, Speaker. It's my honor today to introduce the Doctor of the Day, Ansa Anderson, medical doctor. She, among other things, she has postgraduate training at Drexel University of Medicine in Philadelphia, internship in Drexel University of Medicine.
Gentlemen will suspend. Let me get that thing. Members, we have a physician who's given up her time today to come serve us, so if you would give the gentleman making the introduction your attention, please. Mr. Chairman, continue.
Thank you, Speaker. Again, Dr. Ansa Anderson, medical doctor, is our Doctor of the Day today. She did residency at Drexel University of Medicine in Philadelphia, internship at the same university in Philadelphia, education at St. George's University School of Medicine in Grenada, Kiel University, Kiel, England. Among other things here, I've seen that she was at St. Christopher's Hospital for Children, and I think this is in Philadelphia also.
She's had research experience in Kiel University, extensive presentations she's made on medical issues, and numerous awards. And ladies and gentlemen, Dr. Ansa Anderson.
Thank you. Thank you for having me here today. I know you guys are down to the wire and I won't take up much of your time, but it's my pleasure to serve you today. If you need me, I will be in the nurse's office as we kick off Doctors Week as well, so it's very exciting to be here. Thank you for all of your tireless work that you guys do to help pass laws that help to dictate my practice here in Georgia. Thank you.
House will come to order. Chairman Hitchens, Chairman Lumsden, need you up here. Representative Crow, Saines, Chairman Saines. Yeah, I think that's enough. Every time. Members, if you give your attention, the chairman's going to be in the well. Clerk will read a resolution.
House Resolution 530 by Representative Collins of the 71st, Kelly of the 16th, Smith of the 18th, Huddleston of the 72nd, and Burns of the 159th. A resolution commending Sergeant First Class William Butch Thornton upon his retirement and for other purposes. Whereas Sergeant First Class William Butch Thornton has served with honor and distinction as part of the Georgia State Patrol since 1985, beginning his career as a utility worker in the mailroom. And whereas as Post Commander of Post 4, which serves Carroll and Douglas counties, he has led his employees in enforcing traffic laws, supporting local agencies, and upholding the 4 core beliefs of the Department of Public Safety: trust, fortitude, compassion, and professionalism. And whereas during his distinguished tenure, Sergeant First Class William Butch Thornton has completed more than 4,500 hours of training in the area of impaired driving recognition, firearms accident investigation, reconstruction, child trafficking, gang violence, and community policing. And whereas he is an honest and dedicated public servant, who strives for excellence in all of his endeavors and whose primary concern is the welfare and safety of the citizens of Georgia. And whereas Sergeant First Class William Butch Thornton is highly regarded by the citizens of his community and by state and local government officials as a man of unquestioned integrity and dedication to the administration of justice and sound principles of law enforcement. And whereas this spirited law enforcement professional has exhibited extraordinary devotion to duty, outstanding loyalty, fine leadership, and meticulous attention to detail in all of his duties, and whereas his inspiring commitment to the welfare of others is an outstanding example of the positive effect law enforcement professionals have on the lives and well-being of others, and whereas Sergeant First Class William Butch Thornton's efficient and effective commitment to excellence will be sorely missed following his retirement on April 1st, 2023, and whereas it is abundantly fitting and proper that gratitude is expressed for the unique and often unheralded contributions of law enforcement professionals on behalf of the citizens of this state. Now, therefore, be it resolved by the House of Representatives that the members of this body commend the care, courage, sympathy, and selfless dedication exhibited by Sergeant First Class William Butch Thornton during his career and extend best wishes for his future health and happiness.
I'll also add the Colonel, your staff, if y'all will join us as well, before I recognize the Chairman. Before I recognize the Chairman, we salute you all. Sergeant, we salute you today, but certainly we recognize the contribution that Georgia State Patrol makes to this state and every citizen of this state. With that, Chairman Collins is recognized to speak to the resolution.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to honor one of Georgia State Patrol's finest troopers, Sergeant Butch Thornton. He's the post commander, as the resolution stated, of Post 4 there in Villa Rica. And to give you a little idea, I was 9 years old when Butch Thornton went to work for the Georgia State Patrol. I've gotten to know him. Serving in this house is an honor, but working with these men and women and getting to know the men and women of the Georgia State Patrol has truly been a pleasure, and I covet their friendship, and I'm so thankful to each and every one of them for putting their life on the line each and every day. Their most important job is to serve and protect us and to go home to their families when their shift is over with. So without any further ado, I want to present to you Sergeant Butch Thornton.
Wow. Look, thank y'all. I'm very humbled to be standing in this chamber. I'm very thankful and grateful that I have been able to complete almost 38 years. 90% of it has been filled with great memories, greater people, and wonderful experiences that, had I chosen another career, I probably would not have gotten to be a part of. So, Colonel, Lieutenant Colonel, the whole command staff, I appreciate y'all being here. I know what's going on through the state, and the fact that y'all are here means a lot to me. It has been my true pleasure, a great honor, to serve the State Patrol, Georgia's finest, and I will certainly carry with me a lot of good memories, and this will be one of them. So thank y'all for taking time to have me this morning, and God bless all of you.
Thank you, Sergeant, for your service, and Laura, we appreciate your support over the years for your husband as he's done his fine work protecting our citizens. Thank you both. We have another special resolution. I'm going to invite Representative Rick Townsend and his guest, whom he will introduce. Clerk will read the caption to a resolution.
House resolution by Representative Townsend, the 179th, and others. A resolution recognizing and commending Jekyll Island Authority Executive Director Jones Hooks on his outstanding public service and retirement.
This is a special day, and another public servant. Representative Rick Townsend from down on the coast is recognized to speak to the resolution.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just want to first acknowledge his lovely wife, Stephanie, who's here with us today, Commissioner Mark Williams, and Dole Jensen. Jones is truly a team that you have. That's what's made Jekyll Island special. I'm not going to talk for long. I'm going to let Jones do all the talking. But we do need to recognize some of his achievements today, such as the new convention center that we have down there, his plan and renovations, his team, what they did, the expanded Jekyll Island 4-H camp, the 660 green acre space we have on Jekyll around the golf courses and adjacent lands, construction of 4 new hotels, multi-use paths for Jekyll Island's natural resources so we can all enjoy the natural beauty, and of course, world-renowned Sea Turtle Center and the research they do out there with sea turtles. And there wasn't when this person was picked, if you saw the state of Jekyll, it was in decline. When luckily Buddy Deloach and that group on the Jekyll Island Authority Board hired a good person, a good man, and I'm just proud to know him and call him a friend. I just wanted to thank Jones for your service to the Jekyll Island, the Golden Isles, and the state of Georgia. And you truly will be missed, but I understand you're staying on Jekyll afterwards. So again, please help me welcome Jones Hooks, Executive Director of Jekyll Island.
Come on, brother.
Thank you, sir.
It's all yours.
All right, sir.
Keep it to 30 minutes if you can.
Yes, sir. Mr. Speaker, it's a pleasure to be with you, and you and I go way back, and when you were elected, I said, it's so great to have a speaker from South Georgia. Not that we don't like North Georgia, but anyway, I'm honored today to be with you and all of your colleagues here who are standing in support, and of course a couple of JIA board members, DNR Commissioner Mark Williams. Just appreciate your being here, Mark, and past board members. Buddy Deloach is here as well, and he has a love for Jekyll Island. And I also would be remiss if I didn't say something about Chairman Matt Hatchett and what a great friend he has been over the years for Jekyll Island. I want to just share with you just a minute. The past 15 years have been exciting times on Jekyll Island, and hopefully many of you have been back to see the changes that we have been able to make with the board's help, with the state legislature's help, and with Governors Perdue, Deal, and Kemp. Along the way, the board and I have been committed to improvements, but yet to making certain that the integrity of Jekyll's historic and natural character remained in place. Last October, Mr. Speaker, we celebrated 75 years of the state's purchase of Jekyll Island for $675,000. I'm pleased to report today that the authority's operational budget remains financially self-sustaining. The new convention center continues to break revenue records. Camp Jekyll welcomes over 12,000 students annually for environmental education. JIA's Sea Turtle Center has treated and released more than 1,000 sea turtles, and more than 3 million visitors come annually now to enjoy the island's beauty and unmatched tranquility. Jekyll Island is successful. And for every state dollar spent on revitalization, we have leveraged $4.40 from the private sector. The next challenge will be to manage capacity and protect the island's unique character for future generations. Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. It's been my pleasure.
Members, I know if I were a betting man, leave it at that, that every one of you have been to Jekyll Island. It's a place that belongs to the people of Georgia. It's a place on the coast for the people of Georgia. And I can tell you, as you all know, Jones Hooks has been dedicated to ensure that proposition and that mandate is met, to make sure the people of Georgia have a place on this coast, our coast, to feel at home, to be at home, and enjoy it. Jones, we wish you the best. We're glad you're going to remain on Jekyll. You leave big footprints in the sand that won't be washed away anytime soon. We appreciate you and thank you for the job you've done for each and every one of us and working with us in this house. So we just congratulate you on your retirement.
Thank you, sir.
Members, I want to also speak to and before he steps down, the Commissioner of DNR, who more importantly was trained in this house, Commissioner Mark Williams. Let's recognize a former member of this house, Mark Williams. Chairman Hitchens, we're going to be ready for you in just a second. Members, we have a lot of good folks here we need to speak to today and recognize in the gallery and on the floor. We appreciate your patience and your attention. We do have numerous morning orders, so I will ask the members to be efficient as possible as you speak to your morning order.
We're going now.
Members, if I can have your attention, please. We have a little more procedural business we need to tend to before we go to our morning orders. This is very important. Can I have your attention? Pursuant to Senate Resolution 214 and OCGA 21-2-30, The next order of business is the nomination and election of the chairperson of the State Elections Board. The House is now open for nominations for the chairperson of the State Elections Board. Chair now recognizes the gentleman from the 8th House District, Chairman Stan Gunther, for a nomination.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I nominate a retired United States District Judge for the Northern District of Georgia and a former U.S. State's Attorney for the Northern District of Georgia, William S. Duffy, Jr., as the next State Board of Elections Chairman.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from the 81st, Representative Scott Holcomb.
Mr. Speaker, I second the nomination for Judge Duffy to serve as the chair of the State Election Board.
Chair recognizes the majority leader for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that nominations be closed and at the appropriate time that Judge Duffy be confirmed by acclamation of the House.
Is there any objection to closing the nominations? Chair hears none, and the nominations are closed. On the election of the chairperson of the State Elections Board, those voting for the Honorable William Duffy should vote yes or green, and those opposed should vote no or red, and the clerk will unlock the machine. Have all members voted? If so, the clerk will lock the machine. On the election of the chairperson of the State Elections Board, the Honorable William S. Duffy received 173 votes. There's no nays. Having received a majority vote of the membership of the House of Representatives, the Honorable William S. Duffy is hereby declared elected chairperson of the State Elections Board. Mr. Clerk, please immediately transmit Chairman Duffy's name to the Senate for confirmation. Congratulations, Chairman Duffy. Excuse me, Judge Duffy. Thank you, members. Now we're ready to move on to morning orders. Chairman Hitchens, let me try you again. The gentleman from down in Effingham County, Chairman Bill Hitchens, is recognized for a morning order.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker and I are really happy to welcome a significant group from Effingham County here today. Welcome to the People's House. I'd like to ask you to stand. The Mayor of Rincon, a councilman, the Chief of Police, our Effingham Heroes organization, and most importantly, the Gallagher family. And the primary reason we're here today is back last June, just before the 4th of July in Rincon, we have what's known as a 4th of July parade, but we call it Freedom Rings. And during that parade, I happened to be the Grand Marshal. And I was sitting in the catbird seat. The Chief of Police led the parade, the Sheriff was second, and I was third. And as we were in the parade, all of a sudden I saw a car come in the opposite direction where all traffic had been shut off. At first I thought it was somebody who was just lost and made a wrong turn who came in, and but as he approached the parade, he didn't slow down. He continued on. The Chief of Police swerved and tried to block him, and he went around the chief. The sheriff moved over and tried to block him, and he went right by me. I will give my friends in the 3rd Infantry Division credit. The 3rd Infantry Division band was right behind me. Instruments and all of them went into the ditch pretty rapidly as if they were in a combat situation. But the individual continued on at high speed. There were children out there, children's dance groups. It was a pretty significant sized parade. So they called ahead and they had a fire truck try and block the parade. He turned sideways and they went around the fire truck. And as they continued on, K-9 Officer Gallagher, who's pictured in the picture there on the right, that's the chief, Officer Gallagher, and his K-9 Razor. He saw him coming, he lined up with him, and in order to stop him and save life and property, he hit him head on. It totaled out his SUV. He was hospitalized, the officer was hospitalized, and as I understand it, Razor just had to undergo surgery here recently for the damages that were inflicted upon him. So we wanted, Officer Gallagher, if you'd raise your hand so we could recognize you for your valor and in all honesty, we wanted to do a House resolution, but we got the information too late and the dates were full. So, but welcome to the People's House, and thank you for everything you do for our citizens in Effingham County.
We thank you for those heroic actions. You saved lives. Thank you so much, and what you do every day for the people, not only of Rincon, but for our entire state. We appreciate you. Representative Danny Mathis is recognized for a morning order.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, members of the House. Today I come to you and I have a resolution that I want to read to you. We have a crisis going on in this country, in this state, and in our local communities. It's the fentanyl crisis. And we've written this resolution that says, whereas the fentanyl epidemic is one of the biggest threats facing the citizens of Georgia, and whereas according to the CDC, 107,375 people in the United States died of drug overdoses and drug poisons in the 12-month period ending in January of 2022. And 67% of those deaths involve synthetic opioids like fentanyl. And whereas from 2019 to 2021, fentanyl overdoses deaths increased by 232% in Georgia alone. Amongst age 10 to 19, fentanyl is responsible for a staggering 800% increase in overdose deaths during the same time period. And whereas fentanyl is being found not only by itself, but also illegal drugs such as methamphetamine, heroin, and cocaine, often causing unaware buyers to ingest what they believe to be methamphetamine, heroin, or cocaine, but instead get almost pure fentanyl with fatal results. And whereas the drugs sold by the criminal street gangs, often supplied by Mexican-based cartels, are some of the methods for how fentanyl is finding its way to Georgia. Fentanyl is also being smuggled through legal ports hidden amongst cargo. And whereas this rise in fentanyl in Georgia puts law enforcement tasked with stopping these drugs, as well as first responders trying to save lives at risk. Fentanyl exposure to law enforcement officials is on the rise and puts their lives in danger from receiving an accidental overdose as well. Deployment of Naxicon, commonly referred to as Narcan, provides temporary protection. An opioid overdose can turn fatal in as little as 6 minutes. But Naxicon can reverse it almost instantly. Now, therefore, be it resolved by the House of Representatives that the members of this body strongly support the work being done by law enforcement agencies across Georgia, as well as their federal partners, to combat this crisis. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank you for your concern and your help with this. Majority Leader Chuck Efstration, thank you for your help. Majority Whip James Burchett, I thank you for your help. Chairman Stan Gunner, I appreciate your help. Chairman Tyler Paul Smith, thank you. Representative Martin Montahan, Representative Barry Fleming, Representative and Governor's Floor Leader Matthew Gamble, Representative Joseph Gullett, and Representative Mitchell Scoggins. I'd also like to bring to attention Public Safety Appropriations Chairman, Chairman Bill Hitchens, and Public Safety Committee Chair Jay Collins for their input. I would also like to thank Pete Skandalakis, I'll say that, Lakis, excuse me, Executive Director. Pete will get me on that one, won't he? The Prosecuting Attorney to his Council of Georgia, he's Executive Director. He has been most helpful. But most of all, I would like to lift up the parents of Caroline Meadows, who lost her life to a fentanyl overdose back in August of 2021. If Joe and Wendy Meadows would please stand. Caroline died of an overdose. Wendy and Joe have been on a mission. They are lifelong friends of mine. I grew up in the same town of Cochran in Bleckley County. Some of you folks may know Joe's sister, Laura Meadows, that helped us so many years with the biennials. They are a prominent family from our community and well thought of. Wendy and Joe have been a passion to stop this crisis. Not so much as to incarcerate, but to educate. They want to educate parents the harms and the horrors of what's happening. They are on a mission. We had a meeting with the Executive Director, Pete Skandalakis. I got it that time. And we had a meeting today, and we are going to pursue this. We had several people that offered bills this year. We didn't get them through, but I think with the help of the folks that I just mentioned, and Executive Director Skandalakis, we are going to be able to put a bill together next year that's going to help us curb this terrible, terrible crisis that we're having. I thank you, and I honor you. If you will look at Caroline, this beautiful young lady, life cut short. If we can have a moment of silence for her. Amen. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Mathis. And to the Meadows family, our heart goes out to you. Thank you all for being here. Yes. Representatives Crow and Representative Tim Fleming recognized for a morning order.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, we are joined by some champions this morning, and we'd like to welcome the Lady Cougars from Piedmont Academy in Monticello, Jasper County, Georgia. We have the girls basketball team coached by Michael Wilson and assistant coach Ron Holders here as well. They won the GIAA Class 2A state championship for the first time in program's history. They worked very hard this season, finishing with a 22-9 record. And with them, we also have the Lady Cougar softball team, coached by Joe Johnson. I believe he's not able to make it today, but assistant coach Elizabeth Green is here. And the girls Lady Cougar softball team won for the third year in a row the state championship. So we'd like to welcome them to the house. They're also joined by assistant head of school Jennifer Stenender. So if they would stand here and we'd welcome them. Thank you. Great job. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Welcome. Representative Gullett is recognized for a morning order. And friends. He has friends.
I got friends, Mr. Speaker.
I'm shocked.
Sometimes I am too, Mr. Speaker. This morning we're also have the honor and privilege of having some champions with us today. Those of you who know Micah Gravely know he loved to coach softball. Turns out he's pretty good at it. And also his team is even better than he is as a coach. This House did a resolution recognizing their accomplishments last fall, but I want to mention their accomplishments even just last night. They placed first in a tournament called the Big Bang Tournament in Chattanooga and traveled back last night to be with us here this morning. They have players from Paulding County, Cobb County, Whitfield County, Heard County, Carroll County, and DeKalb County. This all welcome this great team and our former colleague, Coach Micah Gravely, and the EC Bullets Gravely team. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. They'll be here to take pictures in the hallway, too, if you want to take a picture with them.
And happy birthday, Representative Gullett. Happy birthday to you, man. Today is Representative Gullett's birthday. And members, former state representative Micah Gravely is also in attendance. Welcome back, Representative Gravely. Chairman Gunther is recognized for a morning order.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have a different sort of champions that I want to recognize from my home county, Union County. The Community Champions Initiative of Union County was put together, or about a decade or so ago, began planning for coordination of services and education to help our youth have careers and jobs at home so that they don't move away, and also that we have housing for them. These are great people that have sacrificed a lot of time, and I want to recognize they're up in the corner up here. If y'all would please stand so everybody can see you. These are tremendous leaders and great sacrifice that they've done to do this, and I want to thank them for their hard work. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Representative Martinez is recognized for a morning order.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we stand here today to denounce socialism and communism and support the millions of victims of communism. There are still some countries today in the world that are ruled by communist government. China, Laos, North Korea, Vietnam, and my beloved country of Cuba, just 90 miles away from our shores, Mr. Speaker. You see, my parents fled Cuba when I was born in Puerto Rico. I know what it's like to still have family there. How many of you have been to Cuba? Took a cruise, right? Took an airplane, right? Spent a couple days there. Great. Do you know that the folks, the native Cubans, don't have the same access that you all have? By the way, what you're doing is you're supporting that government. So I'm sure you had a good time. Mr. Speaker, I come today to do a House resolution for the victims of communism that I see there. Could you please stand up? The victims of communism. Thank you so much. Thank you. By the way, you guys know what this book is. Anybody knows what this book is? This is my ration book in Cuba. It's called La Libreta. All right? This is what happens when you live in a communist country. All right? You get to ration. You get to stand in line every day and mark down how many cups of sugar you get a day. How many loaves of bread you get a day. Let's hope, and I'm going to keep fighting, let's hope that we in this country do not get a libreta or a ration book. Let's do that. Absolutely. This is what my family that's there now gave me this a few years ago. And I keep it every day, and I put it in my desk every day, just a reminder of how much we have to fight in this country to keep communism and socialism away. I want to thank Matt Reeves for doing this, for sponsoring this resolution, and all the sponsors of this House resolution. Thank you so much, Speaker, and I yield the well. Thank you.
Representative Marion is recognized for a morning order.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Good morning, buenos días a todos. And I agree with Representative Martinez on his remarks. And I want to say hello to Jose Perez, good friend. Well, but I'm here this morning is to recognize Mr. Rudy and Hilda Abbott, the owners of Root Hill Companies. It's a real estate company. But what they have unique in the real estate company is that they have a nonprofit called Root Hill Cares that creates and supports low-income senior citizens and disabled veterans to repair their homes without having them to move out because they can not afford to make repairs. Also, Ms. Hilda Abbott is helping our Hispanic youth in Georgia to create the Future Real Estate Lab, which will help and empower our youth to take charge of their economic growth. So I know they're here. Would you stand, please, and be recognized? Thank you for being here, Mr. Speaker. I yield the will.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Taylor and Representative Barnes is recognized for a morning order. And friends.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's still morning. Good morning, colleagues. In a time where youth violence and crime in our state is at an all-time high, programs like the one I'm about to introduce are of the utmost importance. Today we have visiting with us Mr. Kwame Johnson, who is the president of the Big Brothers and Big Sisters program here in our state. He's up there. Mr. Johnson serves as the president and CEO of Big Brothers and Big Sisters of Metro Atlanta, overseeing the largest and most effective youth mentoring agency in Georgia that has drastically transformed the organization's operations. Mr. Johnson has increased revenue by 190% since he's been the president. Mr. Johnson found his passion while incarcerated during his senior year of high school. During this challenging time, he decided to change his life and made history by becoming the first youth to ever take his SATs in jail. Kwame was accepted into Hampton University and decided to leave college at the age of 19 to become a social entrepreneur and has dedicated his life to service. Colleagues, can we please stand and recognize Mr. Kwame Johnson?
Representative Tim Fleming, Representative Carter, and Representative Henderson.
If I may, Mr. Speaker, thank you. And they're here today to ask you to join their mission of being mentors and to the mentees. And you all have a flyer on your desk. If you would just scan that code, they'll set you up with the mentee for the boys and for the girls. We ask for your support, and they're going to be down in the ante room. And we do have with him Commissioner Steve Bradshaw, the DeKalb County Commissioner.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, members. Representative Tim Fleming, Representative Carter, Representative Henderson, and the Newton County is recognized for a morning order.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We're honored to have with us today leaders from Newton County with us today. Stand up for Newton County Day at the Capitol. Many of our local officials and business leaders. We're honored to have representatives from Rivian. Many of y'all might have seen the bright yellow truck outside. But also we have the CEO of Bridgestone Golf, Mr. Dan Murphy. Wave your hands. As y'all notice on your desk today, you've been getting ready for the Masters next week. They were generous enough to give us some golf balls, golf towel that's made just for the legislators, and a hat. So thank y'all very much, Newton County and Bridgestone, Mr. Murphy. Thank y'all.
Good to have y'all. Thank you for being here, and thanks for the golf balls. Representative Alexander is recognized for a morning order.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We have a group here today. The Douglas County Youth Commission was founded in 2018 and is comprised of high school sophomores, juniors, and seniors. The program is dedicated to educating young citizens about their local government and the opportunities available in the public sector. If you guys could rise and be recognized, and colleagues. Thank you guys for being here. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Vance is recognized for a morning order.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yesterday morning at approximately 7:30, an F1 tornado hit the town where I'm from, Millersville, Georgia. Thankfully, blissfully, no one was seriously injured. A lot of property damage from the hospital on to the former health department, Northside Baptist Church, and other places in between. I want to stand here today and thank all the first responders in GEMA, linemen from Georgia Power and Sumter Industries, the fire, EMS, and law enforcement from Baldwin County, Washington County, City of Sandersville, City of Millersville, and all the volunteers with chainsaws and willing hands. The tornado was approximately a quarter of a mile wide and 1.5 miles long. I do want to thank you for your prayers and your continued support. That's the bad news. Now the good news. We are joined this morning by a group of young men who have won 50 consecutive football games, a state record. The John Millage Academy Trojans, they have won 4 consecutive state championships. They have won the state championship 5 out of the last 7 years. They are coached by a former Bulldog, Mr. J.T. Wall. And I do have a proclamation and resolution that I'll present to you afterwards. Thank you, young men, for being here and for all you do, and thank y'all, Chamber, for having us.
Thank you. Welcome. I've seen them play. They're pretty good. Congratulations, guys. Representative Jasmine Clark is recognized for a morning order.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This morning, I want to welcome the Brookwood High School girls basketball team and congratulate them on winning the Region 4 7A State Basketball Championship. This is their first girls basketball state championship ever. The team is led by Coach Courtner Mincy, and I'd also like to welcome Brookwood High School Principal Savage to the Capitol as well. They're in the gallery. Thank you for standing. Congratulations, ladies, and welcome to the People's House.
Representative Hutchinson is recognized for a morning order.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Good morning, colleagues. I'm going to continue Champions Day by welcoming the Stingray All-Stars Scarlet team. Will y'all rise? The Stingray Scarlets, the Scarlet Stingrays competed in the Atlanta Athletic Championship March 18th and 19th of this last competition. They won their division. They scored their personal best. They had the highest overall score in the entire competition, and now the Scarlet Rays prepare for the biggest competition of the season in Orlando, the Super Bowl of Cheer. And I have a partial favorite team member, and that is my niece, Lexi, right here. Raise your hand so I can buy her shoe. Thanks. Thank you, and welcome to the People's House. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chairman Powell and Representative Oliver are recognized for a morning order.
Come on up. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and ladies and gentlemen of the House. We're here this morning to honor the life and the legacy of a former House member, Elliot Levitas. Elliot Levitas served in this House back in the 60s and was the first Jewish congressman elected to the U.S. Congress. Now, there's a lot of things I can tell you. Elliot was, he was a graduate of Emory and Oxford University and a Rhodes Scholar. Man of impeccable character, and as is usual for a lot of y'all who've heard my commentary about the older legislators, they used to be of character. Not that you don't have character, but these folks had real character. And with that, I'm going to say just to tell a short story about Elliot. When Elliot was elected, Speaker Murphy and some of the others, they were in power at that particular time. And there was a member of this house that used to sit right over there, and his name was Harry Dixon. Now, for a lot of you who've never heard of Harry Dixon, now he was a character of the old school. Harry was a railroad engineer from down in Waycross, and he could tell more stories, and it's a shame that a lot of those stories weren't recorded for the future. But when Elliott was elected, and him being a Rhodes Scholar, they were having a meeting trying to decide where they were going to place committee members at that time. And one of them, Speaker Murphy, or one of them said something to Harry about, well, he's a Rhodes Scholar, and Harry said, well, he'd be perfect to be on the Transportation Committee since he knows so much about roads. So that, ladies and gentlemen, is a little brief story about the Honorable Elliott Levitas, and a man of true character, who one of the things that he taught me, and I always lived up to it, but he always said that if you get involved in an issue, wade into it up to your neck, and don't be afraid of it. I'm going to turn it over to my friend, Chairman Oliver.
Congressman Levitas was my constituent through my long political career. Not only was he the only Rhodes Scholar that ever served on this floor or the Senate floor, but he was also a leading professional as a lawyer with a major law firm. He was the primary author and sponsor of the MARTA bill when he was here, and in Congress he was noteworthy for many important improvements for the lives of Georgians. It was an honor to represent him, and it was an honor to know that there are professionals that served on this body that continue their public service in very important and very significant ways. God bless Elliott Levitas and his family.
Got one thing I want to say. I've asked the Speaker for permission. I knew Congressman Levitas, and what I knew about him best personally was he was the only Southern congressman to vote for the 1964 Civil Rights Bill. A great man.
Thank you, members. And his son served honorably in this house as well. So what a great tradition from that family. Representative Gamble is recognized for a morning order, joined by Representative Scoggins and other friends.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I know Representative Sharper is also going to join us this morning. We lost a great man back on September the 14th in 2022. Don Holt, who many of you, all of you knew and remember well, was a doorkeeper. And Don was just a wonderful, wonderful man. He was a U.S. Air Force veteran. He worked for Foxborough Inc. and Georgia Power throughout his career. He was a faithful member of Mikado Baptist Church. He leaves behind us a precious wife who is still a doorkeeper for us, Miss Donna, that we love to see every day. In addition to his 4 kids, Alicia, Don Jr., Nancy, and Tara, and 4 grandchildren, Kaylin, Tyler, Chase, and Amberly. And Parnick Jennings is a friend of Don and Donna's, and he came down from Cartersville. They got to know each other through the Regency Towers Condominium Association in Florida. And Don was just a character, but he was a man of his word. And we wanted to do something to honor Don's life and the fact that he's no longer with us today. So, Mr. Speaker, thank you for the opportunity to come down this morning and just to recognize our friend Donna and to Don, and to honor our friend Donna, who so faithfully serves our chamber every day as a doorkeeper. We love you and appreciate you, Donna, and you're in our prayers. Thank you.
I want to mention one thing, Speaker, that if you ever see me whenever I have my red jacket, I'm just be brief with you. We used to share phones with each other and talk to each other, but we would call each other and say, we're going to wear the red jacket with a particular tie, with a particular shirt. So whenever you see me wear that red jacket, it's also in honor of Mr. Dunn, and so I appreciate that, and I really miss him so much. So thank y'all very much.
Thank y'all for those memories. He was a fine man. I enjoyed his company a lot. Representative Tran is recognized for a morning order.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to expand on what the gentleman said earlier. We still have many families to come to Georgia today to escape oppression, which is why I want to recognize a nonprofit in my district off Beaufort Highway. If Los Vecinos is still in the house, please stand up. Stephanie and Los Vecinos provides an indispensable 501c3 in the Beaufort Highway area. They go by the principles of love your neighbor, honor all people, share in all things, and break bread together. Thank you. And so Los Vecinos, thank you for being here. Thank you for being an indispensable part of Georgia and helping immigrant families be a productive member of our state. Welcome to the state capitol. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Chaz Cannon is recognized for a morning order.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise this morning to recognize and embarrass my oldest daughter, Catherine, who is paging today. She just turned 13 last Friday and is well on her way to becoming a beautiful, beautiful young lady. Catherine was born 3 months premature, just 25 weeks old when she was born, weighed 1 pound, 12 ounces at birth, and spent more than 3 months in the NICU at Phoebe Putney in Albany, Georgia. Today, she's a 7th grader at Willie J. Williams Middle School. She serves as an elected officer in her FFA chapter. She's on the tennis team. She loves horses, plays guitar. Her mother and I are so proud of her and are so thankful she's our beautiful daughter. We love you, Catherine. Thank you very much.
Representative, while you're in the well, why don't you recognize your beautiful wife, the mother of your daughter, and your younger daughter over there.
Beautiful wife, Beth, and my youngest daughter, Allie, on the wall there behind Noel Williams. Appreciate the help, Mr. Speaker. I needed that one.
I'm trying to help you all I can there, Representative, all I can. Chairman Blackman is recognized for a morning order.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Fellow colleagues, we have a group that's with us here this morning. I want to thank the Rogers, Steve Rogers and Ginger Rogers, part of the Servants Task Force, that have helped us put together a resolution honoring the men and women who have served, are serving, or will one day serve in either law enforcement, the military branches of the United States, or as firefighters, and recognizing May 2023 as United in Uniforms Recognition and Memorial Month. Would y'all please stand and let us honor you along with all the others that help keep us safe. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and welcome. That completes morning orders. We'll move on to the rules calendar. Clerk will read the caption to Senate Bill 109-109.
Senate Bill 109 by Senator Eccles of the 49th and others to be entitled an act to amend Article 7 of Chapter 4, Title 49 of the Official Code of Georgia annotated relating to medical assistance generally, so as to require the Department of Community Health to include continuous glucose monitors as a pharmacy benefit for Medicaid recipients. This bill having referred to the Committee on Public Health. That committee recommends that this bill do pass by committee substitute.
Chair Lady Ballinger is recognized to present the bill. Chair Lady Ballinger.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's my pleasure to present before you Senate Bill 9. The first part of Senate Bill 9 has to do with white bagging, and white bagging kind of sounds a little bit nefarious to me, but it really just has to do with insurance companies try to get in between providers and their patients. Whenever you're a cancer patient and you show up to get your infusion, or perhaps you're an MS patient, there are lots of conditions that are covered under this. You go, you get weighed, your blood chemistry is taken, and your dosage is mixed up according to your blood chemistry and your weight. You know, the particular cocktail is mixed up right then and there. And so the insurance companies want to interfere with this and make you have your prescriptions maybe a day, maybe several days in front of your actual infusion date. So this can cause all sorts of problems for the patient. So this would basically prohibit that. The second section of House Bill 109 allows DCH to cover continuous glucose monitors. The patient must be diabetic and it requires training, and the patient must use daily insulin. and it must have an appointment with their provider in person or via telehealth every 6 months to check on the efficacy of the continuous glucose monitors and make sure that they're working as they should. Mr. Speaker, that's all I have to say about Senate Bill 109, and I'll be happy to yield to any questions.
You have no questions.
Mr. Speaker, and I urge your favorable
You
consideration.
do have a question.
Okay.
To your left, Representative Lisa Campbell has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Does the gentlewoman yield well?
Sure.
Yes. So I'm asking the question, this bill then eliminates interference between healthcare providers and their patients. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And may I make one more
Sure.
further inquiry? Is it not true that my mother, who is a stage 4 ovarian cancer survivor, who had severe complications due to chemotherapy, certainly benefited from having close attention and care in the moment during her chemotherapy treatments?
Yes, that is typical of many of our cancer patients here in the state of Georgia, and we're just trying to maintain that close relationship between the doctor and the patient.
Thank you.
Thank you for your question. I'll yield to any other questions.
You
Mr.
have
Speaker.
no further questions.
Thank you, and I urge your favorable consideration.
The lady has yielded the well. Is there any objection to the previous question being ordered? The chair hears none. The previous question is ordered. Is there any objection to adopting the committee's substitute? Chair hears none. The committee's substitute is adopted. Is there any objection to agreeing to the report of the committee, which was favorable to the passage of the bill? Chair hears none. The report of the committee is agreed to. Shall this bill now pass? All in favor of the passage of the bill will vote yes. All those opposed will vote no, and the clerk will unlock the machines. All members voted. All members voted. If so, the clerk will lock the machine. On the passage of the bill, the yeas were 170, the nays 5. The bill, having received requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed. Mr. Clerk, will you read the caption of SB 146?
Senate Bill 146 by Senator Gooch of the 51st and others to be entitled an act to amend Article 2 of Chapter 2 of Title 46, Chapter 1 of Title 10, and Article 1 of Chapter 9 of Title 48 of the Official Code of Georgia annotated relating the jurisdiction and powers and duties of the Georgia Public Service Commission generally. This bill having been referred to the Committee on Technology and Infrastructure Innovation. That committee recommends that this bill do pass by Rules Committee substitute.
Chairman of Transportation, Chairman Jasper, is recognized to present the bill.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Committee members, House members, we've seen this before. This is almost the same bill that I brought before you a few weeks ago on the work of the Joint Commission on the Electrification of Transportation. The bill does three things. It allows the sale of power by retail by others than Georgia Power and the EMC, allows the regulation of electric vehicle charging stations throughout the state, and the taxation on the sale of electricity. We've made a few changes between here and there, the main one being the rate. And if you look on page, if you're so inclined, page 14, line 334, you see a number going from 9 to 11. And so that works inversely. That decreases the rate that we had put in earlier. The rate for the sale of electricity, the excise tax, will be 2.84 cents per kilowatt hour instead of, if it were 9, 3.47. I appreciate everyone's work, especially on this across the aisle and everywhere, getting this through with Senator Gooch and the senators and all the different committees that has a touch on this bill. The main thing it does is it really makes sure that we continue funding transportation infrastructure. That's the roads and bridges across our state. If you listen to us in transportation talk very often, that's the key thing that we've got to work on. It's something we have to work on in the future, especially with freight and logistics funding. I look forward to working on that. Mr. Speaker, that's my bill. I'll be glad to answer any questions.
You do have a couple of questions. To your left, Representative Al Williams is recognized for a question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will the gentleman yield?
Yes, sir.
For clarification, there is a charging station at the Dublin exit. That's the only one I know, between my house and Atlanta.
Yes.
Can you tell me what break down the cost now? What does it cost to charge an average car, and what will it be after this bill passes?
I don't know the dollar amount, Mr. Williams, but what it will do is now you're purchasing electricity based on time. After this bill is signed, you'll be paid at the effective date. You'll purchase it on the kilowatt hours sold to you. So it will be a change, but it should be similar. But you're going to buy what you pay for. You can pay for what you can get what you pay for. Excuse me.
Will you yield for a
Sure.
follow-up?
Oh yeah.
Are you aware? Do you know if Chairman Hatcher owns an interest in that one at the Dublin exit?
No, I didn't know that.
He saw me stand up.
But if he did, I knew it'd be even more for it, I'm sure.
Chairman yield.
Yes, sir.
Another member of the Williams caucus, Representative Mary Frances Williams, to your left, has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. To the chairman, my question is this. I think one version of this bill prohibited free charging, and I know a lot of establishments offer free charging. Is this bill going to do that?
Yes, ma'am. Well, no, it won't, because if you want to do free charging, that's up to you as a business person. Like you could give away Coca-Cola if you wanted to increase your business, but the sale of power through that machine, through that EV charger, will be excise tax and sales tax as it should be. It's up to them to give it away if they choose to.
Further question?
Sure.
So you're saying that someone will have to pay for that electricity at that quote-unquote free pump?
Yes, ma'am, I am.
And one more question.
Sure.
Do you know for certain, because that these pumps that have been installed all over the state at, Publix and other places, are they capable of monitoring, keeping up with that charge so that these establishments could continue to offer free charging?
Yes, ma'am, they have been. I've been assured that most of them, the software will be a software change for how it's billed.
Okay.
And now some of them, like you'll see in one of the bill changes that were made, that Tesla uses an app. Now, their charger doesn't have a screen to look at it. You look through your app. Each of them has a little bit different method of how they know who you are, know for you to pay it. But mostly important for Rick and all of us should be that we get our excise tax to keep our roads and bridges in good shape.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think this is a great bill, and we're off to a great start with electric vehicles. Just a little bit concerned about those free chargers. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Gentleman yield.
Yes, sir.
Representative Drenner, to your left.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Does the gentleman yield?
Yes, ma'am.
I agree with that this is a great first start. I'm just curious, with these changes in the bill, is this going to make Georgia about the most expensive place in the nation to own and operate an EV vehicle?
No, ma'am, it will not. With the change, especially, going from, like say, 9 to 11, it'll put us in the middle of the pack. When it was at 9, we were probably at the highest, but with 11, we'll be in the middle.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, ma'am.
Representative Martin, to your right, has a question, Mr. Chairman.
Sure. Mr. Chairman, would you yield for a question?
Oh, absolutely.
Isn't it true that the way we treat electricity, sale for resale, and someone having to pay tax on, as you mentioned, is just like you would for that Coca-Cola you mentioned? You either pay sales tax or the person that's giving away has to pay a use tax. So we're treating electricity the same way. Isn't that true?
Yes, sir, you're right. Thank you.
And the next question I wanted to ask is about the fee for the registration. Can you talk about the need for this to go into place, and then that isn't it true that in rules you mentioned that fee would be looked at over the years to make sure it's being right sized and is appropriate over
You're talking
time?
about the fee that
the
individual
registration fee,
owns.
yes, sir.
Yes, yeah. And we will. I think the key thing that's coming on that, you'll see with GDOT is now has a pilot program to look at vehicle miles traveled, which will probably put a lot of light on that, where that fee is at the right place or it isn't.
Representative Tran, to your left, has a question. The gentleman's recognized.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will the chairman yield to a question?
Absolutely.
So I very much support this bill and will be voting for it. But I have had a lot of constituents ask for a clarification, and that is, for lack of a better term, dumb stations. Charging stations that do not have network capability and app capability are not able to meter their electrical uses, and they are essentially free charging stations. Will we be, in this bill, be mandating them to upgrade their charging stations?
Oh, absolutely, we will. I think, number one, Representative, we need to make sure that they're accurate and that they're safe. And I think those are two important things, and most important to me, I guess, is the taxation side of it. But we've got to make sure they're accurate and safe. There is a long lead time. You look at the effective dates of these bills, it's down the road, so they're going to have time to change and update.
Okay. Do you yield for one further question?
Sure, yes, sir.
Do you know what that yield time is? Is it 1 year, 5 years?
The lead time on this is end of 25, I'm not mistaken. And that, you know, the neat thing about this is, like everything we do in this building, I'll have a list of 4 things that I need to work on during the interim to perfect what I have here. And we'll be working on that in the next year.
Thank you.
Thank you. Is that it, Mr. Speaker?
You got a couple more if you want to take them.
Sure,
At least.
we want to make sure everybody understands this.
Representative Kennard is recognized to your left for a question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Does the gentleman yield?
Absolutely.
We currently assess a 26-cent per gallon fuel tax. What is that calculus with the kilowatt per hour cost, and is it equitable?
It is equitable. That was the key thing that Revenue worked on to make sure it was equitable. And we, through House Bill 170, give them the authority to do that. And if you read through the bill, you'll see these are equitable numbers to a gallon of gasoline.
Okay, one more question.
Sure.
So the gasoline-powered car user and the electric car user are basically paying the same exact state tax, fuel tax?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, the thing about gasoline, it's more on use. The more you drive, the more you pay. And for a fee base, as Chairman Martin was talking about, they're paying $213 or so for a year. No mileage included in that. So it's a little different how we do it.
So EV users are not being penalized?
Oh, no, in no way they are. No, sir.
Thank you.
Chairman Carpenter, to your right in the rear, has a question. He's
Does the
recognized.
gentleman yield?
Yes, sir.
Is it not true that this tax will allow Georgians to make sure that we're taxing individuals that are driving through our state that are currently paying tax on gas, hopefully that when they stop to charge, that they'll be paying taxes for our roads?
Absolutely, Mr. Chairman. And they'll also be buying Coca-Colas and wieners and eating at restaurants as they go through the state. Thank you.
Thank you for this bill.
Mr. Chairman, if there are no other questions, I yield well and ask for y'all.
You have some questions, but I'll be glad to let you yield.
Oh, let's keep on going. One couple more, and then we'll.
Don't let your feet grow to the floor up there now.
Yeah, I just,
Representative Lisa Campbell is recognized for a question to your left.
Sure.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Does the gentleman yield?
Yes, ma'am.
I have a question related to line 398 on page 17, which talks about no person shall transport motor fuel, and it looks like we've also added over public highways or navigable waters of this state. And this may already be prohibited, but my question is does that also apply to rail transport? And if not, why not?
If in here we're talking about on public highways or navigable waters, except in a transport truck or vessel marked appropriately.
So
gasoline, you're talking about gasoline usually is not transported by rail.
It's not.
No, ma'am.
Thank you for the clarification.
That I know of. Mr. Chairman, appreciate it. Ask for your favorable consideration on our bill, and please, thank you.
The gentleman has yielded the well. Is there any objection to the previous question being ordered Chair hears none. The previous question is ordered. Is there any objection to withdrawing the committee's substitute? Chair hears none. The committee's substitute is withdrawn. Is there any objection to adopting the substitute offered by the Committee on Rules? The chair hears none. The Rules Committee substitute is adopted. Is there any objection to agreeing to the report of the committee, which was favorable to the passage of the bill? The chair hears none. The report of the committee is agreed to. Shall this bill now pass? All in favor of the passage of the bill will vote yes. All those opposed will vote no, and the clerk will unlock the machine. Have all members voted? If so, the clerk will lock the machine. On the passage of the bill, the yeas were 175, the nays 1. The bill, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed. Well, for what purpose does Chairman Smith rise?
Make a motion.
State your motion.
I move that Senate Bill 137, 133, and 222 be recommitted to rules.
Clerk will read the caption to Senate Bill 133, 137, and 222.
Correct.
Senate Bill 137 by Senator Burns, the 23rd, to be entitled an act to amend Code Section 23411 of the Official Code of Georgia Annotated relating to definitions regarding tuition, equalization grants at private colleges and universities. Senate Bill 133 by Senator Strickland of the 17th, to be entitled an act to amend Chapter 11 and Title 15 of the Official Code of Georgia Annotated relating to the Juvenile Code so as to create a uniform process to assume custody of children. Senate Bill 222 by Senator Burns of the 23rd, to be entitled an act to amend Chapter 2 entitled 21 of the Official Code of Georgia Annotated relating to primaries and elections generally so as to provide that all costs and expenses relating to election administration are paid for.
On the gentleman's motion that SB 133, 137, and 222 be withdrawn from the calendar and recommitted to the Rules Committee. Is there objection? Hearing none, it is so ordered. Mr. Clerk, if you read the caption to Senate Bill 159, 159.
Senate Bill 159 by Senator Robertson, the 29th, and others, to be entitled an act to amend Article 1 of Chapter 5 of Title 42 of the Official Code of Georgia Annotated relating to general provisions regarding correctional institutions, estates, and counties so as to prohibit wireless communications and standalone electric devices behind guard lines. This bill having referred to the Committee on Public Safety and Homeland Security. That committee recommends that this bill do pass by committee substitute.
Chairman Saines is recognized to present the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Colleagues, I bring before you Senate Bill 159 is a simple bill that seeks to make it clear to individuals who we appreciate working in our correctional facilities to ensure that they're safe and there's no bad actor there, that if you're a contractor or an employee of the Georgia Department of Corrections and you bring illegal contraband to give to an inmate, that the penalty goes from 2 to 10 years. And it does not have the restriction to probate, so there is no mandatory minimum in here, but it does raise the sentence to 10 years. Mr. Speaker, I will yield for a question if there is any.
You have no questions, but we do have a speaker, so you have no questions.
Thank you.
Gentleman's yielded well. Representative Kennard is recognized to speak to the bill. Representative Kennard.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today I rise to oppose SB 159, and at the risk of sounding preachy, I'm going to open my remarks with a handful of scriptures. I'm very aware that the Bible can be used to manipulate, and it can even be weaponized, and that is not my intent. Hopefully it's not my impact today. I am also extremely cognizant that the scripture is very versatile and can be skillfully used to say just about anything you want it to say and to support or oppose virtually any issues. For instance, during the Civil War, both Abraham Lincoln and Jefferson Davis both toured their parts of the country using the Bible to build their respective cases because there are anti-slavery and pro-slavery passages in the Bible. You can find plenty of verses to support either side. It is a very versatile 66-book collection indeed. That said, I'm a pastor and I'm all in. I have built a career around the studying and teaching of the Christian scripture. I'm over 35 years in now, and that in no way makes me an expert, far from it. As a matter of fact, the older I get, the less hubris I have. I tend to have a lot more questions than answers. But where my greatest confidence lies is in the four Gospels, the words that are written in red. And for many years now, the words of Jesus of Nazareth have been almost my exclusive focus for my personal devotion and my teaching ministry. And I would be disingenuous to say that my faith does not impact my worldview, because it does. As a matter of fact, I would be truthful in saying that my spiritual journey influences everything I do, including my decision to run for office and to be in this room. The words of Christ have been imprinted on my subconscious since I was a small child. Words like, "To whom much is given, much is required." Words like, "You are the light of the world, you are the salt of the earth." And the implication is for all of us as enlightened spiritual beings to get out and make an impact, to come out of our safe spiritual zones, our churches, our mosques, our temples, and to occupy space right in the middle of society and the world, and to do what we can to make a positive difference, to make the world a better place. Now that I've preambled for a minute here, I've set a stage to provide a context, because I believe the words you're about to hear, the ones written in red, are germane to the issue at hand. At least they are to me. In the Gospel of Luke, it was Jesus' first public conversation, his first public words. He was in the temple worshiping at the place of his youth, and it was his turn to provide the scripture of the day, and he grabbed the scroll from Isaiah and read these words. "The Spirit of the Lord is on me, because he has anointed me to proclaim good news to the poor. He has sent me to proclaim freedom for the prisoners and recovery of sight for the blind, to set the oppressed free, to proclaim the year of the Lord's favor." This is Jesus' first inaugural talk. He was establishing a mission and a vision for Jesus Incorporated. It was a main part of his agenda. He was establishing what was important, what was priority. And in that two sentences, he mentions interaction with prisoners. Now, this was an ongoing theme for Christ. A passage that we're all familiar with is from Matthew 25. As a matter of fact, the late Speaker Ralston used it last year when he was presenting HB 1013. Matthew 25 reads like this: "Then the king will say to those on his right, 'Come, you who are blessed by my Father, take your inheritance, the kingdom prepared for you since the creation of the world. For I was hungry, and you gave me something to eat. I was thirsty, and you gave me something to drink. I was a stranger, and you invited me in. I needed clothes, and you clothed me. I was sick, and you looked after me.' And wait for it, I was in prison, and you came to visit me. Then the righteous will answer him, 'Lord, when did we see you hungry and feed you? When did we see you thirsty and gave you something to drink? When did we see you a stranger invite you in, or needing clothes and clothe you? When did we see you in sick or in prison and go to visit you? And the king will reply, truly, I tell you, whatever you did for one of the least of these brothers and sisters of mine, you did for me. And then it goes on to say, and he will say to those on his left, depart from me, you who are cursed, into the eternal fire prepared for I was hungry, and you gave me nothing to eat. I was thirsty, and you gave me nothing to drink. I was a stranger, and you did not invite me in. I needed clothes, you did not clothe me. I was sick and in prison, and you did not look after me. They will also answer, Lord, when did we see you hungry or thirsty or a stranger or needing clothes or sick or in prison and did not help you? And he will reply, truly, I tell you, whatever you did not do for one of the least of these, you did not do for me. What I'm doing is establishing what was clearly the priorities for Jesus' public ministry. And in that, those two scriptures, he establishes that prisoners and prisons were not a peripheral issue. It wasn't at the bottom of the list. This was at the top of the list, like top 5. Now, it's not lost on me that Jesus was crucified between 2 thieves, 2 felons. They all sat on death row together, awaiting their capital punishment. So Christ was compelling us, if not commanding us, to be involved on a personal level with hunger, sickness, and the prison system, to be consistently involved. This was not just a part of the ministry, this was the ministry, and he compels us to be involved too, not just making an end-of-year donation to the cause, not to just go to a soup line during the holidays, but these were the Jesus things, his central focus and mission, the main things. He wanted his followers to have a deep understanding of these priority issues: hunger, poverty, health care, and yes, incarceration. He wanted us to have better understanding. The word understand literally means to stand under. In other words, when you have proximity to an issue, when you stand under it, you will have better and deeper understanding of it. Because from a distance, issues look one way, but when you get up close and personal, you have a deeper, more thoughtful, mindful understanding of it. And when you start having proximity to these issues like hunger and homelessness and incarceration and health care, when you engage on a consistent basis, you start asking questions. Questions like, why do we have hunger to begin with? Questions like, why do we have disparities in health care to begin with? Questions like, why do we have this many number of people incarcerated to begin with? So I want us to take a minute this morning to look under our prison system and see firsthand what's going on and who is behind bars. When you stand under our prison system, when you look at who is behind bars in the state of Georgia, you're going to see some consistent groups. Number one is you're going to see the mentally ill. You're going to see the mentally ill and those who suffer from substance use. We have made some great strides with HB 1013, the Mental Health Parity Act that we passed last year, and hopefully we'll see the passage of HB 520 this year. We're making strides to turn this corner, but as it sits right now, the largest mental health service provider in our state is Georgia State Prisons. So when you look under the system, it's going to be a glaring, stark reminder that it is the mentally ill and those who suffer from substance use that are being locked up in our prison system. Secondly, you're going to see the poor incarcerated. Most of the folks locked up in our state prison system had a public defender. Why? Because they did not have enough financial resources to lawyer up and to get really good representation. As a result, they're getting what they can take, and there are a lot of good public defenders out there, and we appreciate them. I know a lot of them. But the reality is they're overworked, their caseloads are stretched thin, and they cannot properly represent the folks that they do. And unfortunately, the poor get harsher sentences, longer sentences. You're going to see the poor behind bars. When you look underneath our prison system, you're also going to see, in addition to the mentally ill and the poor, you're going to see minority groups. It's glaring. The truth is, in this century, 1 in 3 African American males will have a brush up with the justice system. For white males, that is 1 in 17. There are more African American males involved in our correction system in America today than were enslaved in 1850. Georgia's African American population is 30%. But in our prison system, African Americans represent almost 60%. You have to ask why. Is it because African Americans are more inherently criminal? No, it's just there is bias in our system that cannot be denied. Just a couple of weeks ago, we passed compensation resolutions for Mario Stinchcomb, Michael Woolfolk, Devania Inman, and Terry Talley, who we discovered were wrongfully convicted. Mario and Michael spent 18 years each. Devania Inman spent 23 years. Terry Talley spent 39 years wrongfully convicted. That's almost a century of time. All 4 of those who were wrongfully convicted were African American males. When we look deeper into our prison system, we can't even ignore the economic drivers. Some say that crime doesn't pay. I say it depends on who you're asking. If you're asking Core Civic, that has private for-profit prisons in Georgia, they'll say that crime actually does pay. They're doing really well. They're traded publicly. You can buy their stock on the stock market today. It's about $9 a share. Some say that crime doesn't pay. I say it depends on who you're asking. Why don't we ask Southeast Corrections, a for-profit private probation company that handles a significant amount of the probationers in our state. If you ask them, they'll say business is really good, especially in Georgia, because we have more people on probation than any other state, 4 times the national average. I think we have lost understanding of our criminal and prison system, and we are legislating from a distance now, and we have lost touch. And that's why we have done such an about-face on criminal justice reform. We've lost our way, and that's why we're seeing all these heavy-hitting sentencing measures. We're not interested in justice. We're not even interested in punishment. These measures better reflect vengeance. When you look at SB 159, lines 61 through 63, it's a testament to how far off we are. In lines 61 through 63 of SB 159, it says that if a prison employee hands someone incarcerated a cigarette, if they just give them a cigarette, they will go to prison not for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 years, but for 10 years for handing someone a cigarette or for a swig of alcohol. In what universe does that even make sense? That someone serves 10 years for a cigarette. Abraham Maslow said, if the only tool we have is a hammer, then you see every problem as a nail. Governor Deal tried to expand our toolbox and give us more options, but to use an old term from my Bible Belt Pentecostal days, we have backslid. It's hammer time in Georgia, and we are too legit to quit. Our compass needs to be recalibrated. We really need to check our hearts and think about what we're doing, because I remind you, Jesus said, how you treat the incarcerated is a reflection on how you feel about him. Whatever you've done for the least of these, you've done it unto me. So my thoughts are we should examine our hearts and figure out a more respectful, honorable, humane way to incarcerate. I think we should double down on our efforts to decriminalize mental health, to decriminalize poverty, to decriminalize race, and get our incarceration rates down. Let's get our prison facilities up to a habitable standard, many of them which are not. I visit our state prisons. I'm on a tour now to visit all of them, all 34. I've got about halfway done. COVID kind of stopped me in my tracks, but I'm getting back on that circuit. But our prisons need a lot of help. They're in poor conditions. We also need to be more transparent about those conditions. Our DOC employees should start being compensated for what they deserve to get out of financial desperation. We're paying them so little, they have to be in financial desperation that makes them susceptible to this bartering that may be going on. SB 159 does nothing to help our workforce challenges in the DOC, and it probably makes them worse. Now, please understand me. People who break the law should pay consequences. But our state motto is justice, moderation, and wisdom. And our prison policies are none of those three. They're not just, they're not moderate, and they're just not smart. When Georgia was established as a colony by James Oglethorpe, we were established as a penal colony. Prisoners from England would come to the Georgia colony to work off their sentence. Some may argue that we still are, that we're living up to that legacy. Chief Justice Boggs told us just a week ago that in the U.S., 1 in 33 are under correctional control. In Georgia, that number is 1 in 13. Listen, we have 10.7 million people in this state, and we have 4.523 criminal records, individual criminal records, almost 40%. Ladies and gentlemen of this chamber, I'm very sincere in saying this, but I think we can do better. And I look forward to working towards a better Georgia with better criminal justice policies, better prison policies. And for these reasons that I just outlined, I am voting no to SB 159, and I encourage you to do so. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield the well.
Gentleman has yielded the well. Is there any objection to the previous question being ordered? The chair hears none. The previous question is ordered. Is there any objection to adopting the committee's substitute? Chair hears none. The committee's substitute is adopted. Is there any objection to agreeing to the report of the committee, which was favorable to the passage of the bill? The chair hears none. The report of the committee is agreed to. Shall this bill now pass? All in favor of the passage of the bill will vote yes. All those opposed will vote no, and the clerk will unlock the machine. We go. For what purpose does Chairman Knight rise?
Parliamentary inquiry.
State your inquiry.
Mr. Speaker, isn't it true that if you read this bill, all this bill is doing is saying that an employee or a contractor of the Department of Corrections who already breaks the law, aren't we just upping the penalty for bringing contraband into our correction systems in Georgia, which is a problem with drugs, guns, and telecommunications? Isn't that what this bill does?
I've always known the gentleman to be a diligent reader of legislation. I'm sure he believes in what he so speaks. For what purpose does Chairman Newton rise?
Parliamentary inquiry.
State your inquiry.
Mr. Speaker, isn't it true that one of the outcomes of passing SB 159 would be to decrease smuggled weapons that are smuggled to criminal prisoners, and this decrease will help protect those who are incarcerated, trying to serve their sentence and get some training and get out and be part of society?
If the gentleman so states, for what purpose does Chairman Saines rise?
Parliamentary inquiry.
State your inquiry.
Is it not true that both the Defense Attorneys Association and the Prosecutors Association both didn't have objection to this bill during committee? And though slightly beyond the scope of this bill, I started having questions about judicial discretion when Pontius Pilate sentenced Christ to crucifixion.
I'm sure the gentleman knows what he states. For what purpose does Representative Maynard rise?
Parliamentary inquiry, Mr. Speaker.
State your inquiry.
Is it not true that I do agree that we should not let law enforcement provide contraband to those that are jailed? But recently on the news, there was a jailer that was doing inappropriate behavior with an inmate, which involved contraband. And although she should not have done that, I know she does not want to be in prison for 10 years for doing that inappropriate behavior that was on the news. Is that not true?
I'm sure if it was on the news, it must be true. If the lady so states, for what purpose does Representative Vance rise?
Parliamentary inquiry, sir.
State your inquiry.
Is it not true that this bill is not about the treatment of inmates who were convicted and incarcerated because of their crimes, but about the employees and vendors who knowingly flaunt the laws they know better than break for the almighty dollar, and that we are a state that should conform to laws?
If the gentleman so states, I'm sure he believes that. For what purpose does Chairman Collins rise?
Parliamentary inquiry.
State your inquiry.
Mr. Speaker, is it not true that these criminal street gangs are providing these cell phones to inmates, and as such, these inmates are using their influence outside of the prison system to wreak havoc and cause public safety issues for all of Georgia, regardless of where your zip code is or where you live? Is that not true, Mr. Speaker?
Gentleman so states, yes, sir. I tell you, I'm going to take two more. We've debated this issue pretty well. For what purpose does Representative Ramon rise?
Parliamentary inquiry.
State your inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Is it not true that one of the biggest problems in our prison system is that people continue to return to that prison system, and particularly there's a correlation with how long they are in that prison system and how often they come back based on that length? So as we continue to pursue these laws, we need to be aware of what we are doing to those individuals.
I'm sure the lady believes what she so states. For what purpose does Whip Burchett rise?
Parliamentary inquiry.
State your inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Is it not true that evidenced by lines 54 through 56 that the language reads here, term of imprisonment of 10 years, and because we struck that language, the judge can read it to say we can probate 9 years and serve 1. Isn't that true, Mr. Speaker?
If the gentleman so states, the judge has that discretion. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? If so, the clerk will lock the machine on the passage of the bill. The yeas were 103, the nays 72. The bill, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed. Mr. Clerk, if you'll read the caption to Senate Bill 168. 168.
Senate Bill 168 by Senator Williams, the 25th to be entitled an act to amend Part 8 of Article 8 of Chapter 14 and Title 44 of the Official Code of Georgia Annotated relating to liens of hospitals and nursing homes so as to allow a chiropractic practice to have a lien on a cause of action. This bill having referred to the Committee on Judiciary, that committee recommends that this bill do pass.
Representative Leverett is recognized to present the bill.
Ladies and gentlemen of the House, I'm presenting you Senate Bill 168, another bill initiated by our former colleague, Senator Rick Williams. I know Representative Thomas always enjoys a good Yogi Bear quote, and I think this is deja vu all over again would be appropriate for this bill, because I believe this has been tried before, and we're hoping this year it finally makes it. It amends an existing statute referred to often as the hospital lien statute. It's a statute which allows hospitals and physicians and nursing homes and burn trauma centers a lien against a cause of action, not against the individual, not against the individual patient's property, but against the cause of action so that they can increase the chances they'll get paid. Basically what that means is if there's a settlement based on a claim that the patient had against a third party, like in a car accident or something of that nature, the lien helps the healthcare provider get paid from the proceeds of any settlement or verdict. So we currently allow this procedure for hospitals, nursing homes. I think I mentioned the entities that are entitled to use it. We're basically adding chiropractic practices to the entities who would be entitled to the lien. And that's important because frequently, at least in the motor vehicle accident context, chiropractors are often the ones who provide a service, and the patient at that time does not have money to pay the bill, and this helps ensure that when the patient gets a judgment or gets a settlement, that at that point the chiropractor can get paid. So the other provision, there was a change made on the floor of the Senate which basically says if the chiropractor is treating someone who was a patient that was insured in a plan that they participate in, they have to make a claim on the insurance first. And if they get paid according to the terms of the insurance plan, they can file the lien as a protective measure, but at the end of the day, they cannot enforce that lien if they've been paid by the insurance company. So we believe this is a much needed protection for chiropractors. It puts them in the same classification as doctors and hospitals under the statute, and will help make sure that they get paid for the services they provide to Georgians. And it also has that consumer protection that requires that both the chiropractors and hospitals and the other healthcare professionals entitled to the protections of the bill do have to make that claim on insurance first and can't enforce the lien unless they have the claim has been denied in some fashion. So that's the gist of the bill, Mr. Speaker. I'll stand for any questions.
You have a couple if the gentleman yields.
I yield.
The minority leader of this House, Leader Beverly, has a question, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to draw your attention to lines 84 through 88. Isn't it true that through lines 84, 88,
Yes.
simply require that providers file with insurers to get a claim rejected before enforcing any lien?
That's exactly correct.
And one further question, is it further true that providers have negotiated with the insurers for rates already?
Indeed, they have. As we like to say in this building, Mr. Leader, the gentleman knows of what he speaks.
Thank you very much. Good bill.
Thank you for the question.
Gentleman has another question. Representative Fry, to your left, has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Does the gentleman yield?
I yield.
So is this still going to allow when you say a lien, is this going to go on the individual's credit if the insurer denies the claim? Or is it just a lien to file against the claim for the insurance payment?
Well, it's considered legally to be a lien against the cause of action, so it doesn't necessarily apply to the insurance payment, but if the insurance company pays in settlement of the claim, then it would attach to that. So it doesn't attach to property, it doesn't attach to any land that the patient owes, and it doesn't follow the patient. It's just against any money that's paid on the settlement. I can't speak as to whether it shows up on credit. I do know the liens are filed in the clerk's office, and I suppose those could be reported by credit agencies. But again, the goal here is to make sure that the chiropractor in this case gets paid from those settlement proceeds.
Okay, thank you for your answer.
Thank you for the question.
Gentleman, yield for another question.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I'll yield.
Chairman Knight, to your right, is recognized for a question.
Does the gentleman yield?
I yield, yes, sir.
To my friend friendly question, isn't this just a bill that's sort of cracking open the code, allowing for adjustments so that our chiropractors can be treated
I don't know.
fairly and equally as the other providers are?
That's exactly correct.
Thank you, sir.
And artfully asked, I might add.
You have no further questions.
I'm sorry. Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker.
No further questions.
No further questions. I'll yield the well and ask everyone's favorable consideration of Senate Bill 168. Thank you.
Is there any objection to the previous question being ordered? The chair hears none. The previous question is ordered. Is there any objection to agreeing to the report of the committee, which was favorable to the passage of the bill? The chair hears none. The report of the committee is agreed to. Shall this bill now pass? All in favor of the passage of the bill will vote yes. All those opposed will vote no, and the clerk will unlock the machine. Have all members voted? If so, have all members voted? If so, the clerk will lock the machine. On the passage of the bill, the yeas were 170. The nays 4. The bill, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed. Well, here's our posture. We have a couple of announcements, and we're going to recess and have some lunch. And then we're going to come back and get to some work, some bills we need to get to. I'm going to have another announcement in a minute and give you some times, but right now I'm going to recognize Representative Anulowicz for an announcement.
Thank you. It's Monday. That means it's Cobb Delegation Day. CLOB 514 for all Cobb delegation members. Lunch will be provided.
Representative Tran is recognized for an announcement.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The CAB delegation is meeting upon adjournment. We're meeting in room 510 CLOB upon adjournment, and lunch will be provided. Thank you.
Representative McLean is recognized for an announcement.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If all of Gwinnett 21-member delegation can meet in the ante room real quick to take a delegation photo, I'd appreciate it very much. Right now, in the ante room, if we can. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
That completes our announcements. The Rules Chairman, Chairman Smith, is recognized for an announcement.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Rules will meet at 1:45. 1:45. See you then.
This House will stand in recess until 2 o'clock, 2 p.m. House will stand in recess until 2 p.m. Mr. Clerk, the House will come to order. House will come to order. Members, please take your seats. Mr. Clerk, why don't you ring the bell just for a second, let everybody know we're in here. Mr. Clerk, will you read the caption to Senate Bill 216?
Senate Bill 216 by Senator Brass of the 28th, being titled An Act to Amend Article 1 of Chapter 5 of Title 49 of the Official Code of Georgia Annotated relating to children and youth services, so as to authorize respite care for foster parents for longer periods of time pursuant to circumstances delineated in rules and regulations established by the Department of Human Services. This bill having been referred to the Committee on Juvenile Justice, that committee recommends that this bill do pass.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. The lady from the 23rd House District, Chair Lady Ballinger, is recognized to present the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Senate Bill 216 is a very simple bill, although it does span, I think, 3 pages. Basically, what it does is allows for 72 hours or longer under such circumstances that may be promulgated by the Division of Family and Children's Services. And it also updated language by striking babysitting and inserting respite care. Those are the 2 changes that the bill makes, and I'll be happy to answer any questions.
You have no questions.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I encourage everybody's favorable consideration of Senate Bill 216. Thank you.
The lady has yielded the well. Is there any objection to the previous question being ordered? The chair hears none. The previous question is ordered. Is there any objection to agreeing to the report of the committee, which was favorable to the passage of the bill? The chair hears none. The report of the committee is agreed to. Shall this bill now pass? All in favor of the passage of the bill will vote yes. All those opposed will vote no. And the clerk will unlock the machine. Have all members voted? If so, the clerk will lock the machine. On the passage of the bill, the yeas were 167, the nays 0. The bill, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed. Mr. Clerk, will you read the caption to Senate Bill 6262?
Senate Bill 62 by Senator Summers, the 13th, and others, to be entitled An Act to Amend Chapter 60 of Title 36 of the Official Code of Georgia Annotated relating to general provisions applicable to counties and municipal corporations, so as to prohibit certain local ordinances or policies relating to public camping or sleeping. This bill having referred to the Committee on Governmental Affairs, that committee recommends that this bill do pass by committee substitute.
Before I recognize Chair Lady Dempsey to present the bill, just let y'all know we do have speakers on both sides, in favor and opposed, and we have a minority report, just to let everyone know. Members, if you'll please give your attention to the lady in the well. Members, if you'll give your attention to the lady in the well. Chair Lady Dempsey is recognized to present the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Good afternoon. I'm bringing to you a very serious measure, no doubt. It's not very complicated what we're proposing to do today, but I know there's a lot of passion and a lot of heart and a lot of different feelings in this room and throughout our state about it. The intent of this bill, SB 62, It is a modest reform that merely ensures no city in Georgia goes down the dangerous path that cities such as Los Angeles and Austin, Texas have gone down, where they have encouraged street sleeping and camping. We know that street camps, most importantly, are dangerous for homeless people themselves. When I leave this Capitol every day and I drive toward a place over near Centennial Park where I stay, I usually pass at least 25 people that are setting up. And the later in the day it is, the more people that are there. Some are in tents, some simply have cardboard, some just have blankets. They're in nooks and crannies, from the U.S. Postal Service door to restaurants to businesses that are trying to thrive down Marietta Street. When I come here from Rome and I get off of the interstate, I can always count on someone coming up to my car and asking me for money. They're not always very nice about it either. I've had my car scratched. I've had them jump on it. I don't have a legislative tag on my car anymore because it's not really safe as a female to sometimes let people know exactly who you are. Street camps are dangerous for the people. The cities that have allowed it have seen increases in the number of homeless deaths and violence against those people who are searching for a better, safer place to be every single night. When the city of Atlanta has almost 50% of its shelter beds unused, large amounts of other unused beds across our state, we should not have cities who are looking away as people choose or feel they must find different places to put their head every night. They're not all adults. Some are children, and that's truly tragic. This bill requires a performance audit of state and local government homeless spending. That audit will be done to make sure that we know that, as I said, state, local, and federal dollars that are passing through Georgia's hands are going exactly where we think they should be and are maximizing the benefits of that. Chairman Houston and I both, through economic development and through the human resources budget, both have buckets of this money. And it is hard to deal with the painfulness that we know those people are not getting all of the services, all of the housing, all of the needs that they need, but we do not know exactly who they are or how much it is. So this audit will help with that. It will be done by December 31st with a report to the governor, the lieutenant governor, and the speaker. The audit will be done by the Georgia Department of Audits and Accounts. They do performance audits on so many things throughout our state, from tax incentive programs and scholarship programs. I think that they can do the very best job on making sure that we do this. It's not duplicative. It will be true to the resources that we have as a state to better provide the services that are needed to help people not have to search every night for a place to live. Other state and local governments, such as Washington, have done this and have found great success with knowing exactly where they can best effectively spend. The bill also prevents hospitals and local governments from taking homeless people and dropping them off in other communities where they don't have any place to go or any means of support. Everyone should be concerned about anyone that we pass that is without a home. There is no doubt the goal is to find permanent supportive housing for each and every individual who's struggling with mental health, homelessness, loss of income. But in the meantime, we need to know the who, the what, and the why to plan accordingly. Mr. Speaker, I will take questions if there are some.
The lady yields. She has a couple of questions, several of them.
Yes.
As a matter of fact, Representative Al is recognized for a question to your right.
Yeah.
Thank you. Does the lady yield?
I do.
My questions have to do with Section 2 of the bill. If you look to lines 44 through 46, I'm just going to go through this slowly because when I was reading it, there's a lot of like double and triple negatives that kind of stack up on each other. But lines 44 through 46 prohibit counties or municipalities from being able to decide not to enforce ordinances to prosecute the unhoused for sleeping outdoors. How does this not preempt local control?
This simply says that if you have an ordinance, if you have decided to have an ordinance or a policy, that you cannot just decide to make any public or any person's property your living environment. If that policy is there in that governing municipality or county, they cannot ignore it. It must be upheld. It's also not telling anyone that they have to have them. But if they do, like any other law in our state, it needs to be enforced.
So just to follow up on those ordinances needing to be enforced, if the lady will further yield for one more question?
Certainly.
So, related to what you just said, if officers of the peace and prosecuting attorneys are now required to obey these ordinances and to prosecute these relatively low-level offenses, how does this not end up diverting time, manpower, and resources from prosecuting violent crime, which I know we all care very much about?
Some of these can lead to violent crimes. As I said, there have been a lot of deaths in homeless random encampments, not supervised, across our nation. Tell me exactly which lines you were referring to now, please, Representative.
It was the same 44 through 46. My point was just being that if they are required to enforce these ordinances, does this not drain resources from prosecuting violent crime that's already taken place, not prospective or projected?
Well, I think we have to understand that we're looking at someone who's in a tragic situation. When we see someone sleeping, right now law enforcement in many communities across our state are stopping and trying to lend a hand, trying to help find them a place. The idea is not to criminalize it. It is to make sure that those communities who are ignoring it actually do pick up local control and do decide what is best for their community. And the number that are seeking help or need help once we have this audit will be much more manageable for them to do. It is not to take someone directly to jail. This is to help not only make our community safer, but to extend the love and charitable hospitality, I think, hospitable work, to make sure that someone has a better place than a sidewalk.
So you're saying that prosecuting sleeping outdoors is helping homeless people?
No, I'm saying exactly the opposite. Exactly the opposite.
Lady,
the bill says the opposite.
Lady, you for another question?
Yes.
Representative Buckner, to your left, is recognized for a question.
Thank you. Does the lady yield?
I do.
About 3 years ago, it was the winter before COVID, Representative Roger Bruce and I went to meet with the governor about several encampments that are on our way to the Capitol, and we're concerned about the people that were there. We were told then that there was a count done once a year of the homeless people here in the metro area. And I was wondering, I understand this is an audit of funds that are available. Do you have anything, is there anything put back in place to continue that count? Because during COVID, they stopped doing the actual count of the number of people, and I was just wondering if this replaces that, if this is just different. Is that count going to continue? Because it seems we would need to have some sense of who is out there so we'd know about the resources that we want to allocate.
Absolutely, and that's part of this. The count is a federal measure. It happens actually throughout our whole state on that one night, though.
Right.
So you get that one snapshot of one night, what is going on. And as the night begins, sometimes people are not as available to be counted. Sometimes people are there because they want to be counted. We're trying to get more of a handle around how much it is. It hurts me to not give as much money as probably we should, It should be a higher priority. I think this matters. That's what the audit is about. I think this matters in the same way that many of those tax cuts and many of the other measures that are audited do measure. So this will be to make sure that we know how many, who, what, where. Each community will have the ability to do more, but not to allow street camping if they have that policy. If they've decided, hey, we like it, everybody come here and stay, sleep on our sidewalks, block the streets, make it hard for people to get around, let's stop economic development here, let's not have tourism come to Atlanta. If anyone wants to decide that, and if any of us feel good driving past this, like it doesn't sound like you did, then we are on the path right now for that.
Thank you.
Let's see. Representative Oliver, to your left, has a question. Ladies recognized for a question.
Does the lady yield?
I certainly do.
I have 7 police districts in my district, 3 cities, an unincorporated DeKalb, MARTA, and I also have 2 university police districts. I have a hospital in an unincorporated DeKalb, I have a hospital in the city of Atlanta, and I have a hospital in the city of Decatur. Explain to me how the dumping provision works for me in my district. Who can take whom where?
When you have had hospital services or need hospital services, they need to be where you are from or where you are found.
You understand my question, ma'am?
I do understand that in Atlanta, it's a little complicated. I do get that, and there will probably have to be some ways to work that out. But I think that in each and every one of those areas that you've said, there are resources. The main thing we want to do is not let someone, and you'll probably hear more about this from some of the other speakers, some of the stories that are actually really happening, where someone just knows that there is a little better opportunity, not so much in the metro area as much as in our rural areas, to take them out of county, and then they are no longer seem to be a burden for that community.
Final question, ma'am.
Yes.
We had no testimony about these alleged stories that are happening, and I believe they could be happening, but as a practical matter, the word is not complicated. The word is totally unworkable. Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, I will yield the well. As you said, there are several other speakers, and then come back if needed later. But I do want to ask y'all to think, this is a heartfelt measure. It goes beyond the ease of just saying, there's a homeless person. There's a tent. They're okay tonight. It's cold. It's 10 degrees in Atlanta. It's okay. It's 100 degrees in Atlanta. They're okay. I think there's compassion in all of us to find, this is not making it impossible. It's making it possible to make sure that we spend our resources and develop the appropriate programs for those who are in the greatest of need. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield the well.
The lady has yielded the well. We have a number of speakers. I'm going to recognize to speak to the bill. Representative Amari Crawford is recognized to speak to the bill. Representative Crawford. This is, excuse me, gentlemen, will suspend just for a second. We have a number of folks opposed and those in favor. Each side will be allocated 30 minutes to speak. I apologize to you for not getting that clear first. The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Distinguished body, good afternoon. Today I rise to oppose Senate Bill 62 because of the negative impact that it will have on our less fortunate. Indeed, this is a heartfelt matter. But I'll start to say that no one chooses to be poor. And it was said in this well that this bill will help us to learn the who's, the whys, and the whats. And I don't doubt that this bill could potentially do that. But what I would say is, let's figure that out before we pass Senate Bill 62. You see, poverty is no accident. It's man-made and can be removed by human actions, our actions. And we can end, or at the very least, significantly reduce poverty should we choose to. But instead of assisting those in need, we are about to pass a bill that will cause more harm to our most vulnerable citizens. Today, my main focus will be to concentrate on Section 2. It was previously asked about lines 44 through 46. They read in pertinent part that a county or a municipal corporation should not adopt or enforce any written policy which prohibits the enforcement of any order or ordinance prohibiting unauthorized public camping, sleeping, or obstruction of sidewalks. Now that's a mouthful, but what this plainly means is this bill sets up a path to punish local governments that don't enforce penalties against temporary habitation, better known as homelessness. Currently, our local governments, who by the way have a better understanding of their homeless populations, have created ordinances that prohibit the homeless population from criminalization. This bill, if passed, would challenge those efforts, potentially placing the poor in our criminal justice system, thus exacerbating the many factors that lead to poverty to begin with. But micromanaging local governments and jurisdictions will not address the root cause of homelessness. How blessed are we? We get an opportunity to call this beautiful place our home, our second home. And while the work is tiring, it's rewarding. We get an opportunity to serve, as we should be. And yes, we're talented, and yes, we're here because we work hard, but the reality is we are all occupying these seats because of fortune. But the minute that we walk out of this door, as you just heard, there are people who are less fortunate than we are. And it's our jobs as public servants to help those who are less fortunate. Now, we just had an incredible storm yesterday. There were people who had to sleep on the streets because they had no places to go. No one wants to sleep on the streets. Think about that. No one wants to be homeless, but we're obligated to help those who are. And oddly, in a room of public servants, I feel the need to emphasize that our government, our state government, is funded upon the will of the people and is instituted solely for the good of the whole. I place a special emphasis on the term whole. Now, if this sounds familiar to you, then good, because it comes straight from our state constitution. You see, we have a duty to serve the whole population, especially those with little to no resources, and Senate Bill 62 is not good for the whole population of Georgia. Now, there are many ways that we can help. We have the resources to help. For instance, we can increase state funding on housing options for the homeless. Additionally, we could address the affordable housing crisis. We could raise minimum wage. We can expand Medicaid. We can increase funding for mental health and increase funding for the Department of Community Affairs State Housing Trust Fund for the homeless. We could do all of those things before we pass Senate Bill 62. But we're choosing not to do that, and therefore we are potentially criminalizing those who are homeless. And if we should pass this bill before we actually try to understand, then seriously, as a body, shame on us. But you can't serve the people that you can't see. So I ask you, do we actually try to see the homeless population and understand them until they become a nuisance to us by panhandling? Now, I don't doubt that anybody in here loves panhandling. I understand that to many of you it is a nuisance. However, that's the best that some people can do, and we have to understand that. And while homelessness is an issue throughout the state of Georgia, it's most prevalent in metro Atlanta. In fact, federal data shows that of the approximate 10,000 homeless people in Georgia, nearly 70% of them live in metro Atlanta. So it should be noted that a lot of people in this room, amongst our distinguished body who are about to vote on this bill, don't have large homeless populations in their districts. In fact, the only interaction that you have with homeless populations is when you come to the state capitol. But even if you don't have large homeless populations in your district, we should seek to better understand poverty. Now, as you just heard, proponents of this bill say that we should have our homeless population go into shelters. Well, I don't deny that, but that argument doesn't account for the challenges that some of our homeless population face when trying to enter homeless shelters. These challenges include, but are not limited to, the lack of space at shelters. And we also have to note that a lot of our homeless shelters are not equipped to accommodate the mentally ill or the physically disabled, which means that there will be homeless people who cannot get into shelters. Additionally, the homeless population faces a myriad of problems to include, but not limited to, abuse, symptoms of trauma, and some have medical conditions. That said, many of our homeless populations will need help beyond shelters. And again, we as a body could help, and we should. Now, I want to share something with you that I learned. Unsurprisingly, and I didn't know this, that temporary habitation, which includes the erection of tents or shelters, the laying down of sleeping bags, blankets, or other materials used for bedding on highways, is already illegal under OCGA 32-66. Yes, it is already a crime to sleep on the side of the road. However, a lot of our local governments have done all that they can do to help their homeless population because they understand that population better than we do in the state. I also asked a few solicitor generals who have the largest homeless populations in their districts if they've ever prosecuted anyone under this current statute. And as you can expect, they informed me that they don't. They work with local officials to help. And instead, the prosecutors and solicitor generals, they find it in their best interest to actually prosecute crimes that we want protection from. You know, the ones that some of us talked about in this well throughout the legislative session. Under Senate Bill 62, local jurisdiction must enforce laws prohibiting unauthorized camping, sleeping, or obstruction of sidewalks. And unfortunately, this enforcement will increase the population in our county jails, making our county spend more money. Criminal penalties for sitting, sleeping, or laying down on the public property for homeless individuals who can't obtain shelter will also be a violation of the 8th Amendment's cruel and unusual punishment. We shouldn't subject our vulnerable citizens to this type of criminal prosecution. Now, again, coincidentally, a lot of colleagues have discussed what we need to do with some of our most violent criminals. Are we about to subject our homeless population to that type of punishment? We shouldn't. But I regret to inform some of our solicitor generals who've never used the temporary habitation statute that they're going to have to now, because if you recall, we just took away the discretion of our solicitor generals and prosecutors when we passed HB 231. But now my question is, what problem does this legislation actually solve? Is it going to protect us from the homeless population? Is it going to help the homeless population to begin with? Because the last time that I checked, as we are talking about criminals, the most dangerous criminals, the ones that actually cause the most harm, are the ones that actually are the most privileged. Those are the ones that actually have homes to go to. But further passing this bill, well, you bet it, it will increase the racial disparities because, as you can imagine, the majority of the homeless population in our state, statistics show, are, black people. No surprise here that black people in Georgia experience homelessness more than any other group. So if Senate Bill 62 passed, this bill could potentially have the same impact of the postbellum system, criminal justice system, that locked black people up simply because they had no place to go. And I hope that we as a body don't vote for this bill and go back to those days. There's no one path to homelessness. And we must stop thinking that poverty is a moral failing or a choice rooted in laziness, a lack of talent, or a lack of intelligence. We must end policies and practices that criminalize poverty. Instead, we must have bipartisan support to help those who need it the most. We can't punish people because we, as a legislature, has not historically provided people with the necessary resources to enjoy what we deem to be the American dream. Criminal codes are already full of offenses that punish people for being poor. We need to repeal them all. But we can make progress by opposing Senate Bill 62. Because again, it will negatively impact our most vulnerable population. Allow our local governments to address their homeless population with the knowledge and the resources that they have. If people are sleeping on the streets, I ask you to help them to get off the streets, to help them to find housing. But at the very least, if you won't help, then move over and allow someone else to. I ask you to oppose Senate Bill 62 because, again, it is going to negatively impact our most vulnerable citizens. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield the well.
The gentleman has yielded the well. Representative Holland is recognized to speak to the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to speak against Senate Bill 62 because, like many of you, I started getting a flood of emails in my email box from advocacy organizations that serve the homeless that said, please vote no on this bill. And I'm an expert on a lot of things, most of which never come in handy in this chamber, but something I'm not an expert on is homelessness. And so I thought perhaps it was time to listen to the people who understood how homelessness is impacting our communities and what we can do to help it, rather than have the arrogance to think that I knew what was best for my community. But you know what? There's a group of people who have done study on this in this building. There is a Senate Committee on Unsheltered Homelessness that released their final report this year. They made 26 recommendations for what we could do to relieve homelessness in our communities. For example, pair housing funding with support services, including mental and physical health care. This bill does not do that. Provide free state IDs for people with a homelessness verification letter. We talked about this in a previous bill, allowing people who are leaving prison to have state IDs, because without a state ID, you can't do anything. You can't secure housing, you can't get a job, you can't get a cell phone. Provide free state IDs for people who are homeless. This bill doesn't do that. Increase the minimum wage to eradicate poverty. This bill does not do that. Connect veterans facing unsheltered or sheltered homelessness with assistance at the state and federal level. In other words, find the people who have served our country in the military and connect them with the resources they need to allow them to be housed. This bill does not do that. Or the last recommendation I'll mention, oppose the criminalization of homelessness. This bill does not do that. There was a photojournalist who produced a picture that has stuck with me for a really long time. It is a picture of a homeless man. And when I say a homeless man, it is exactly the picture that just popped into your head when I said those two words together. It was a man with a beard and graying hair, looking unkempt, in clothes that looked very worn and a little dirty. And he's holding a cardboard sign. And we all know what we expect to see on this cardboard sign. Can you help? Please spare a dime. Hungry. That's not what this man's cardboard sign said. His cardboard sign said, I used to be a person. I used to be a person. There was a learning session at my church where we invited in homelessness organizations to help us become better educated. And that brought up this same idea that for many people who are experiencing homelessness, the most difficult thing is the invisibility. How we walk down the street and we simply look through them, look past them, as if they are no longer human beings. I used to be a person. That homeless person could have been perhaps the image that didn't pop into your head. It could have been a mother fleeing an abusive spouse with her children. It could have been a teenager who got kicked out of his home because he came out as gay to his parents. It could be a person struggling with addiction, wanting desperately in his heart to find a better path, but having no luck finding a bed where he could receive services. It could be a vet with PTSD, struggling to connect with those mental health services that could help him get better. I get asked by constituents a lot about what the state is doing to address homelessness. I live in one of those districts that is experiencing this as a real challenge. We see a growing number of families panhandling in shopping centers, people sleeping in store doorways or under highway underpasses. My constituents ask me, what are we doing to help these people? What are we doing to lift up these children of God who are suffering? How can we help? Now I have to tell my constituents, not only are we not helping the unhoused, we're not even seeing them anymore as people. We're just seeing them as criminals. Shame on us. Mr. Speaker, I yield the will.
The lady has yielded the will. Representative Jasmine Clark is recognized to speak to the bill. Representative Clark.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today I rise to ask you to vote no on SB 62. And today I want to further what my colleague was talking about. When a person or a family finds themselves in a position where they are unhoused, incarceration and criminalization are rarely, if ever, a viable solution. Falling on hard times is hard enough. I know several of you have gotten emails from members of community, especially during the pandemic, that they were facing eviction. They were pleading for any type of help that would keep a roof over their head or over their family's head. The truth is, when an individual finds themselves facing homelessness, it can feel like the world is kicking them while they're down. I'm sure every person in here is privileged enough that you've never had to experience this, but have you ever tried to navigate finding housing after you've been evicted? It's very hard. For those who will allow individuals with a previous eviction with a second chance, it usually requires a lot of resources, huge deposits, multiple months of rent up front. If a person is already struggling, these requirements can feel insurmountable. So let's say they can't find that permanent housing. They can't find an apartment that they can get those deposits and those months of rent up front. Sometimes then a person might say, well, I have to go somewhere. Let me find a hotel room. It's not perfect, but it's better than sleeping on the street. The problem is, hotels are expensive. It can cost $99 to almost $200 per week to stay in an extended stay. And I know it may be hard for some of you all to fathom this, but not everyone has that kind of money in their pocket every single week. And even if they do have that type of money, if they're using that money to pay for a hotel, then how are they saving so they can afford that huge deposit that they need so they can get into something more permanent? It's very difficult to save money when you're spending pretty much all that you have just to keep a roof over your head so you and your children don't have to sleep on the street. But let's say a person can't afford a hotel, or they can't find a hotel, or they're put out of a hotel that they're in and they can't find another one. They may seek out a homeless shelter. But the problem with this is that every shelter doesn't have room for those seeking help. And some of these shelters are very stringent on who can come to that shelter, and they don't allow access to every single person needing help. And I know this might come as a surprise because it came as a surprise to me. But some shelters actually charge a fee in order for you to get into the homeless shelter. It's not free. And that's because they need money in order to operate, and they're not getting it from other places. And so even though this fee is probably pretty small to some of us, for some other people, this is cost prohibitive, and they are not able to go into that shelter. So now what's left? I can't find permanent housing because I can't afford these huge deposits. I can't afford to stay in a hotel for weeks and weeks at a time. I can't get into a homeless shelter because of the requirements for that shelter, or because I can't afford it. I can't even afford to get into a shelter. Maybe I have a car. That's what I'll do. I'll sleep in my car in a parking lot somewhere, if my car hasn't already been repossessed, because I'm really on hard times right now. And even if I have that car, there's no guarantee that I will not interact with law enforcement because I parked in the wrong place. So now, where do I go? If a person finds themselves having to sleep on the street, it's not because that's where they want to sleep. There are very few people out here that chose either I'm going to stay in an apartment or I'm going to sleep on the street. There's a whole lot that happened in between then. These are people having hard times. They are not criminals. It is not against the law to be poor. It is not against the law to lose your job. It is not against the law for your job to not pay you. Maybe it should be not pay you because your baby was sick and you needed to take off work. And when you take off work, you don't get paid. And when you don't get paid, you can't make rent. That is not against the law. So when a local government decides that they do not want to utilize their money, time, and resources to go after homeless people, we should allow them to do what they feel is best for their community. Once upon a time, people in this chamber took pride in home rule and local control. I'm not sure where those days have gone, but bills like this fly in the face that our local and duly elected governing bodies do not need the state level preempting their authority to govern their communities accordingly. Instead, bills like this, ones that criminalize homelessness, instead of bills like this that criminalize homelessness, we need bills that address the root cause of homelessness. There are people in this state, and I want y'all to hear this because I think a lot of times when we think of homeless people, as my colleague said when she was in the well, you have a picture in your mind of who these homeless people are. But let me set the record straight. There are people in this state that are working multiple jobs, and even with that income, they are barely making ends meet. They find themselves a sick child away from not being able to make rent because if they miss work, they don't get paid. There are people on the streets that are suffering from mental health issues, and usually the only option for them is in our jails. That is literally where they're getting their care. There are people in this state that work every single day and then have to go sleep in a tent because they do not have another option. So where are the bills that increase wages? Where are the bills that would guarantee paid leave so that if you have to take care of your sick baby, you do not A, lose your job, or B, you have the means to still pay your bills at the same time? Where are those bills? Where are the bills that ensure that people have access to affordable health care so they don't find themselves homeless because of crippling medical debt? Do you know there are people that might find themselves not being able to make rent or find themselves out of a home because they got a devastating medical diagnosis that is very, very expensive, and they have to choose, will I live or will I find the money to pay these medical bills and live, or will I die? Why would we be forcing law enforcement and prosecutors to lock up these people instead of finding ways to just keep these people off the street in the first place? I'm asking you all to look into your hearts and realize that homeless people are people. I'll say that again because it's kind of loud and I want to make sure that everybody in the chamber heard what I said. Homeless people are people. They are human beings. They are not trash. They are not invisible. They are someone's mom, someone's daughter, someone's uncle, someone that someone cared about. They are veterans. They are people suffering with mental health issues. They are people that are working in a job somewhere. They are not just numbers and they are not just dollars. They are people. When you vote today, I hope that you will consider their humanity and vote no on this bill. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield the well.
The lady has yielded the well. That completes all of those that were opposed to SB 62. Now we'll hear from those for up to 30 minutes that are in favor. Representative Rick Townsend is recognized to speak to the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm just going to speak for just a couple of minutes. I'm not going to be long-winded or anything else. I just want to talk a little about how it affects home. Brunswick, Georgia, Glenn County, Georgia. One of the things I like about this bill, based on my community where I live, it prohibits hospitals, local governments, local authorities from dropping off the homeless other than the county of residence. Reason I say that, our local officials, our private community, our really nonprofits have joined together to help out the homeless in the area. We have numerous services down there, including the well. It's a day shelter for homeless. We have, of course, the Salvation Army. We have a manor house. We serve meals every day, which I volunteered in before and visited the well quite a bit and have contributed to help out as well. We're working together for this issue to help our community out. We're having trouble in Brunswick, Georgia, from others bringing people in and dropping them off because they heard we have great services. We've even started a village for homeless veterans down there. And so all I'm asking is, we're helping ourselves. We're trying to help our community. We're trying to take care of the homeless down there. They are our brothers and sisters. They are people. I totally amen all that. I totally agree. So let us help us. We need to help ourselves, help our people, help our population all we can. And we'll do that. And thank you, and I yield the well.
The gentleman has yielded the well. Representative Gaines is recognized to speak to the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and first want to say thank you to Chair Dempsey for her great work on this measure. I think this is one of the most important bills that we'll see this session. It's an issue that faces communities across our state, and certainly in my district in Athens, it's something that we've seen significant challenges with, and believe this bill is a big step forward in addressing that challenge. There have been a lot of conversations from the well so far, and a lot of the things that we've heard over the last several minutes relate to this issue, but are totally unrelated to this bill. And so I think it's important that as we continue this discussion and we wind down towards voting on Senate Bill 62, that we consider what's actually in this bill and what this bill will do. It's a very simple measure, and there's really three objectives of it. One is just saying that if you're local governments need to enforce the laws that they have on the books. It's that simple. Is if you have an ordinance or local ordinances that are on your books, you have to enforce the laws that you pass. Secondly, it's an audit of spending that we're spending at local, state, and federal dollars on how we're spending related to homelessness, and making sure that the spending that entities are doing is effective, and that's what the audit will get to the bottom of. In addition, it covers what time and resource our law enforcement agencies are having to spend in talking to local law enforcement in Athens. A significant portion of their time is spent related to homelessness. And so that's, I think, a really important component of this bill is the audit of spending. And then finally, what Representative Townsend just talked through is the issue that we've seen in Athens, and I know he talked about it in his community, where other hospitals and other local governments are taking homeless individuals and dropping them off in other communities where there's not been an agreement from a homeless shelter, not been an agreement from a family member to accept that individual. It happened actually just a couple of weeks ago in Athens, and a business owner in our community called and shared what happened to him on his doorstep. In the middle of the day, a homeless individual was dropped off from a neighboring county. And that's a real challenge for our community. But as Representative Townsend shared the services that his district has, we certainly have those in Athens. And it's not right for individuals, it's not right for that individual, and it's not right for the community for individuals to just be dropped off. And so that's what this bill will address. And again, just want to thank Chair Dempsey for her great leadership on this on Senate Bill 62 and ask for the body's favorable consideration. Mr. Speaker, I yield the well.
The gentleman has yielded the well. That completes the comments in favor of the proposition. Let's move on to, is there any objection to the previous question being ordered? The chair hears none. The previous question is ordered. We do have a minority report that will have up to 20 minutes. You will all police yourselves on your time. Representative Stacey Evans is recognized to speak to the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and colleagues. I rise in opposition to Senate Bill 62, not because I don't think it has a good goal behind it. I applaud the lady who brought the bill. I know her heart is in the right place, and I know she wants to help. I just think this is misguided. I also don't want to be like Los Angeles. I have no desire for that. I've had frustrations, just like many others, especially those of us who spend every day and not just the first 3 months of the year in the city, with homelessness. It's very frustrating and it's heart-wrenching because it is a really hard, difficult issue to deal with, one that can't be solved or pretended to be understood with a 5-page bill written from above. I own a home on Piedmont and 4th, right straddles downtown and Midtown. My husband and I use it as an office house, so we're not there a lot. We often come into the office and find visitors on our porch, and we speak with law enforcement. We work with our neighbors, trying to get resources for the individuals who find themselves on our porch, and there's no solution. It keeps happening. When I first got elected to the district that I represent now, I was faced immediately with questions from all of my neighborhoods almost. You got to do something about the people sleeping under the underpasses. You got to do something about them. So I talked to GDOT. I say, what can we do about the homelessness camps under the underpasses? How do we make sure people get resources to be treated with the dignity that they deserve? How do we move them toward resources to help them? And how do we keep our neighborhoods safe? Because we don't want the things that sometimes come with groups of people sleeping outdoors that are not meant for human habitation. It's hard. What I'm told is it costs hundreds of thousands of dollars to move people somewhere else. And where do we move them? And then they come back. And then your do-gooder neighbors, this is what I was told, bring them blankets and bring them food because they're human beings, as has been said in this well. What else would the Lord have us do? There, but for the grace of God, go I. That's what we think, and we want to help our neighbors. So this is complicated. And it begs for nuance. The lady from Decatur brought up the great point. What if you have multiple counties in some unincorporated areas, in some cities, what's allowed under this bill and what's not? We can't say that. Prosecutorial discretion has been discussed. How could we tell the city of Atlanta that a lot of us in here have been, saying are doing it the wrong way? You're not prioritizing violent crime. Now we're telling them they've got to prioritize folks sleeping on the street. Why do we have to control everything? What if somebody came in here and asked us about our priorities? How would we like that? Other elected officials telling us we're not doing it the right way. Instead of passing and proposing, glad we haven't passed it yet, instead of proposing a voucher bill, why don't you rewrite the quality basic education funding formula that hasn't been rewritten since Joe Frank Harris was governor before I started school? Some people might have a problem with that priority. Why are we relying on toddlers to learn how to hide from active shooters instead of hearing gun safety bills? Why are we not dealing with the fentanyl crisis that we talked about this morning? How did that not become a priority, ladies and gentlemen? Here's what I say, and I'm talking to members of my own party as much as anybody when I say this. When people say, why aren't you doing something about this? Why aren't you doing that? Why can't you do more on this? Win elections. If you want to do something about the city of Atlanta's homelessness situation, how about you move your butt to Atlanta and run for office? How about you get yourself elected to the city council? You want to have a say in what DAs and solicitors spend their time on? Go get a law degree and run. But you let them do their job. Let's do our job, because, ladies and gentlemen, there's a lot that we can do from this body to address homelessness. Wages, landlord-tenant policies that haven't made their way all the way across to the governor's desk. We've got things that we can do that nobody else can do. DAs can't do it. City councils can't do it. County commissions can't do it. Let's stop trying to do their job and do ours. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield the well.
The lady has yielded the well. Representative Willis is recognized to speak to the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in opposition to Senate Bill 62. I'm certain that that comes as no surprise. Colleagues, greetings. I live in a district affected by homelessness. I live in the city of Atlanta. I live in a district that during the pandemic, students sat in McDonald's parking lots to get Wi-Fi, to do their homework. I live in a district where this decision matters, and I ask that you consider what matters in the districts of your colleagues. It was the best of times, #1 place to do business. It was the worst of times. It was the age of wisdom, and it was the age of foolishness. It was the season of light and the season of darkness, the spring of hope, and it was the season of despair. Example, in this, the People's House, we most agreeably salute our veterans. We proudly stand daily during session to do so, thanking them for their service, as we should, and their sacrifice to this country. Yet according to the Veterans Administration, there are 725 veterans in the state of Georgia living in the state of homelessness, 725 heroes. The Senate Study Committee on Unsheltered Homelessness released a final report with 26 findings and its recommendations. Of these findings and recommendations, 62 only implements one. Micromanaging jurisdictions does not address the root causes of homelessness, but only manages, again, its symptoms. If the General Assembly truly wants to help, it would instead address the affordable housing crisis, raise the minimum wage, expand Medicaid, and increase the state funding for the Department of Community Affairs. We have each made a commitment to solve for issues, and it is my hope that this body would recognize when we have more work to do and not rest with Senate Bill 62. Work with me toward a comprehensive solution. We promised Georgia that we would fight for all of them, including our homeless population. I leave you with these words by Robert Frost. The woods are lovely, dark and deep, but I have promises to keep, and miles to go before I sleep, and miles to go before I sleep. For I have promises to keep and miles to go before I sleep. Mr. Speaker, I yield back the well.
Lady has yielded the well. Representative Barnes is recommended to speak. Recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Good afternoon, colleagues. I stand today in opposition of SB 62. I'll start mine off with a story, and I'll be really brief. I represent House District 86, which encompasses Tucker and a couple of other cities that goes further south. In Tucker, the part that I represent in Tucker has a lot of extended stays hotels, and I see a lot of homeless around that area, on the streets, on the sidewalk. This bill will take the jurisdiction away from the cities and put it in our hands. And I believe Tucker knows the best way to address Tucker's homelessness problem. So riding around in December when it was below freezing, we had a big freeze here in Georgia, and everyone in their right mind needed to be in the house. I took it upon myself to ride around my district and make sure that the homeless in my district knew where the shelters were, because it was inhumane to stay out in the cold at the time. As I rode around and saw the homeless, I pulled over to give them blankets out of my trunk or direct them to the shelters. And many of them said they did not want to go to the shelters. It was imperative for people to be inside during this time because it was way below freezing. And they still told me they did not want to go to the shelter. So that's not just a homelessness issue, that is a mental health issue. I couldn't drive them myself to the shelter because mentally they weren't prepared to understand that this is unhealthy to stay in this low temperature. So I ask that we oppose SB 62 and let's focus on the mental health of these people. Let's find other options. The sidewalks are not created equal. Believe it or not, our sidewalks are not equal because there are some communities where the sidewalks are barely used and a homeless person on the sidewalk would not be a problem to anybody. It wouldn't be making a problem to anyone. In other communities, sidewalks, there aren't any sidewalks, so where are the people supposed to go? And if we do pass this bill, we will be maybe exacerbating crime. By taking them off the sidewalks, they're going to go to private properties to find a shelter, and we don't want that. So I ask that we oppose this bill and come back to the table and try to come up with other solutions rather than criminalizing the homeless in our state. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield the well.
The lady has yielded the well. Representative Al Williams is recognized to speak to the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This was not planned. I've listened, and I'm usually very jovial, but today I just come as a human being. I've heard some interesting things that have been said, and I understand sometimes how the problem it is because I know I have been guilty of forgetting human beings. There was a state senator, Renee Kemp, and Renee and I would go under the bridges and just hear some stories on what got you here. And what I've found, and thank you, Representative Townsend, it's very interesting what you had to say. I've found that unfortunately, the vast majority of the people under the bridges who we're talking about, I think, these are not eviction people. These are people sometimes who's never had a house. These are chronically homeless people who people have stopped looking at as people. And I found myself passing by. There's an old guy on Capitol Avenue, I passed him by. And one morning I was convicted, and some of you know what I mean. I turned around, went back and gave him something. My friend Representative Mac Jackson keeps a bunch of envelopes with scripture in them and some money. Unfortunately, most of us have not done anything for those who are chronically homeless. And my only problem, I have several, but my problem with where we are right now is I think we're ahead. I think that instead of a bill, we should be having a study committee where people can look at what's happening and try and design a way to help somebody, not to criminalize them. The unfortunate truth is a great percentage of these folk are veterans, and they have mental problems, and most people on those bridges have mental problems. These are not the shiftless. These are folk who have not gotten it together and have lost their way. Some of them have had good careers, and they just got lost. We don't need to be talking about how we jail them. We need to be talking about how we're going to help them. We got to figure out a way. The preacher said this morning, and he was great. He talked about help and how we prejudge people. And I kind of prejudged him. I didn't know he could preach like he was preaching. He was dynamite. I didn't think he was going to say much, Madam Pro Tem. But he was one of the best. That you do to the least of mine, you do also unto me. This is an issue that we need to take a look at as a state, as a bipartisan state, and it hadn't got to be packed with a bunch of experts who think they have all the answers. It needs to be packed with people who have compassion for other people and want to find a solution to a problem. I'm from a little town called Midway, folk. I know the water tastes like cherry wine there. Most of you are not fortunate enough to live in Midway. But we have a few homeless in Hinesville. It grieves me when a person has fought in Vietnam, in Iraq, Afghanistan, come home and have lost their way, and now they have a chance of being jailed. Compassion. Too many fancy churches around don't want folk who are dirty and out of place even walking on the sidewalk in front of the church. Thank God for Central. It doesn't look good, but somebody got to figure out how to help these people. And helping them is not putting them in jail. Helping them is addressing the issue as a state, chronically. I'm not talking about those who won't pay their rent if they had the money. I'm talking about those who are lost in a sea of depression. And we owe it. And if you don't pay it, you will pay it one day. Because that you do to the least of mine, you do also unto me.
The gentleman has left the well. Representative Bruce is recognized to speak to the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I too decided to make these comments at the last minute, but as my colleague mentioned a moment ago about us meeting with the governor several years ago, this is not a new subject for me, and it is personal. You know, a lot of times people, you know, they tell us don't come up here and make it personal, but it is personal. When you see somebody on the street and you can't help them the way they need to be helped. This Senate Bill 62 is just another hate-filled bill. You know, people don't like to just be candid, but you got to be candid. It's a hate-filled bill, a bill to punish people for helping people who need help. That is mean. That's just not the right spirit for any of us here. Many of us in this room, you may not want to admit it, but some of you are probably 1 or 2 paychecks away from being homeless yourself. You know, nobody wakes up in the morning and says, I can't wait to get out in the rain. I can't wait to get out with no bathroom anywhere nearby. I just want to sleep on the street. Nobody does that. People are on the street for all kinds of reasons, and many of them you'll never understand if you've never been out on the street yourself. Why do all of our bills, everything we seem to do down here, our bills are focused on punishing somebody. They're focused on doing things to somebody for doing something. They're not focused on how can we help. And I think we need to start looking at it differently. You know, all you new people that are here, you know, think about changing the way we do things here and focus on how do we help people instead of how do we hurt people. I know I'm running out of time. I had a lot more I wanted to say, but this thing reminds me of 2 movies that came out, you know, in years past. One was called Trading Places. I don't know if you remember that movie with Eddie Murphy. You know, where 2 rich people took a bet on whether they could change a person on the street and get them where they could be a useful citizen, and the other one was to get a rich person and put them on the street. I don't know if you remember that movie. But that kind of is what it is. You know, we cannot take the attitude that we can't help, because we can. In the other movie, it was where those same 2 rich people were on the street, and a rich king came along and gave them a hand. And the punchline was, we're back. Y'all remember that movie? You know, we've got to reach out. We got to give a hand to people who need help. And I'm getting a signal there. The bottom line to this, in the words of my seatmate. You know, she wanted me to make it clear.
Gentlemen, you have 30 seconds.
Okay, and I'm just going to end it with her statement that we have to help people, not hurt people, and we cannot make people who are in need criminals. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I yield the will.
Gentlemen, has yielded the will. That completes the minority report. Now we'll move on to the chair's time. The chair of the committee that passed this legislation out, Chairman LaHood, speak to the bill, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm going to make a few points, and I'll give the rest of my time to the sponsor of the bill. But first, I'd like to just start and say that I've spent my entire professional career helping others, serving others. Many of the people that I've served in my professional and personal life are people who can't help themselves. So I understand compassion. This bill, the main premise of this bill is to audit the funding that's been given to this issue. Let's do an audit and let's see how effective the funding's been so that we can know if we need to do more of that or do something different. That's just transparency to me. That makes sense. It's been said that no one wants to be homeless. You know, I agree. I don't think anybody wakes up one day and decides they want to be homeless and goes and chooses that, but I think there are people who are choosing not to do something different that can improve their situation. Did you know that approximately 50% of the shelter beds in Atlanta are vacant? A couple of weeks ago, a constituent of mine in Valdosta, Georgia, called me and said, "John, this is a merchant who owns a store downtown Valdosta. She's about 75 years old and had the store there for about 20 years. She went to open the store one morning, and there was a piece of cardboard laying outside the door. And she just thought to herself, well, this looks bad in front of my store. Let me pick this up. Well, she picked it up, and somebody jumped up, almost knocked her down, and ran away as he was, you know, just spewing profanities at her for waking him up. This was a 20 or 30-something-year-old Caucasian male. And it was very disturbing to her. Well, he left, got out of sight. So she proceeded to clean up the cardboard and other debris that had been placed there. Since she left, closed the store the day before, well, she bent down to get a bag and went to throw it away and realized that she had picked up a bag of feces. Now, this isn't good for business, and it's also not good for this young man who's sleeping outside under a piece of cardboard. Let's give him some help. Let's do something. This bill doesn't have every single answer, but it's a start. To me, that's compassion. We want to be sure that the cities in this state don't become like Los Angeles and Austin, Texas, where we encourage people to sleep on the street. Let's do something about it. Let's start the process and gain more clarity on what's happening so we'll know what to do and do better. We're not criminalizing poverty. We're looking for solutions. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to yield the rest of my time to the sponsor of the bill.
Gentlemen, has yielded the will. Chair Lady Dempsey is recognized to speak to the bill and take the remaining time or as much as she deems necessary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to say thank you to everybody. There is a seriousness in this room that I can feel. This matters. It matters in different ways to all of us, and I respect you for that. I don't always have to agree to still offer my respect to your viewpoints and what you are thinking. There have been a lot of assumptions made. I want to say, first of all, I have homeless people in my community. Rome is not that small. We all have them. Some are more visible than others, but they are everywhere. It is a pervasive problem, and that is what this measure is about. Many of the things that have been stated here this afternoon are way off of anything that is in this bill. It does not address those measures intentionally. This is not to solve homelessness. It is to help get our hands, our eyes, our brains around it and understand the true challenge. We spend hundreds of millions of dollars. You have done it in the amended budget. You will do it here again shortly to address many of the things that each of you have brought up as concerns. That is not specifically what we are trying to do here. We're going to continue to respect that spending, and we want to make sure we do it with accountable responsibility in every opportunity that we have. I want to make one thing clear, too, before I say a few more things. This measure passed in the Senate in one of the most unique votes I've ever seen. Every single member was on the floor. When I started looking, that doesn't happen all that often. Every single person voted on it. It passed 49-7. One Republican voted against it and 6 Democrats. This measure passed over there with that. This is a nonpartisan, humanitarian, caring bill and nothing else. There's been said that it would criminalize homelessness. That's not what it is. It is not about poverty. It is not about criminalizing homelessness. It's about the reality of understanding the circumstances that we are in across our state and the resources we have to look at it. This bill is not even in the criminal code. Look at the code sections, please. It's Title 36, Title 31, Title 50. This is about local government. This is about health. This is not, and about the state government, it is not criminal implications for this at all. This is about absolutely acting with your heart. It opens the door for us to do more. It opens the door for us to do some of the things that you have talked about, whether it is the minimum wage or better health care, leave, whatever it may be. Supportive housing is the number one thing we have, but we cannot afford to have enough supportive housing opportunities for all of the homeless people in our state. So what are the steps we can do to understand who they are, where they are, what their needs are? Yes, there's no doubt there's compounding mental health. For 12 years, I have chaired that portion of the budget. I know what I'm talking about. I'm not trying to be in any way blameful. I'm not trying to pick on anyone. Neither have any of the members of my committee. Each and every time we look at the budget and we figure out how much can we come up with to go into mental health, into addiction, into developmental disabilities, into matters that affect many of the reasons why certain people today find themselves without a stable housing opportunity. We need to know what it is so we can address it. I know I was asked about line 44 through 46. All that does is make it clear that a municipality cannot adopt or enforce a written policy to not enforce their existing ordinance. It does nothing more than that. They must do it. If you have it, you must do it. We're not saying you have to have it. It's up to that community to decide if they should have it. Also, I want to address another concern that I think is pretty much on the minds of many, and I will ask you to look at lines 75 through 76. That talks about where no county or municipal corporation, political subdivision, local authority, or other local government unit shall drop off. Now let's talk about what dropping off is. Known to be a homeless individual outside of its jurisdiction, here's the big word, unless. Look at that unless. There are 2 exceptions that matter. Such drop-off is in the county where that homeless person was a resident prior to coming under the custody, control, or care of a receiving treatment from such local government or authority. Or, please hear this now, that drop-off is at a facility with a person, business, or organization that has agreed to accept that individual. We are talking about opening the door and dropping someone off on the street with no resources. That's what this measure stops. You cannot go to your neighboring county and say, just because we have so many, we're going to share this person with you. Or just because this is such a constant challenge, we're going to share. We need that help. That's not what it does. The bill is very plain, very straightforward. As I said, for a very complicated, passionate, and deservingly compassionate reason. As I said, I do have homeless people. I do care greatly about this. I've worked on it for years. Nothing has come from above. It has come from here. It's come from here. It's come from here. It's come from listening. It's come from the people that come before my committee and talk when we are in subcommittee. I asked for a study committee on this. The Senate had one. I've listened to everything they heard. This is not intended to solve it. It is intended to help us get a start on understanding what we can do. And in the meantime, while we're trying to do that, to not let others invade our own communities, to play fair. Let's all pick up and take care of all the people that we can. The goal is, yes, to get everyone into a much better situation than this. But we have to walk in the reality of the massive challenge that we are facing now. It's not just driving away from here. Like I said, it's every rural community. You will go to community kitchens, you will go to shelters, you will go to churches all over this state that realize the challenge and that want with all of their heart to make it better. And we owe it to them to come forward and to help. So if you truly, genuinely care about not seeing someone, like Chairman LaHood said, where you think it's just cardboard, but actually there's a person under there. If you truly think that it's okay to put a tent up when it's almost 100 degrees or almost 10 degrees in Georgia, then you should absolutely vote to not do this. If you want to address the concerns, not fix them all, but begin to understand them all and help your own community do that, then I ask you to vote yes. This is not a partisan issue. It is a very heartfelt issue. Mr. Speaker, I feel like people have made up their minds, so I'm going to ask now to yield the well. I know there's times for parliamentary questions as we leave this, but I would ask you all to think very seriously and to help us help so that next year when we come back and we start on the budget again, we have some more facts and we're better equipped and we're ready to do it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield the well.
The lady has yielded the well. For what purpose does Leader Beverly rise?
Mr. Speaker, I move to table SB 62.
Is that your motion?
Yes, my motion.
The minority leader has moved that this House table SB 62. Clerk will read the caption.
Senate Bill 62 by Senator Summers, the 13th, to be entitled an act to amend Chapter 60, Title 36 of the Official Code of Georgia annotated, relating the general provisions applicable to counties and municipal corporations, so as to prohibit certain local ordinances of policies relating to public camping or sleeping.
On the gentleman's motion that SB 62 be laid on the table, is there objection? There is objection. Does the gentleman move? The gentleman moves. All those in favor of the motion to table will vote yes. Those opposed to the motion will vote no, and the clerk will unlock the machines. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? If so, the clerk will lock the machines. On the gentleman's motion, the yeas are 77, the nays are 99. The motion has failed. Is there any objection to adopting the committee substitute? The chair hears none. The committee substitute is adopted. Is there any objection to agreeing to the report of the committee, which was favorable to the passage of the bill? The chair hears none. The report of the committee is agreed to. Shall this bill now pass? For what purpose does you're objected to the report of the committee? Okay. The lady has moved and objected to the motion, to the report of the committee. Does the lady move? Does the lady move? The lady moves. All those in favor? The objection is to the report of the committee. All of those in favor of the report of the committee will vote green. All those opposed will vote red, and the clerk will unlock the machines. All right, this will be on motion to... Have all members voted? Have all members voted on the objection to the report of the committee? Mr. Clerk, will you lock the machine? On the report, on the vote on the to disagree to committee substitute, the report to agree are 100 yeas and the nays are 76. The committee report is agreed to. Chair, shall this bill now pass? Shall this bill now pass? All in favor of the passage of the bill will vote yes. All those opposed will vote no. And the clerk will unlock the machine. For what purpose does Representative Bernal rise?
Parliamentary inquiry.
State your inquiry.
Mr. Speaker, is it not true that the money that we're talking about auditing is the money from the federal government, that the state does not give any money for homelessness?
I'm sure the lady believes in what she speaks. I'm going to take a couple more. We've debated this issue for a long time this afternoon. I'm going to recognize, for what purpose does Representative Roberts rise?
Parliamentary inquiry.
State your inquiry.
Isn't it true that this bill allows the Attorney General to sue our cities and counties for prioritizing their often limited resources to address violent crime over homelessness and recover from those county and city taxpayers the AG's litigation expenses, including attorney's fees, which we have no idea what his billable rate is going to be, investigative costs, witness fees, and isn't it further true that this micromanaging of our cities and counties is only going to hurt the people of Georgia and will desperately impact the metro Atlanta jurisdictions where homelessness is more prevalent?
I'm sure if this lady so states, she had a very well thought out parliamentary inquiry. So let's see. For what purpose does Representative Chair Lady Houston rise?
Isn't it not true that I live in a rural...
Is this a parliamentary inquiry?
Parliamentary inquiry.
Yes, ma'am. State your inquiry.
Isn't it not true that I live in a rural area where people have to go to McDonald's, the library, if they want to get Wi-Fi? And isn't it not true that I have a homeless camp about, I'd say 400 feet from where I live. And isn't it not true that I have been working to get something done about the homeless count, and I am so excited that we're going to order different monies that come into this state, because I want my homeless people in my district to get every cent they're due for. And isn't it not true?
Yes, ma'am.
That if the federal government does audit it, I hope they do a lot better job auditing the homeless than they did on the workforce development. And if anybody has had any experience with the auditing they done, they would want the state to do the auditing. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I'm sure your parliamentary inquiry is well thought out too, and I know the lady does have a big heart, and I know that's to be true. I'm going to take two more. For what purpose does Representative Maynor rise?
Parliamentary inquiry, Mr. Speaker.
State your inquiry.
Is it not true that this bill, although it does make some prohibitions on local ordinances, it does not necessarily change how police officers will police? Meaning, if they're homeless on the street, if a police officer does not arrest them, which they're not doing now, this bill is not going to all of a sudden make police officers arrest homeless. And additionally, Mr. Speaker, August 2022 last year, Governor Kemp did distribute $62 million of federal funds for homelessness, but for my district, the city of Atlanta, the state gave nearly $1 million to homeless programs, but I have no way of knowing where that nearly $1 million went to. But with this bill, I can at least see the audit to know where that $1 million went to. Is that not true?
Sounds true to me if the lady so states. Two more. For what purpose does Representative Ramon rise?
Parliamentary inquiry, please.
State your inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Is it not true that although the auditing component of this bill is incredibly important, there are other portions of this bill that the speakers opposing this bill have spoken to, particularly regarding criminalizing homelessness? Because at the end of the day, if you know that the Attorney General is going to step in and prosecute a case that they believe you should have prosecuted, and you don't want to spend the money on that, you're going to be incentivized to prosecute that case, particularly as it relates to homelessness.
If the lady so states. For what purpose does Chairman Knight rise?
Parliamentary inquiry.
State your inquiry.
Isn't it true, Mr. Speaker, that Griffin-Spalding County is the subject to the dumping, if you will, that was mentioned in the prior speaker in the bills? Further inquiry, Mr. Speaker. Isn't it true that many counties surrounding us, including Henry, Clayton, and other counties, are bringing homeless to Spalding County, and it is creating havoc, is creating crime, and is one of the most, the biggest issues that our locals have come and spoken to its local delegation about?
If the gentleman so states. Have all members voted? If so, the clerk will lock the machine. On the passage of the bill, the yeas were at 99, the nays 76. The bill, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed. Mr. Clerk, if you'll read a caption to SB 211-211.
Senate Bill 211 by Senator Hickman of the 4th to be entitled an act to amend Title 20 of the Official Code of Georgia annotated relating to education so as to establish the Georgia Council on Literacy. This bill having referred to the Committee on Education, that committee recommends that this bill do pass by committee substitute.
The lady from the 147th House District, Representative Ballard, is recognized to present the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Colleagues, I rise today to present SB 211, which is a companion bill to HB 538, the Georgia Early Literacy Act, that this body passed unanimously on crossover day. And I am thrilled to report to you that the Senate just passed it out of there as well. And I'm also proud that we can go home and as a legislature, we can say that both House and Senate have made literacy a priority. this year. 2023 is going to mark a turning point for the children of our state. The House has worked together with the Senate to make sure that SB 211 complements and builds upon the foundational changes in the Georgia Early Literacy Act. Working with the governor, SB 211 establishes the Georgia Literacy Council. For the next 3.5 years, the council will consolidate Governor Kemp's Literacy Commission together with members, both legislative and those in local education, appointed by the Speaker and Lieutenant Governor. Governor Kemp will also direct the Alliance for Education agency heads to work with the council to ensure the policies, professional development, and other activities we implement and financially support are improving the literacy scores of our students, and provide the Governor and General Assembly with appropriation recommendations to sustain the efforts that are working. Specifically, this bill will set up the appointments to the council from the Governor, Speaker, and Lieutenant Governor, and direct the Alliance for Education agency heads to work with this council. The DOE and the State Board will also work with them to implement HB 538, and they will look at appropriations as well as possible QBE changes needed to enhance literacy instruction. And they will review and share best practices as they relate to community-based efforts supporting literacy. I appreciate your support for House Bill 538, and I ask this same support for 211. It will help ensure that the Georgia Early Literacy Act is fully implemented in our schools now and in the future, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
You have no questions.
Thank you. I yield the well.
The lady has yielded the well. Is there any objection to the previous question being ordered? The chair hears none. The previous question is ordered. Is there any objection to adopting the committee's substitute? The chair hears none. The committee's substitute is adopted. Is there any objection to agreeing to the report of the committee, which was favorable to the passage of the bill? The chair hears none. The report of the committee is agreed to. Shall this bill now pass? All in favor of the passage of the bill will vote yes. All those opposed will vote no, and the clerk will unlock the machine. Have all members voted? If so, the clerk will lock the machine. On the passage of the bill, the yeas were 175, the nays 0. The bill, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed. Mr. Clerk, if you'll read the caption to SB 9292.
Senate Bill 92 by Senator Robertson, the 29th, and others, to be entitled an act to amend Article 1 of Chapter 18 to Title 15 of the Official Code of Georgia Annotated relating to general provisions regarding prosecuting attorneys so as to create the Prosecuting Attorneys Oversight Commission. This bill having referred to the Committee on Judiciary Non-Civil, that committee recommends that this bill do pass by committee substitute.
The gentleman from the 19th House District, Representative Gullett, is recognized to present the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to present Senate Bill 92. This is something that we've passed a number of times in this body in the last 2 years. I think this is the 5th vote on the House floor for this bill. What this does is create a Prosecuting Attorneys Qualifications Commission. We used to call it Prosecuting Attorneys Oversight Commission, but it's a Qualifications Commission. And the bill is very similar to what our bill was, House Bill 231. The commission will be made up of 5 members, just like before, 5 members of an investigative panel, 3 members of a hearing panel. Again, the investigative panel is responsible for the investigative, prosecutorial, and administrative functions of the commission. Hearing panel is responsible for adjudicating formal charges filed by the investigative panel, issuing disciplinary and incapacity orders, issuing formal advisory opinions, issuing standards of the commission. We have grounds for removal, and it's very narrow. If there's a complaint, there must be a sworn affidavit detailing the personal knowledge of the facts supporting the complaint. If there's disciplinary action, that can be appealed to the Superior Court of the county where the district attorney or solicitor general served. Additionally, the bill adjusts the duties of the DA and solicitors to include reviewing each and every individual case for which probable cause exists and make a prosecutorial decision based on the case's specific facts and circumstances. That's what this bill does. I'm happy to answer any questions. I know, again, this is the 5th time we voted on it in the last 2 years, the 2nd time this year. So if I can answer any questions, Mr. Speaker.
Gentleman has a question. If he yields,
I will.
Representative Roberts, right out in front of you to your left.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will the gentleman yield?
I will.
Do you know if the sponsor of this bill filed a fiscal note with this bill this term?
I don't know that I don't know if Senator Robertson filed a fiscal note for this term. No, I do not know.
Okay, thank you.
To your left, Representative Jasmine Clark has a question. Ladies recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Does the gentleman yield?
I do.
You kind of glossed over it, so I just want to be clear. What exactly are the terms in which a prosecutor or a solicitor general could be removed under this?
So it starts at line 197. It's mental or physical incapacity interfering with the performance of his or her duties, which is or is likely to become permanent, willful misconduct in office, willful and persistent failure to perform his or her duties as described by law, conviction of a crime involving moral turpitude, conduct prejudicial to the administration of justice, which brings the office into disrepute, and knowingly authorizing or permitting an ADA or assistant solicitor general to commit any act constituting grounds for removal.
Does the gentleman further yield?
I will.
All right, so I appreciate you laying those out. That, in my opinion, is not very narrow because some of this feels like it could be broad. Is this based on whose interpretation? So as far as like willful and persistent failure to carry out duties, does that include not wanting to prosecute certain things because maybe they just don't have the capacity? Or like, who decides what's willful and persistent failure to carry out their duties?
Yeah, so the commission will write those rules and decide what that is. And then if there's an appeal, because I didn't like it, a superior court, and from on there, the appellate court and Supreme Court will decide what that is.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Gentleman yield. Representative Nulowitz to your left has a question.
Okay.
Thank you. Does the gentleman yield?
Sure.
Can you give us a little more illumination into what exactly comprises moral turpitude?
Moral turpitude. So I think that's when you do immoral acts. I think that there are like sexual harassment. I think would fall into that. But you probably know. You tell me what you think moral turpitude is.
I actually don't. This is a genuine question because it's a phrase that pops up throughout the Georgia Code, but I haven't been able to find a clear definition to what exactly moral turpitude is. It reminds me of that Supreme Court justice saying, "Well, I know it when I see it."
Sure.
Yeah, but I didn't know if we actually had a definition or if it's something that, if the gentleman further yields, we could just say, "J'accuse moral turpitude."
I don't know what that means, but yeah. So, Jet 2 sounds French. Thank you for the question.
Gentleman has one more question.
I'll yield for one more.
Chairman Collins, right straight up the center aisle, has a question. Recognized for a question, Chairman.
Does the gentleman yield?
I do.
To my friend in the well, is it not true that I'm going to be supporting this bill because when I was mayor of my little community, we had a portion of a county where the DA acted like the south end of a northbound mule a lot of times, and he ultimately wound up resigning and had a non-prosecution agreement with the GBI. And because of, if we had a legislation like this in place, was it not true that he would have probably been removed from office long before the GBI ever got him? Is that not true?
I believe to speak the truth, that this is something that I'm also supporting because I had a district attorney who continued to sexually harass one of his employees, and it brought the office into disrepute. No one trusted the judicial system in my county, and the only reason he got caught was because he lied in a deposition about something else. And so it caused a lot of problems for communities who have DAs who do this. Most DAs are good, but the ones that are bad, this gives them a tool. With that, Mr. Speaker, I appreciate the time and the consideration of this body, and I yield the well.
Gentleman has yielded the well. We have speakers in favor and opposed to this proposition. We will allow up to 30 minutes for each opinion, so we'll start with Representative Tanya Miller to speak to the bill. The representative is recognized. Ladies and gentlemen, the lady will suspend just for a moment before you begin. Give the lady in your will your attention. Lady will proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Good afternoon, colleagues. I rise today to speak in opposition to SB 92. We have vetted the versions of these prosecutor bills quite thoroughly, so I will not belabor points that have already been made. And I will tell you that when I ran for this seat and vowed to represent and support and fight for maligned minority groups in the state, I did not anticipate that that might be prosecutors, our elected DAs, but sadly it seems that that is a place that we are at. I will say this quickly: this bill is not only unnecessary, it undermines democracy by silencing local voices, while really doing nothing at all to make our communities safer or to remove violent criminals from our streets, which is really, really, really important work. It is really the kind of thing we should be most focused on when we are talking about public safety. In Atlanta alone in 2022, 170 of our citizens were killed by gun violence. 85 of those were children. We ought to really be focused in on the things that will make our communities safer, and of course, this just simply is not one of them. Instead, some have argued that this is a power grab by the majority party to usurp the will of the voters by putting this body in the business of overseeing duly elected prosecutors throughout our state. This will make us an outlier state, as the vast majority of states in our union, including southern states, do not have such a commission. There were only 3 that I'm aware of: Indiana, Connecticut, and New York. For decades, we have coexisted and even exalted the work of prosecutors. They were not our enemies. And we would be remiss if we did not address, therefore, the elephant in the room, that there were 14 newly elected minority district attorneys in this state since 2020. And they, in fact, represent, between their districts, the majority of this state's population. Whether intended or not, this extraordinary measure will be viewed by the world as a reaction to this. That simply should not be who we are in Georgia, nor should it be the impression that we signal to the world. Make no mistake, this is not a public safety bill. It is, as many have criticized, including our elected district attorneys, a political weapon, weaponized against someone else's chosen prosecutor today, and perhaps your chosen prosecutor tomorrow. If SB 92 passes, it will grow state government by paving the way for politically motivated oversight. That is because the folks who do the appointments are politicians. Those individuals who will have power under this board will be able to remove locally elected DAs and solicitors from office. The party in power in the state of Georgia, whether it is Democratic or Republican, should not be engaged in the business of usurping the will of the people by creating such a potentially politically motivated commission funded by taxpayer dollars. 50 DAs, 50, the vast majority of which are honest, dedicated public servants. We are actually prepared today to spend upwards of 7 figures of taxpayer dollars to create a commission that we are already well equipped to handle, to deal with a problem that we are already well equipped to handle. It is a commission, simply put, we do not need. We have processes in place to deal with wayward prosecutors. Every wayward prosecutor that has been brought up as motivating this bill have already been dealt with by the processes we have in place. The Attorney General can, of course, indict any prosecutor who violates his oath of office, a far more streamlined process. Those folks can then be removed by our governor immediately upon indictment. You can recall DAs who commit violations of their oath of office or misconduct. You can bring them literally before the voters as a result of their violations or misconduct. They are subject to bar rules that govern lawyers and can be subject to disbarment for violation of their ethical duties. A disbarred DA cannot practice law. This body, of course, has the constitutional power to impeach district attorneys. I've heard that although we have the power, it is enshrined in our Constitution. It's something that we haven't done in a long time, and therefore it makes sense to spend upwards of $1 million in taxpayer monies to create a commission with a process that will be cumbersome, that will not be streamlined, that will drag on as appeals and arguments are made by their lawyers. All of this pulling DAs from their ever important job of keeping us safe and being focused on that. And lastly, every 4 years, every elected district attorney has a referendum. And if they have failed the people will send them home packing. Now, we have heard, some of us in our committees have heard prosecutors and law enforcement officers talk about the challenge of recruiting and maintaining talent in our ever important field of public safety. This bill will exacerbate the problem by creating a mechanism whereby any person, a person not even in the prosecutor's district, not even a taxpayer, a victim, not even someone from the state of Georgia, can file a complaint against a prosecutor, requiring that district attorney to take their eyes off the wheels of public safety and crime fighting, to hire a lawyer and prepare responses and defenses to a commission's inquiry. That's right. The way that this bill is drafted, someone in California can file a complaint against a district attorney in Georgia that might require that district attorney to take their hands off the wheel of doing the work that their communities have sent them there to do, to answer to inquiries, to hire a lawyer, to not be focused on the critical things that have sent them to office. Now, I have heard, as I wrap up, I've heard a lot from my friends across the aisle about the importance of local government control. For instance, voters in one county may not favor electing a DA who believes that accountability courts are a proper means of justice for drug crimes or nonviolent felonies, whereas voters in another jurisdiction may support a DA who believes that is the best option to redress certain violations. But in neither case should we substitute our judgment for that of local voters. Ask yourself, as you press your button, if you really believe it's a good idea for the political party in power, whichever party that may be, to have the ability to overtake and usurp the will of voters. Every community is unique. Local prosecutors and local voters know the needs of their communities better than we do. Also, it is a frightening proposition, it should be, to place oversight over prosecutors in the hands of electeds who can and do sometimes wield their power for political purposes. The political platform of my colleagues, the party in charge, currently states, quote, "We believe that our constitutional system of limited government, separation of powers, federalism, and the rights of people must be preserved, uncompromised for future generations." SB 92 violates this standard while unnecessarily growing government by creating this massive, expensive, duplicative mandate. And as the Forsyth County Solicitor Bill Finch said during our committee hearing, This bill doesn't pass the bar for GOP standards, which are, quote, limited government, local control, fiscal responsibility, and respect for the ballot box. I challenge my colleagues who are supporting this bill to instead trust voters and support local prosecutors by making sure they have the tools, the training, and the funding to do their jobs, to actually be about the work of making our communities safer. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield.
The lady has yielded the well. Representative Yasmin Neal is recognized to speak to the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, colleagues. I rise today to oppose Senate Bill 92. We have been here before, and I don't want to belabor the point, but like I mentioned prior, before we move forward with this measure, we really need to, I really encourage those that desire to address problematic prosecutors to exhaust the means that we currently have, because as was testified in committee, all options have not been exhausted. The state bar, the AG bringing charges, voters voting out problematic prosecutors, and bringing articles of impeachment to this body, which, as we've testified before, has not been done since the 1960s. Why not try that? Why not try something that we haven't done in over 50 plus years? Because it just might work. Let's exhaust all of our options first. And based on the testimony that was brought before our committee, most of the problematic prosecutors have been removed or voted out. The citizens did their job. The people that became problems, they voted them out. So before we ask taxpayers to pay for yet another process, we should exhaust current options. So with that, join me in saving taxpayer dollars in opposing Senate Bill 92. And Mr. Speaker, I yield the well.
The lady has yielded the well. That concludes remarks of those opposed to SB 99. I'll recognize Representative Maynor to speak to the bill. Representative Maynor. There are 3 folks signed up to speak to the bill. Y'all will have to manage your own time. Representative Maynor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is going to be really quick because we did talk about this already. I want to just speak from the voice of a citizen or citizens. There are many different things that you can do if you are having trouble with the prosecutor, but as a citizen does not necessarily, it's not necessarily easy for a citizen. So the things that were mentioned, Chris Carr can prosecute. Attorney General Chris Carr can prosecute. Well, first it has to be a crime, which means local police would have to investigate the DA, which they're not going to do in order for there to be a crime for Attorney General Chris Carr to look into that. The second thing with that is, someone mentioned you can do a bar complaint. Citizens, I've done a bar complaint. It's not an easy thing to do a bar complaint. You have to go through hundreds of pages to try to understand as a non-lawyer what is the codes that you believe the attorney has violated. That is not easy for a lay citizen to do. So that really is not an option. You mentioned a referendum. Referendums are not necessarily easy, especially if it's in a community where it's high poverty, low graduation rates, food deserts and the sort. The knowledge base there to galvanize and do a referendum, that is just not something that is done in communities where they've never even heard of a referendum sometimes. Another thing that someone mentioned is impeaching. Since I have been here, what I have learned is that elected officials stick with elected officials. It's like a camaraderie. We are all family here. But we also know that we're up here at the state to do a job. Sometimes at other local levels of government, there is a code where people will turn the other cheek if they see a comrade doing something that they should not be doing. I am voting yes for SB 92 because there are citizens that have contacted me that have problems with prosecutors. We have our ethics board. That is our oversight. Judges, they have their oversight board. School boards, they have an oversight board. Former President Donald Trump, he had the January 6th committee. Prosecutors don't have that. So why it is a bad thing for someone to give oversight to someone, the only people that do not like that are the prosecutors. But what about the citizens? Has anybody had a phone call from citizens that said, my prosecutor didn't do this, my prosecutor didn't do this? The last time I was up here in the well, I mentioned about 10 or 15 different people, families that lost loved ones to police violence that prosecutors did not prosecute. Let's give at least those people, those families, an opportunity to get justice. Thank you. I yield the well.
Lady has yielded the well. Representative Gaines is recognized to speak to the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Like the speakers before, I'll be brief because I know we have talked about this issue before this session, but also in previous sessions. And again, want to thank Representative Gullett for his great leadership bringing this bill forward in the House Bill 231, Senator Robertson, Senate Bill 92, and getting us to this point. And I'm excited and looking forward to us getting this bill over the finish line here today. I do want to respond to a couple comments that have been brought forward. The first comment that frankly I found outrageous was that this bill was brought as a result of minority candidates being elected across the state. This bill was brought because we have district attorneys and prosecutors who aren't doing their job. I told y'all last time this bill was on the House floor, House Bill 231, about the district attorney in the Western Judicial Circuit and the issues that we've had in Athens, Clarke County, and Oconee County. Well, since then, just a couple weeks ago, there have been more issues brought forward about our district attorney. There was even a writ of mandamus filed in court trying to get her to simply do her job. As part of that writ of mandamus, there was additional evidence brought forward. I already told you about the letter from our 4 Superior Court judges simply asking her to show up to court and do her job. We also have a letter from a police officer where he expressed to her his absolute disgust with her performance in a case. So the judges, the law enforcement officers, the community, lawyers, there's issue after issue after issue. Now 35 prosecutors have resigned from that office. That's the equivalent of every single position in that office resigning twice over the last 2 years. 35 resignations that we've seen. So the other comment to wrap this up that I heard was that this bill was not brought for public safety. That's the whole point of this bill, is to restore public safety in places where you have rogue district attorneys who simply are not doing their job. That's what we've seen in the Western Judicial Circuit. It's happening in other places throughout this state. And I think Senate Bill 92 is one of the most important measures we can pass this session. Look forward to getting over the finish line. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield the well.
Gentleman has yielded the well. We do have a minority report for up to 20 minutes. Representative Darshawn Kendrick is recognized to present the minority report and then allocate the time with the other speakers.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, as promised, when I said when I got my voice back that you would hear more from me, so here we go. We're here again. I rose to speak out against HB 231, and we're here again discussing the prosecutorial overthrow bill, SB 92. And I cannot for the life of me understand why we have other elected officials, other constitutional officials in this state if all we're going to do is continue to tell them how to do their job. One of the things that I hate as a business owner, and most of you in here are business owners, is micromanagers. You know, those people that get in the way of you doing your job because you believe your way is the only way. But I present to you that we have become 180 micromanagers for the 49 DAs in the state of Georgia. I don't understand this, so this is what I propose: a legislative qualifications commission. And this commission shall have the power to discipline, remove, and cause involuntary retirement of legislators, just like this bill does. But we're duly elected officials, you say. So are the DAs and the Solicitor Generals in this bill. But sometimes you say you decide not to sign on to a bill because that's within your discretion, right? Same as the case for DAs that have certain fact patterns that you don't have. But you say we have the Ethics Commission, but they can't remove us like the several entities we already have to remove DAs and Solicitor Generals. And we all know at least a few legislators that can benefit from some chastisement or removal. So who's going to sign onto my Legislative Qualifications Commission's bill? Anybody who's supporting this bill? All that SB 92 is doing is killing a fly with a bazooka, because you have a few DAs and you want to get them out of office. There are so many more already existing ways to get rid of them. But instead of using what we already have in our toolkit, we make another unnecessary, expensive, and arbitrary law. So to that end, I don't ever want to hear the following buzzwords from the supporters of this bill. Number one, small government. This bill creates more layers of government at a price tag that is going to be at least $1 million. So I don't ever want to hear about small government. Two, local control. This is legislative control of the locals, a textbook example. So that's a word I don't ever want to hear again. And third, criminal justice reform. The only reform that is going on is telling DAs and Solicitor Generals how to do their job regardless of the facts of the case. So I leave you with this. Our only legislative responsibility is to pass a budget. That's it, not to pass unnecessary laws. So I urge each and every one of you to consider voting no to SB 92. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The lady has yielded the well. Representative Stacey Evans is recognized to speak to the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and hello again, colleagues. We heard that this is going to be the 5th time that we voted on this bill, which means that at least 5 times this bill has had changes just on this side. And I'm sure there's been more because I know what it's like to be in a judiciary committee and things change and change again and change again. So who knows how many times. And I bring that up because maybe there's a reason this doesn't make it all the way across. Maybe there's a reason. 5 times. I can't think of anything. And I'm not saying there's not, but I was trying to think this morning, has there ever been anything that I've voted on 5 times? I can't think of anything. Y'all will come to my desk and tell me later if I'm forgetting something. But maybe there's a reason. One of those reasons is that this is probably not a priority for very many of you. I'm certain that's true. We've heard stories so far, I think, of 3 DAs that folks seem to have problems with. One, the DA that mishandled, to say the least, the Ahmaud Arbery decision. Gone. Thank you, voters. The situation, I believe, somewhere in Middle West Georgia, removed. Delayed only because our Attorney General didn't stand in the power he had to do something about it sooner. The governor stepped in, got that taken care of. So that leaves one that we've heard about in Athens. That DA, I'm not going to talk about that individual situation. That's not my business for a number of reasons. But that DA was elected in 2020. We're standing here in almost April of 2023. It's a nonpartisan elected official. That means that person is up for election in May of 2024, little over a year from now. How about we let the voters decide? Even under this bill, the first time somebody can file a complaint against somebody is October 2024. So the voters can deal with it before this commission can. But let's talk a little bit about the mechanics of what changed, because I know I've been up here before this session, second time about this bill, counting other sessions, so y'all have heard from me a lot on this. One of the changes is that now the appointments for the members of this commission, instead of being made by the members of the Georgia Supreme Court, which is what we had in our version that passed out of here, now the individual members are all going to be appointed by partisan elected officials. The usual suspects: governor, lieutenant governor, speaker of the House. But there's one category that stood out to me. I hadn't seen it before, and I thought it was interesting that we are going to advocate for that in this House. Some of the appointments are going to be made by the Senate Committee on Assignments. So governor, got it, big man on campus. Lieutenant governor, speaker, those kind of balance out each other with the chambers. But then the Senate Committee on Assignments gets some extra appointments. So I disagree that we should step in and try to oversee DAs, but I really don't understand why this House would tip the members of this commission in favor of those across the hall. And I also don't understand why we decided to change it from the Georgia Supreme Court making the appointments. That's a significant change. The JQC, which a lot of folks have mentioned, trying to draw parallels with this bill, the Judicial Qualifications Commission, has appointments by governor, lieutenant governor, speaker, but also some by the Georgia Supreme Court. This commission will have none by the Georgia Supreme Court. I think that's interesting. While we're on the subject of Judicial Qualifications Committee, for those that have said, why can't we just have a commission for the prosecuting attorneys when we have them for the judges, in addition to all these things that I'm hearing about folks say that are overlooking prosecutors? Why do we have a Judicial Qualifications Commission? Why can't the state bar just handle the judge's misconduct too? Because not all judges are attorneys. About 40% of the judges that serve in this state are not attorneys, which means the state bar cannot oversee them. So we have to have a Judicial Qualifications Commission. If you are a prosecuting attorney, a DA, or a solicitor, you have to be a lawyer, which means you have oversight from the state bar in addition to all the other things. And I know that's repetitive, but we don't seem to be getting it because people keep coming up here still and saying, this is just like the JQC. No, it's not. The other thing that's different in this bill from the version that we passed out is that the decisions of the hearing panel, the hearing panel will make a decision, they'll be investigated, there'll be a hearing panel decision, and then there's the potential for an appeal. Instead of that appeal going through the Supreme Court, which is what our version in the House had in it, now we're going to set up an appeals process that goes through county superior court systems. But they're different depending on who's doing the appeal, which I find curious. If you are the DA or the solicitor that is appealing a decision, you go to the county superior court where you're elected. But if it's the claimant, I suppose, the person that was complaining about you that makes an appeal, or I guess the commission could appeal, you go to the Fulton County Superior Court, no other place. That seems interesting to me, why you would have different paths for that. And then one of the other big changes, and I've alluded to this a little bit already, but this version allows complaints to be filed as early as October of this year. So I misspoke. First mistake I have ever made from this well, I'm sure. I said October 1st, 2024 was the first time you could make a complaint under this bill, but it's actually October of this year. Still, the DA that folks seem to be concerned about in Athens is going to be up for election in May of 2024, so it's not much longer. But the version that we passed out of this House had the first complaint not being able to be made until April of next year. Those that drafted this version might also want to think about the smartness, that's not really the right word, I'm confused as to how we can have a version that says all the rules for the commission must be established by October 1, and we're also going to start dealing with complaints on October 1. That seems to be a problem, and probably something that happens when you change things and vote on it 5 times. Again, maybe there's a reason that this hasn't passed out. So I want to recap what we're setting up here. This will be repetitive, and I apologize, but this is a big deal, y'all. We're stepping all over elected officials. First, we are going to say that every prosecuting attorney must review every individual case. Now, let's put aside, how are you going to know that? How are we possibly going to police whether a prosecuting attorney has looked at every individual case? Putting that aside, we're saying in this bill that every decision not to charge or to charge can't be the basis for a complaint unless there's bias or conflicts or, quote, factors that are completely unrelated to the duties of prosecution. It's another drafting question. What is the difference between completely unrelated versus related? That's a question. But what does that mean? Now, the last time I was up here to talk to you about this bill, we talked about the situation of little Johnny that got in trouble, had a little too much to drink, or was found with a bag of something in his glove box that he shouldn't have, and mom and dad called the prosecuting attorney and said, useful indiscretion, can we put him on probation, or can we put him in a diversion program, or can we just let this one slide? We talked about Uncle Bob, who got in trouble again. We made the call. Now, I'm not suggesting that any of those things are right. Believe me, I cannot stand the back scratching that leads to some people getting treated differently under the law than others. So I'm not here defending that system. But what I'm telling you, I know as well as you do that happens. It happens every single day in every community across this state. Now, those decisions that are made because so-and-so went to school with somebody, or yes, that was a useful indiscretion, and we don't want to sideline this young lady or this young man's life for a youthful indiscretion, so we're going to put that in the drawer. That's going to happen. And now every single time it happens, we're setting that person up to be removed, that prosecutor, we're setting them up to be removed from office. That does not seem like a good use of money. But prosecutorial discretion goes further than that. And again, prosecutorial discretion, either have it or you don't. You have it or you don't. That means every single decision. We heard this morning from the well about how solicitors are not prosecuting the crimes of the things you're not allowed to do when you're homeless, tents and blankets and things like that on the sidewalk. They're not prosecuting that. Now when they don't, they're going to be called up for removal. That hardly seems like a good use of our time and our funds and this commission and our elected DAs when we all know that there are bigger problems, and apparently we're doing all of this for what I've heard is one person. Because y'all all know we're not allowed to pass a bill to actually just affect one person, so we have to do this bigger. So we have to create all of these investigation panels for all these folks that are probably doing what the community wants. We heard that from some speakers in the well this morning. Have we heard from the citizens? I would bet a lot of money that the citizens do not want their solicitors prosecuting the homeless for their tents or their blankets or starting a fire or whatever happens. They would rather them go after the rapes and the murders and the armed robberies. So those DAs, those prosecutors are doing what the citizens want, but now we're going to call them in front of a commission, probably made up of no one from their community, to ask them questions about it. I don't think that that is a very good use of our time. So what do the citizens want? Well, since we've now voted on this 4 times, it's about to be 5 times, they voted on it over there. We've gone through, I think this is the 3rd year that we've talked about this bill, maybe, at least 2. And for the most part, folks have gotten themselves back into this chamber. The governor got reelected. The attorney general got reelected. I don't think anyone's that worried that we haven't created the Prosecutorial Oversight Commission, and I think we would be well to finally put this thing to bed, vote it down, and let's move on to things that citizens actually want us to focus on and not one person. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield the well.
Lady has yielded the well. That completes the minority report. Oh, I'm sorry, we have another one that signed up. Did you want to come back? Representative Kendrick will have the remaining 3 minutes and 20 seconds of the minority report.
Thank you. So I'm back, and I wanted to point your attention to lines 212 through 218 of the bill. Words matter. We all know that words matter. You don't have to be a lawyer to know that words matter. And it talks about how do you make a complaint, and it talks about the complainant. Now, the interesting thing about this bill is it has a definition section, but you will notice that it does not define who the complainant is. So I can file a complaint in Meriwether County. Somebody in Alabama can make a complaint against a DA in Gwinnett County. I guess technically somebody outside of the country could make a complaint against a local DA, because complainant is not defined in this statute. This bill needs a lot of work, y'all. It's going to have so many unattended consequences, and if you think the bill is only going to be $1 million, think again. Because if you have an unlimited supply of complainants that can complain and file complaints, this bill is going to balloon. So if you care about fiscal responsibility, I urge you to vote no against this bill. But if for the very fact that this bill does not say the words that it needs to say in order to narrow it down, to make it fiscally responsible, and to make sure that we're not spending unneeded funds on people who can just make complaints anywhere. So how many more minutes do I have, Mr. Speaker?
1 minute and 45 seconds.
Okay, so I'm going to read this line to this bill because I'm going to take all of my 20 minutes for my minority report. So line 212 starts and says, in any complaint filed with the commission alleging a violation of subsection 8H and requesting an investigation of an elected or appointed district attorney or solicitor general, the complainant shall be required to file with the commission a sworn affidavit detailing the personal knowledge of the facts, which personal knowledge is not defined as well, supporting the complaint, including any interest the complainant may have in the outcome of the case. The complainant may attach documents to support the complaint, and nothing in this code section shall be construed to limit the ability of the commission to bring a complaint pursuant to this code section on its own motions. Ladies and gentlemen, as my colleague said before I got up here, we have so many other priorities within this state. Trying to tell other elected officials how to do their job should not be one of them. So I look forward to filing some legislative oversight commissions, since we want people to be able to remove other duly elected people from office. I look forward to seeing many of you follow the conscience of your Solicitor General, your Attorney General, and the people that elected you, knowing that they have the good sense to elect who they want to elect in office, and to make sure that we are focusing on the things that the state of Georgia wants us to focus on. And I have, 30 more seconds, Mr. Speaker?
Your time has expired.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield the way.
The lady's time expired, and she yielded the well. Good call. Now we'll hear from the chairman of the committee from which this legislation passed through, Chairman Tyler Paul Smith. Recognized for your comments.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I yield the balance of the chairman's time to Vice Chairman Matt Reeves.
Representative Reeves is recognized to speak to the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and Chairman Smith. I'm proud to speak in favor of House Bill or Senate Bill 92, the Prosecuting Attorneys Oversight Council. I'd like to applaud Representative Joseph Gullett and Vice Chairman Houston Gaines for giving this bill a thorough presentation and hearing both in the House and the Senate. This bill has been perfected. It's ready to be enacted. As a lawyer and as somebody who sat through a lot of those hearings in the House Judiciary Non-Civil Committee, I wanted to speak to a few points that may not have been brought out yet in favor of this bill. There was one argument that the State Bar of Georgia ought to handle district attorney and solicitor oversight. Well, the State Bar of Georgia regulates all 50 or 60,000 lawyers in Georgia. There are only 50 district attorneys. There are perhaps a smaller number of full-time solicitors, and the State Bar is not equipped. They don't have a department or an investigative setup to investigate prosecutorial oversight. They are handling bar complaints on a generalized basis, and they just did not sign up to investigate and hold accountable prosecutors. So there's not really a viable option. You've got to have a very flagrant situation for the State Bar to have any effect. Secondly, in the committee, someone found that we still have a law on the books on impeachment of district attorneys and prosecutors. And I don't want to ask for a show of hands, but I would imagine not too many people want to have a special session or take up precious legislative days and hold impeachment of prosecutors here in this body. That did happen. That happened in the 1960s, I believe, was the last time. There is a very close and appropriate analogy, and this bill tracks that, and that's the Judicial Qualifications Commission. There is a Georgia independent agency which is funded by the state, and it is well equipped and specialized to investigate judges who've engaged in wrongdoing sufficient to have them removed from office. The JQC has done a great job of making sure we have a judiciary that's impartial and has integrity, and that is the analogy in a lot of ways for this bill, Senate Bill 92. Having integrity in prosecution is important. Georgia has a history of that. In the years following Watergate, it was Georgians who went and cleaned up the Department of Justice under Judge Griffin Bell as Attorney General when there was single-digit confidence in the federal Department of Justice, and Georgians clean that up with the kind of integrity that we appreciate. We don't want to have a weaponized prosecution. We don't want to have a partisan prosecution. We want to have a professional and independent prosecution that's effective in enforcing our laws. Georgia has a neighbor to the south, Florida, the third largest state in the nation, and the way they handled a situation down there recently shows one alternative that I believe this bill is better than. In Florida, the governor is empowered to remove a prosecutor who chooses on a blanket basis to decline to prosecute certain laws that the Florida General Assembly passes. And that's what the governor down there did, and the court affirmed that removal of a prosecutor who on a blanket basis ignored the laws of the Florida House and the Florida Senate. That's the stakes here. No one likes judicial activism, but on the other hand, we don't want to have prosecutorial activism and prosecutorial veto of the laws that the people send us here to make, here in the House and the Senate, signed by the governor. So while a case-by-case basis of prosecutorial discretion is appropriate, if little Johnny has a bag of weed or is drunk driving and there are mitigating circumstances, that's one thing. But for a prosecutor to say, I have too much crime, I'm going to quit prosecuting all theft cases, that's how we have a epidemic of car break-ins and theft, and God forbid, personal victimization of people. So this is a good bill. It's been thoroughly vetted. Elections every 4 years, the toll that takes on Georgia is a massive caseload. I've got colleagues here in the House from Macon, Leader Beverly, Representative Paris, Representative Washburn. I remember when I was at college at Mercer, District Attorney Weston retired. Now Judge Sims became District Attorney. And former District Attorney Weston drove to Americus to clean out a massive backlog that had accumulated over time. That took a long, long time and a lot of money from that county, that small county, to clear out a caseload that accumulated. In the meantime, there was crime proliferation that was a result of that. We've heard in committee from Columbus, West Georgia, Glenn County, the former district attorney from Banks County having serious problems, that it takes too long to remove a DA under current law. So what this law does is it makes sure that if a DA is not operating their office in the interests of justice, that we have an independent professional body who could remove them for the benefit of the people and the safety of our neighborhoods. Thank you for supporting Senate Bill 92. I yield the well.
Gentleman has yielded the well. Is there any objection to withdrawing the committee's substitute? Chair hears none. The committee's substitute is withdrawn. Is there any objection to adopting the substitute offered by the Committee on Rules? Chair hears none. The Rules Committee substitute is adopted. Is there any objection to agreeing to the report of the committee, which was favorable to the passage of the bill? Chair hears none. The report of the committee is agreed to. Shall this bill now pass? All in favor of the passage of the bill will vote yes. All those opposed will vote no, and the clerk will unlock the machine. Have all members voted? For what purpose does Representative Adesanya rise?
Mr. Speaker, parliamentary inquiry.
State your inquiry.
Isn't it true that nobody understands the community better than the community itself? Therefore, we ought to allow district attorneys and solicitors general do their job based on the needs of their community.
If the gentleman so states, I'm sure he believes it. For what purpose does Representative Maynard rise?
Parliamentary inquiry.
State your inquiry.
Is it not true that I'd want to be on the record saying that Solicitor General Keith Gamage is one of the best solicitors in the state of Georgia, and that all solicitors should look at him as a role model, and he definitely would not be a part of any kind of investigation because he is such a role model to other solicitor generals in the state of Georgia. Is that not true?
I'm sure the lady believes, and it's on the record. For what purpose does Representative Ramon rise?
Parliamentary inquiry.
State your inquiry.
Is it not true that when I asked a question about House Bill 505 and whether or not it could potentially prosecute folks that got too excited about their sports event, I was told that we should trust prosecutorial discretion?
I'm sure the lady has a great memory and believes everything she states. Have all members voted? If so, the clerk will lock the machines. On the passage of the bill, the yeas were 97, the nays 77. The bill, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed. For what purpose does Representative Park Cannon rise?
To make a motion.
State your motion.
I move that we reconsider our vote on Senate Bill 92.
Because of the time we're in this session, the time to take up your motion will be right now. Now is the time for the gentlelady to pursue the motion, if she so desires. She moves. On the gentlelady's motion that the House reconsider its action on giving SB 92 a requisite majority. All those in favor of reconsideration will vote yes. Those opposed, no, and the clerk will unlock the machine. Have all members voted? If so, the clerk will lock the machine. On the gentlelady's motion, the yeas are 73, the nays are 98. The motion is lost, and the House has failed to reconsider this action. The bill has passed. Members, we're going to take up a bill that's on the second supplemental calendar at this time. We have some family members in the gallery. We're going to go ahead and take up SB 107. SB 107. So I need your attention as we move forward with SB 107. Mr. Clerk, will you read the caption?
Senate Bill 107 by Senator Burns, the 23rd, and others to be entitled an act to amend Title 31 of the Official Code of Georgia annotated relating to health, so as to enact Izzy's Law, to provide that the Department of Public Health shall develop and make available for download from its internet website a model aquatic safety plan based on national standards for private swim instructors. This bill having referred to the Committee on Public Health. That committee recommends that this bill do pass by Rules Committee substitute.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Chair recognizes Representative Hilton to present the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Colleagues, I rise to present to you Senate Bill 107, which aims to protect Georgians who are receiving private swim instruction by requiring an aquatic safety plan. The background of the bill stems from an incident in June 2023 when a 4-year-old boy, Israel Scott, nicknamed Izzy, tragically drowned while taking private swim lessons in Burke County. I know I've got some speakers after me, but I want to recognize the family who has joined us in the gallery there. If they would stand up so we can recognize them. Izzy's family has worked incredibly hard since that time to advocate for this legislation, which essentially says if you're delivering private swim instruction here in the state, you've got to be able to provide a model plan which recommends a recommended ratio of students to swim instructors, recommendation for secondary supervision, provides for participation by a parent, and requires certification for CPR by the instructor themselves. Izzy's Law here in Georgia will heighten awareness of safety needs, create a reasonable model with an aquatic safety plan, and protects Georgians who choose to pursue private swim instruction. And so with that, I will yield for questions, Mr. Speaker.
You have no questions.
With that, I yield the well and I ask for your favorable consideration. Thank you.
Representative Gladney is recognized to speak to the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Good afternoon, colleagues.
I rise before you this afternoon to speak in support of SB 107. As I speak to you this afternoon, I will share with you a story about a family represented in the Augusta delegation. So what started as a beautiful, warm summer day, mid-June last year, while all of us who are seated here today were most likely doing very diligent work, advocating for our communities, supporting our families, and being good neighbors, making sure we were putting our best efforts into representing the folks that sent us here to occupy these seats today, there was a mom in Burke County getting her busy day started as well. Miss Dory Scott was preparing to take her son, her 4-year-old son, Israel, whose nickname is Izzy, for his second swim lesson. Prior to the start of the lessons, based upon her resources and her means as a local hairstylist, Mom did her due diligence. She checked around the area for reputable instructors to make sure her baby boy was prepared for the summer so that he could play and swim safely with the others. Izzy's older siblings had even learned to swim with the same instructor, so Mom felt he would be in entrusted care. Meanwhile, during their ride in the car to the group swim lesson in the neighborhood close to their home, on this fateful day, Izzy, who is normally a vibrant, exuberant child who absolutely loves superhero Black Panther and dinosaurs and playing with his older brothers and sisters, he has a moment of pause, and he is slightly hesitant about going to the lesson that day and says to his mother, "What if I drown?" And she does exactly what we do as mothers do. She comforts him and she assures him that it will be okay because she knows that she will be waiting for him in the car when the lesson is over. And she waits, and she waits. But unfortunately, the rest of the circumstances surrounding the events of that day are very unclear and held the worst news of their lives for Dory Scott and her family. There are a litany of news articles and stories that offer many varying views of the chaos that unfolded, and out of complete respect for the family, I will not revisit those details. But what I will say is this: the reason why I stand before you today is because Izzy is no longer with us. You see, ladies and gentlemen, this is his obituary. He wasn't able to see the latest release of his favorite superhero series. He didn't get a chance to spend his 5th birthday surrounded by his family and his friends who loved him. As a matter of fact, he didn't make it out of the lesson that day to his mother's car. He drowned that day. And the dreadful reality is that is not an uncommon circumstance. According to the CDC, in this country, there are over 4,000 fatal unintentional drownings involving children every year, averaging 11 drownings a day. Our entire community was heartbroken for this family and the tragedy that broke our entire community. Everybody knew somebody that was connected to this family in some way. How could something like this happen at a swim lesson. The family wanted answers. The community wanted answers. Imagine Dory Scott's desperate pursuit to find answers for her son Izzy turning into a law, because what she ultimately discovers is there is no real standardized measures for accredited swim instructors, which brings us to our discussion today and an opportunity today to protect children and families through some measures in Izzy's Law. Izzy's Law makes provisions through a number of components, which include requirements for the Department of Public Health to develop widely accessible safety plans for aquatic activities based on standards of national partnerships with recognized authorities such as the American Cross, YWCA, and the National Drowning Prevention Alliance, and others. It enacts requirements for a CPR certification by swim instructors or an assistant. Additionally, Izzy's Law raises the standard of responsibility for those who provide private aquatic lessons and heightens awareness for the public. So in closing, I'd like to leave you with two thoughts about why I support this bill. Number one, because it speaks to all the reasons why we lift our voice in advocacy for those who cannot be here to represent themselves. Number two, because it is a good bill. It has provisions that protects other families like the Scotts from this awful fate of ever having this experience again. My continued prayers are with the Scott family. As a mother of 3 adult sons, I am profoundly sorry for your unimaginable loss. I respect the sacrifice you have made to carry this torch, and I am honored and grateful for the opportunity to support your family in this effort. To my colleagues, I request your favorable consideration for SB 107, Izzy's Law. Mr. Speaker, I yield the well, sir.
The lady has yielded the well. Is there any objection to the previous question being ordered? The chair hears none. The previous question is ordered. Is there any objection to adopting the substitute offered by the Committee on Rules? The chair hears none. The Rules Committee substitute is adopted. Is there any objection to agreeing to the report of the committee, which was favorable to the passage of the bill? The chair hears none. The report of the committee is agreed to. Shall this bill now pass? All in favor of the passage of the bill will vote yes. All those opposed will vote no, and the clerk will unlock the machine. For what purpose does Chairman Prince rise?
Parliamentary inquiry.
State your inquiry.
Mr. Speaker, is it not true that it was the hard work of Senator Max Burns and our own House member, State Representative Gloria Frazier, who brought this to our attention, and their hard work is what we see as a result for us?
The chairman knows of what he speaks. For what purpose does Representative Sharp arise?
Parliamentary inquiry.
State your inquiry.
Is it not true that I've been in the medical field for over 30 years, and I think this is a great bill to have? And if so, I would like to make sure that any instructor or any facility also is required to have an AED, which will also be something that they can use easily that would help in situations like this.
I'm sure the gentleman with his training knows exactly of what he speaks. Have all members voted? If so, the clerk will lock the machine. On the passage of the bill, the yeas were 169, the nays 0. The bill, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed. To Senator Burns and all of the delegation, Representative Frazier, and the entire Richmond delegation, thank you for your work. To the family, our hearts go out to you. What a beautiful young man he was. His memory will last in your family and in this state for years and years to come, as Israel is a part of who we are. Thank y'all for being here. We appreciate y'all so much, and safe travels home. Mr. Clerk, will you read the caption to Senate Bill 145?
Senate Bill 145 by Senator Still of the 48th and others, to be entitled an act to amend Chapter 60 of Title 36 of the Official Code of Georgia annotated relating to general provisions applicable to counties and municipal corporations so as to prohibit local regulations that create differing standards for or distinguish gasoline-powered leaf blowers from similar equipment. This bill then referred to the Committee on Governmental Affairs. That committee recommends that this bill do pass by committee substitute.
This bill has several speakers, so I will ask all members to give the member in the well your attention. Chair recognizes Representative Gullett to present the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Presenting you Senate Bill 145. This is a bill that incorporates several provisions from other bills. First, it incorporates House Bill 374, which was voted out of this House, related to municipal de-annexations. This bill also establishes the Landscape, Equipment, and Agricultural Fairness LEAF Act, which provides statewide parity for gasoline leaf blowers with battery-powered and other such devices used in landscape, construction, and pest control. This bill also includes a measure from Representative Roberts that has the cities and counties asked for related to cleanup from House Bill 1405 from last year, because it swept certain administrative permits into it. So all interested parties have supported this minor cleanup. It also, Part 4, incorporates commercial property assessed conservation, energy, and resiliency development authorities. Part 5 provides for all types of energy or fuel to be delivered for the use of appliances. And Part 6 allows for additional investment in EMC-owned gas marketers. It does a lot. Most of these, again, we've passed out of this body already. Things got held up in the Senate. So I'm happy to answer any questions, Mr. Speaker. I know the hour is getting late, and there's some speakers to it.
Well, you almost had no questions, but you do.
Huh.
Representative Hughley to your left has a question. Representative Hughley is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Does the gentleman yield?
I do.
How do all these various things come together under one bill? How are they all germane? You got several different subject matters going here. So help me out on how all this goes together.
Yeah, I think they're all within the Governmental Affairs Committee is the one who brought all these bills together. From the germaneness, I think the committee voted and believed those to be germane. And so it's all in the same title section.
Does the gentleman further yield?
I'll yield again.
So is it my understanding that the committee voted on all of these various bills separately, but not as a
this
one
bill was brought together into one bill and voted out of committee.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am. Mr. Speaker, I know the hour is late again. There's several speakers, and I'm going to go ahead and yield the well.
Gentlemen, is yielded the well. We have some speakers on the bill. I'll recognize Representative Nulowitz. Speak to the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Friends, I rise before you today not to speak against 2/3 of the components of this bill. I really just have a problem with 1/3 of the bill, 2 of the parts. I have the utmost respect for my colleagues who worked relentlessly to perfect HB 374. Indeed, I voted for that measure when it was before us on the House floor earlier this session. I fully support CPACE. I agree this is great language. I offer my full-throated support for my colleagues' language that would clean up legislation that passed last year. I am delighted that language from HB 92, legislation that I co-sponsored actually, found a home post-crossover day. I only regret that it is included in this particular bill, which along with the 4 sections that I support includes these 2 other provisions that are, with sincere apologies to Samuel Taylor Coleridge, are an albatross hanging from the necks of these otherwise worthy bills. I first rise to speak against the original language of SB 145. It is no secret that I am no fan of local preemption bills, but the ones that really stick in my craw are the local preemption bills that are entirely unnecessary. When I initially read SB 145, the phrase that is now in lines 115 through 117 of the bill that we have before us today caught my attention. It reads, "The General Assembly finds that prudent regulation of gas-powered leaf blowers is crucial to the welfare of Georgia's economy." Again, the General Assembly finds that prudent regulation of gas-powered leaf blowers is crucial to the welfare of Georgia's economy. What a strange thing to say about leaf blowers, I thought when I first read this. Not even the truck weights bill has language like that, and how we move freight in Georgia is arguably probably more crucial to the welfare of our economy than gas-powered leaf blowers. That odd scrap of language, though, sparked something in me. Sparked a memory. It took me on a walk down memory lane, and now I ask you all to join me. With apologies to Sophia Petrillo, picture it, this House floor, 2015. Out on the ropes, a brilliant and gorgeous young city council member fervently works to convince the esteemed members of this body that they should vote against another, eerily similar to this bill, local preemption bill. This bill, SB 139, declared in lines 13 through 15, "The General Assembly finds that the prudent regulation of auxiliary containers is crucial to the welfare of Georgia's economy." Right? If you weren't here in 2015, you may not know that auxiliary container is a fancy way of saying plastic bags. SB 139 was the plastic bag ban. If you want to continue this stroll down memory lane with me, you can pull SB 139 up and compare it to SB 145. And when you do, you will see what I realized earlier this session, which is that SB 145 is a line-by-line copy. A line-by-line copy of the plastic bag ban. It is as if whoever wrote this bill treated SB 139 from 2015 as if it were a legislative Mad Lib. Do y'all remember Mad Libs? It's as if it was a Mad Lib replacing the phrase auxiliary containers with gas-powered leaf blowers wherever the former phrase appeared. Now, the plastic bag ban ultimately met its demise here on this floor. And it died on this floor because the majority of the lawmakers here recognized that, their personal feelings about plastic bags aside, it was a genuinely banal thing over which local control should be eroded. In fact, one House representative noted in 2015 that he would not want his own city to pass a ban on plastic bags. He wanted, and if you were here, you'll remember, his pickles and ice cream to be secure in their auxiliary plastic container. But this member who voted against this bill continued, and this is a quote, "But I don't have the same issues as Tybee Island. I don't have the same issues as Athens in his city. My city has its own unique set of issues. If we pass this bill, we are taking a tool out of the toolbox for those local governments to deal with their own problems. What did Tybee Island and Athens have to do with plastic bag bans, you may ask? I will tell you. Those are two cities that actually did have conversations and proposed ordinances about banning plastic bags in their community prior to the introduction of that local preemption bill. In Tybee Island, it was in the name of fiscal responsibility, as keeping the city's beaches clean is actually and indisputably, I would say, crucial to the welfare of their economy. And the city was spending tens of thousands of taxpayer dollars every year to keep those beaches free of plastic bags. Other than Tybee, the only other municipality in Georgia, only one other municipality in Georgia was considering a plastic bag ban, and to date, only one city in Georgia has tried to enact such a ban, and how they're enforcing it, it really remains to be seen. And I repeat, no city at all has tried to regulate leaf blowers. No city or county in Georgia has tried to do anything to regulate the use of gas-powered leaf blowers, the ones that are so crucial to our economy, other than maybe addressing it through a noise ordinance, saying what time of day you can use them, because nobody, and I mean nobody, even the leaf blower manufacturers, want them used outside their kitchen window or their bedroom window at 6 o'clock in the morning. I believe the takeaway from SB 139 in 2015 is that there is no reason to deny cities and counties the ability to individually determine for themselves whether or not they want to regulate plastic bags or gas-powered leaf blowers or gas stoves. A local preemption related to gas appliances, I suppose, with apologies to Hank Hill, this would also include propane and propane accessories. That's the other part of this version of SB 145 that I find concerning. This bill was originally HB 438. Unlike several other provisions of this bill, 438 never made it to the floor for a vote. SB 145 was, with apologies to Princess Leia, its only hope. As with gas-powered leaf blowers, no city or county, nowhere in Georgia, has entertained the notion of limiting or prohibiting any gas appliance. I personally love my gas stove. Supporters of this measure remind us that states like California and cities like Seattle have passed or proposed similar preemptions. Admittedly, those states are a little bit greener than we are. They may even be a little more woo-woo than we are here in Georgia. But they also have something out west that we don't, and that something is earthquakes. Are you familiar with the Cascadia subduction zone? I know. Tell me your dad is a petrophysicist without telling me your dad is a petrophysicist, am I right? My 7th grade science fair project was actually about plate tectonics, and I know that the science faculty at Dory Intermediate School in Spring, Texas is delighted that I am speaking to this issue today. The Cascadia subduction zone is a 1,000-kilometer fault line that stretches from Vancouver Island in Canada down through Washington State and Oregon, ending near Mendocino, California. The scientists who study these things are certain that this fault line is not only capable of producing earthquakes greater than 9.0 on the Richter scale, they also agree that the next big one, that'll probably be, potentially 9.0 on the Richter scale, is about 75 years or so overdue, and there is indeed a 37% chance that this big one, this big earthquake that is going to cause like a massive tsunami and a lot of destruction and will be second only in estimation to the 2010 Haiti earthquake, it's coming, it's overdue, it's gonna happen, and a 37% chance it's gonna happen in the next 50 years. What does this have to do with gas stoves? I'm getting there, I promise. One of my sisters, beloved sisters, you might hear me mention my sisters often from this well because there are actually 4 of them. So it may seem like I just have one sister who does a lot of different things, but I actually have 4. Seattle doesn't actually have a ban on gas stoves. Her house was built in 1941 when they renovated a few years ago. They made sure everything was electric. They have electric heat, electric hot water. Everything is electric, even though they could choose gas. But the reason they have electric is not because there's any local preemption. It's because after that earthquake happens, she and her husband feel like their time would be better spent digging their kids out of the rubble than trying to find the gas shutoff valve so their house doesn't explode after the earthquake. So I don't know if comparing cities like Berkeley, California, or elsewhere out west to any city in Georgia is in any way apropos. Again, no city in Georgia is considering any kind of a ban. No county is considering any kind of a ban or any kind of limitations on the use of gas stoves. I don't think any city in Georgia, to be quite honest, looks to Berkeley, California for model ordinances. I mentioned earlier that I love my gas stove, and do you know who else loves their gas stoves? The many incredible chefs and restaurant owners that operate their restaurants throughout the state of Georgia. I am confident that if any city in Georgia were to entertain such an ordinance, the many James Beard nominated and award-winning chefs in Atlanta, Decatur, Savannah, Athens, in Cobb County, all of these amazing nationally renowned and recognized chefs and restaurateurs alongside restaurants that range from national chains to mom and pops, they would all have something to say to their city councils and county commissions on this issue, and I would encourage them to say that because, again, I love my gas stove. So why even go there? Why do we continue to see such an urgent commitment of time and energy to ensuring that local governments in Georgia continue to not do something they already have shown no interest in doing? No city or county wants to regulate gas-powered leaf blowers. No city or county is trying to take away your gas stove. It's just not a thing. It is not necessary for us to have these bills. So I was thinking about this morning, thinking about what I was going to say if this bill made it to the floor today. And one of the things I realized is that these preemptions for gas-powered leaf blowers are a little bit like a snipe hunt. You know that old sitcom trope. Okay, if you're a boomer or Gen X, you probably remember the episode of Cheers where Sam, Norm, and Cliff, they took Frasier on a snipe hunt. That was a banger, man. It's a good episode. If you're a whippersnapper, you've probably watched Atlanta, and in season 4 of Atlanta, Ern and Van take Lottie on a snipe hunt. It's an old sitcom trope. Seen it 1,000 times, 1,000 ways. The thing about a snipe hunt is that you send someone on a quest to find something that they will never find. And that's a little bit what like these preemptions are. They are special interest groups mad-libbing legislation in an attempt to send the General Assembly on a quest to keep cities and counties from outlawing something that no one is even trying to outlaw. It is a waste of our time. It is a snipe hunt. It is a legislative snipe hunt. In a few minutes, we will have the opportunity to vote our conscience on this Christmas tree bill, the size of which is worthy of that rotunda right beyond those doors. And when that time comes, I urge you to ask yourself if good policy should include these continued erosions of local control in Georgia. I yield the well.
The lady has yielded the well. Representative Ramond is recognized to speak to the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Colleagues, good afternoon. You're probably wondering why I'm talking about leaf blowers today. I'm wondering why we're talking about leaf blowers today. I think this is like the 5,000th bill we've read about local rule preemption, and I don't really know why today seems to be local preemption day, but here we are. So for those of you that haven't read this massive bill yet, that's about 36 pages long, we have quite a few provisions in this one. And per usual, I am here to talk about your unintended consequences within this bill. If anybody is surprised, you must be new here. So unfortunately, with this bill, SB 145, it is attempting to put our thumb on the scale within the free market. And y'all have heard me say this before. Picture for a second, it's Sunday morning, and by some miracle, nobody in your house has woken you up yet, whether that's your dog, your spouse, kids if you got them. See, it's almost this quiet, right? And you're finally sleeping in for the first time ever. and you hear right outside of your window, door, house, whatever the case may be. And it's a very, very loud leaf blower. Whether it's in your apartment here in Atlanta, in your home, doesn't matter. And you're just mad because that was the one day you were going to be able to sleep in, and now you can't. And you go talk to your city council person, and they say, yeah, that was just part of our typical landscaping that we do for the area. And you go, why do you have to use the loudest option possible on a Sunday morning? Now, I don't know about you, but I've actually heard electric leaf blowers, and they are much, much quieter. There's actually a reason why. If you go to a Home Depot now, you'll see a lot more electric leaf blowers than you will gas leaf blowers. You want to know how I know that? Because my husband decided to become a landscaper recently. But that's beside the point. So I have to wonder, why are we so obsessed with gas leaf blowers? Is there like a big pro-gas leaf blower movement that I'm not aware of? Someone please let me know if there is, because I have not heard of it until today. So, as I mentioned, now I go to my city council person and I say, man, I was almost able to sleep in the other day and I couldn't because this annoying leaf blower was going off, and I want you to ban leaf blowers, particularly the very loud gas ones. And you know, if we pass this bill, what the city council person is going to say? You're my state rep. I can't do anything about it, but you can. And I don't know about you, but I don't want to get involved in municipal-related issues. That's why I'm a state rep and not a city council person. Granted, I didn't even want to run for office to begin with, but that's a different story. And it has been a long day. So, again, I ask you, why are we so obsessed with gas leaf blowers, and why is it in this bill? And while we're at it, why is everything else in this bill in here? Why do we continue to preempt local control on every little piece that relates to the well-being of that community and what that community knows best? And this isn't even something that'll make the community better. I mean, look, with all due respect, if you want to smell the exhaust of a gas leaf blower, by all means, more power to you. I don't. So please don't make me smell the gas of a leaf blower. It really is that simple. And I'm not trying to be like comical. Actually, I'm very intentionally trying to be comical here because I don't understand why this keeps happening in this body. If, for example, I live in a community and we all prefer electric-related utilities, or in this case, you know, stoves or whatever it is, why can't we decide on electric stoves? Believe it or not, with some pots and pans, it actually works better. Did you know that? I just found that out recently. So, in all seriousness, this bill is the amendment and amalgamation of a lot of other bills. What we're basically saying is that a lot of local governments and potentially public universities are effectively prohibited from choosing their energy source. And again, I don't understand why. If a university wants to save costs and they find out electric is cheaper, shouldn't they be able to do that? Don't we want our public universities to cost us less money? Didn't we just talk earlier about how we can't afford that extra 5% for whatever reason? But now we're saying, oh, we can afford more money to prop up an industry that frankly is becoming less relevant because we're finding better technology. And that's okay. If an industry wants to compete in the market, and I hear this all the time when we say we want to protect consumers, we want to do this, we should let the market figure it out. Okay, let the market figure it out on this one. Why are we insisting that we need to put our thumb on that scale? And in particular, a scale that frankly smells very bad. I don't like the smell of gas exhaust. There's also a lot of questions that have come up as a result of this bill, at least in my mind. If cities have energy benchmarking programs, is this bill going to now stall those programs or even prohibit them completely? What about if a city is trying to run some electric lines or gas lines or whatever the case may be, and they find, oh, there's actually something in the way, maybe gas doesn't make as much sense, maybe we should try electricity. Are we going to now prevent a city from doing that and instead force them to run a gas line like 3 times as long? I know these seem like really silly questions and things that you and I don't have to deal with because we're not the ones sitting in those planning meetings. But I promise you, there will now be people who have to pinch pennies and cut costs and potentially put more people at risk because we decided, you know what? This is how we want municipalities to function. We don't all live in the same kinds of housing. We don't all live in the same kinds of towns. We don't all live in the same kinds of cities. Each one has relatively unique infrastructure, particularly related to when that town or city was established. I know in one of my cities, there's been a lot of amazing innovation on electricity and electric-related resources. I think this bill is going to hinder that. And frankly, I think Georgia's going to be worse off. Because that city has done an incredible job of finding solutions for problems that we have been talking about for a long time. Whether that's transportation, whether that's utilities, whether that's accessibility, you name it. Frankly, I geek out every time I go visit that city. So now I have to explain to them why some of their programs might now be halted, which, by the way, those programs bring in jobs. So now we're risking potential jobs with this bill. I know I made a joke earlier, but why are we even doing this? Because at the end of the day, as we continue to do this, related to whatever pet issue we come up with that day, our cities are going to become more and more hindered to address the problems that we then fault them for. And then we turn around and wonder why our cities are not doing more to help with whatever issue we're dealing with. Here's the other piece that's really important. For more than 5 years, Georgia has been a leader in clean energy jobs, but this is a blatant attempt to stop that. It's like we keep moving 1 step forward and 3 steps back. Those things are exciting. We've got kids right now in schools who are preparing for those jobs. And now you're telling me by the time they graduate, those jobs might not be there anymore? What's the point? If every time something innovative happens, something exciting happens, we recruit kids for that pipeline in our public universities, and then they graduate and find out, oh, actually, this body passed a law, that job isn't there anymore. Why do we do that? It's gas, y'all. Literally, this is what we're talking about here. It is gas. I mean, seriously. It's okay for people to pick other sources of energy to heat up their homes, to cook their food, to power their cities. That is totally okay to do. And when we preempt them from doing that, frankly, the negative consequences far outweigh whatever this bill is trying to do. Now, I think it's also important to understand that Georgia has no significant methane reserves to frack or drill. This means that as a result of this bill, we're going to end up losing more money out of the state in order to be able to give people the gas they're going to be asking for. I don't know about you, but I would much rather spend my money here in Georgia. I really like the state. And to be honest with you, the sad reality of the situation is that this bill is not unique to our state. This kind of legislation has been spreading all around our country, and it is making it incredibly difficult to move forward as a society. Because that's what this is about. We found ways to heat our homes in much cleaner ways. We've found ways to cook our food in much safer ways. We've found ways to drive our cars without as many emissions as we used to have. And I don't know about you, but I want to breathe easier. There's nothing I hate more than going on a run and having to inhale all that exhaust from the cars around me. And when I go to a park and all the leaf blowers and lawnmowers are going off, and suddenly I have to smell that gas too, So I can't get away from the smell of exhaust on the roads, obviously. Can't get away from it on the parks because now my municipality can no longer mandate that their contractors have electric leaf blowers and electric lawn mowers, which, by the way, work great. We have them. I was going to bring one today to show y'all, but I didn't realize this bill was coming. But at the end of the day, I really sincerely hope that no matter what you've heard about this bill, that you will reconsider. Because I promise you, there's going to come a day where one of your city council members is going to come to you and say, we got this awesome grant, or we have this opportunity for a great project, and you're going to have to tell them, sorry, I voted on this bill a couple of years ago, and it's not going to let you actually do that because you're preempting, because you're trying to prevent gas leaf blowers or whatever you're trying to do. How is that fair? Here's the other piece of it. Like I said, we have talked a lot about various preemption bills in this body. And I've kind of talked a little bit about jobs, a little bit about the uniqueness of each town or city. But I sincerely hope that as you vote for this bill, whatever talking points you've heard about this bill, please consider your cities and towns instead. Because there are so many opportunities and grant opportunities out there right now to make our cities and towns better. And so I strongly urge you to vote no on this bill. I yield the well. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The lady has yielded the well. Representative Brad Thomas is recognized to speak to the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So today I rise to speak out in support of this bill, SB 145. And I want to talk a little bit about some of the energy that we've discussed during this session, one of them being electric vehicles. I don't know if many of you remember, but I stood up here in the well in support of the electric vehicle bill, and I did so for one reason, because I believe in energy choice. And that means electric, that means gasoline, that means whatever form of fuel, hydrogen, whatever form of fuel that you want. I'm okay with that, and we should be doing things that support that. This bill does that. And when it comes to lawn service specifically, because that seems to be one of the number one things I hear a lot about down here at the well today on this bill, we hear about the electric leaf blowers, and the issue with electric leaf blowers, they just don't have the power that a gasoline leaf blower has. That technology has not gotten to where it needs to be competitive in a free market economy, and that's what we want. That's what this bill does. It makes sure that the free market is available for those small business people that are blowing and taking care of our lawns and golf courses or whatever else that we choose. It may be schools, so that they can go and buy equipment that they can afford and don't have unnecessary burdens put on them to buy equipment that, quite frankly, doesn't work as well. It requires a substantial amount of infrastructure that they have to purchase to even be able to use that type of equipment. Let's be honest, the battery is not going to last all day, but you can fill up a gas tank fairly quickly. So with that being said, I implore all of you here, let's think about the mom and pop. Let's think about the dad and the small business owner that is just trying to do the best they can to survive. And let's let the free market rule. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield the well.
Representative Roberts is recognized to speak to the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Colleagues, I know my position may not be popular. This bill has a lot of things in it, it does, but my understanding is that every single one of them passed out of a committee. They've just kind of been all compiled in this. Included in that is some cleanup language that ACCG, GMA, several jurisdictions around the state asked me to bring to my bill from last session, which was HB 1405. And it kind of swept up some administrative permits that we did not mean to sweep up into the definition of quasi-judicial and it was going to create complications, which the whole point of the bill was to minimize complications and reduce complications. So I'm grateful that this part has been incorporated into this bill. I also believe in local control. I try to look at each one individually, and I'm going to give a different perspective on the leaf blower. I have a landscaper, Rigo. He works with his brother, his wife. They do everything legally. They have a 5-year work visa. They work harder than any person I've ever seen. And I've got to believe that this bill was brought because there was some threat to leaf blowers, gas leaf blowers. And right now there's no product on the market that's comparable that he could do his job. And so I would love for the industry to, I did vote for the sunset amendment, but it didn't pass because I'd like to force the industry to come up with something that would be cleaner and would be comparable, but right now it doesn't exist, and I just can't vote against this because of my guy Rigo. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield the well.
Lady has yielded well. Representative Victor Anderson is recognized to speak to the bill. He is our last speaker on the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll be very brief. I just want to point out one thing about both the gas leaf blower provision and the gas appliance, what we're all calling those two items in this bill. There's nothing in either of those bills that prevents a local governing authority from implementing energy efficiency or environmental programs that are incentive-based. What it does is it prevents them from penalizing lack of participation in those programs. We're not saying that you can't have programs. We're not saying you can't promote those types of energy choices, but we are saying that you can't mandate them and penalize the lack of participation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
That completes the questions. The gentleman yielded the well. Is there any objection to the previous question being ordered? Chair hears none. The previous question is ordered. We do have a minority report. Representative Jasmine Clark is recognized to bring the minority report. Members, need your attention. Please give the lady in your will your attention. Representative Clark's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Colleagues, today I rise to ask you to vote no on SB 145. I think we've already discussed kind of the ridiculousness of having to debate leaf blowers. I want to point out that today, in another state, babies were killed by bullets. And we have not debated a single bill when it comes to protecting babies from being killed by bullets. But today, we're talking about leaf blowers. I think that's an important context. So, you know, right now, I'm sure there are plenty of you who can relate to the story that was told in the well about the early morning leaf blowers. And the truth is, they are loud. They are very, very loud. And especially when you're tired and you are hoping to get a little extra bit of sleep. Let's say the day after sine die, you're tired because we've been here all day, and then your neighbor decides, hey, you know, I feel like blowing some leaves at 7 a.m. Right now, your cities and your local governments could restrict hours when you could have such loud noises. But arguably, this bill could preclude that. That's an issue. Because no one likes to find out that the reason why their city can't do something about a nuisance is because the state is stopping them or prohibiting them from being able to do that. Also, I just want to point out how this bill is truly an attack on clean energy initiatives. And it's very curious to me because we see where the industry is moving, and it seems like someone outside in the hall has decided we've got to protect gas at all costs. There's no reason to do this because right now we already, because of a bill that we passed before, prohibit our governments from adopting policies that prohibit things based on their source of fuel. But now we're going to go further and say not only can you not prohibit it, you can't even restrict it. So what does that mean? What's the difference between prohibiting and restricting? Now we're saying, you know what? You can't, not only can you not say you can't have this appliance, now we don't even want you incentivizing using one thing over another, which could be considered a restriction. We do not want you saying that we are going to build more affordable houses that are all or total electric or that utilize solar power because we don't want to make the gas industry mad. So let's zoom out for a bit and let's talk about affordable housing, because I've talked to a number of people in here on both sides of the aisle, and they say they truly do care about addressing our affordable housing crisis. I've actually seen a couple of other preemption bills. They didn't get a vote, but they definitely got some signatures from people right here in this chamber from, frankly, both sides of the aisle that would have told governments that what color, they cannot restrict based on color, they cannot restrict based on, you know, building materials, all these different things, because they said, they claim they care about affordable housing. But now we have a bill that says that you cannot favor building materials or appliances that are going to be more affordable and allow for building of more affordable houses. It is actually cheaper. It is less expensive to build with total electric. The data bears that out. Not just that, as I said, we are moving toward using things like solar, and that's amazing. You know why? Because here in Georgia, we've got solar plants coming up. We got battery plants. We are actually in Georgia moving in the direction of innovation. Economic development and innovation is happening right here in our state. We are trying to lead the way in these things, and then you slap a bill like this on our desk and say, absolutely not. You must at least, or you cannot say that you can't use gas, or you can't even restrict it. It's not even just about prohibiting, it's about restricting as well. So what if these cities want to incentivize energy efficiency? Would they be breaking the law? What if cities want to incentivize builders coming in and building more affordable housing by using total electric? Are they breaking the law? Is that what we want to do here? And at the end of the day, I know there are several people on the opposite side of the aisle than I that talk a lot about small government when they're talking to their constituents. Small government this, small government that. There's nothing small government about this bill. In fact, there's nothing small about this bill. We've added all types of crap to this bill since it was first drafted. This bill got bigger and bigger and bigger, and with it, government got bigger and bigger and bigger, and we're going to vote for that? It's interesting to me because most of the people outside of here would claim that it's the Democrats that are all about big government. It's the Democrats that want to control your lives. It's the Democrats that want to preempt local control. It's not us. This bill bears that out. It is not us that is introducing these preemptive bills. It is not us. So ask yourself, and I'll make sure that, speeches like this get posted so people know exactly who is for small government and who is not for small government. Because we think what we do in here stays in here, and that's not the way it's supposed to work. We're doing the work of the people, and so the people deserve to know who's voting in their best interest and who is not. And so I am going to yield the well by asking you all to vote no on this government overreach. For once, we've already had plenty of preemptive bills. Maybe this one, we can finally say this is the final straw. This is the straw that broke the camel's back. Vote no on this bill, vote yes on local control, and let our local governments do what the people elected them to do. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield the well.
The lady has yielded the well. Now we'll have the chairman's time up to 20 minutes. There's allotted for chairman's time. I'll recognize Chairman LaHood to speak to the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I do not believe I'll need 20 minutes for this. I just wanted to clear the air on a couple things and then let everybody vote. So this bill does have a lot of parts to it. There are several bills that got added to the original gas leaf blower bill. And let me just clarify on the leaf blowers. The bill does not do anything to protect gas leaf blowers that it doesn't do for electric leaf blowers. All it does is require that local government, any ordinance or law that they create for one type of blower goes for the other type. You can get a goat to climb a tree, but you're better off to hire a squirrel. In other words, your landscape provider, if he can do a better job with a gas leaf blower than he can with an electric, let him do his job. And if you want to hire a landscape crew that uses all electric, then do that. It's up to you. Nobody's telling you that you can't use the leaf blower of your choice. The bill just says that the local government cannot treat one type of blower different than the other. The other parts of this bill have all been thoroughly vetted through committee. Several of the parts have passed through this House already, and we've got bipartisan support for every part of this bill. Now I know there's concerns on both sides for some parts, but there's bipartisan support at some level for every part of the bill. So I ask for your favorable consideration, and Mr. Speaker, if there's any questions, I'll take one or two.
Gentleman has a question or two. To your left, Representative Oliver has a question. Way to your left. Right?
Mr. Speaker, I rise to make a motion.
Right now, we're in the posture of a question. I'll be glad to entertain your motion in a moment.
Thank you, sir.
Gentleman, yield to Representative Bentley on the left and the back has a question. Ladies recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Does the gentleman yield?
Sure.
Friendly question, and I'm just really trying to understand this debate. Because when I first learned of this bill last year, I was under the impression that this legislation, and I'm going to use for an example, is it not true that I was under the impression that this bill would help Mr. Ernest that works with me at the funeral home? Mr. Ernest is a small business owner, and he cut grass in Taylor County and also cut grass in Peach County. And the majority of his customers are elderly women that are living on a fixed income. And so he's a very small business owner. And so is it not true that I was under this impression that this bill will make it where Taylor County couldn't put an ordinance in place that mandated Mr. Ernest to have only one type of blower, and Peach County would have something totally different, which would make it a little difficult for Mr. Ernest to be able to really operate his very small business in the manner he needed to, trying to serve older individuals on a fixed income.
So I believe what you're saying is this bill would provide stability and consistency to people who provide the service of landscaping and that might require the use of a leaf blower. So you are correct. You know of what you speak.
Okay, that helps me. Thank you.
Sure.
Gentlemen, yield for another question.
One more, Mr. Speaker.
Representative, let's see, Chairman Alan Powell, to your right in the rear, is recognized for a question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will the gentleman yield?
Yes, sir.
As I looked through this bill, and I was on governmental affairs, but is it not true that each of the sections of this bill have already cleared the House committee in various forms?
You are correct.
Is it also not true that when we talk about, and a lot of the discussion here has been about preemption, but is it not true that the local government's representatives with ACC, and GMA, either they were for or neutral on all of these positions?
You are correct again.
If I might further yield, if you may further yield. So then looking at all of these sections, and I continue to hear a lot of the discussion, and I know that a lot of the members are tired and a lot of things have been said. Is it not true that this is a customary way of passing legislation, because every member of this House that puts in a bill is going to try to the very end to be dedicated to try to pass his or her bill?
That is correct. Our Governmental Affairs Committee that you are a member of, I believe is one of the busier committees in this House, and heard lots of bills this year, and some just ran out of time to make it through crossover day. And so, yes.
If the gentleman will further yield.
Yes, sir.
Then is it not true that this is a customary way? We just didn't invent it with House Senate Bill 145. But these bills that are commonly referred to as Christmas trees or a variety of different names that have a lot of different subject matters, this is a customary way of trying to get things across to the other house to try to get it either to a conference committee or to get it to pass, so that each member's legislation they've worked on will have a chance to pass for the benefit of for the state.
You've served in this House a long time, and you know what you speak.
One further question, if you'll yield.
All right, one more.
One of the questions that I've heard back here was something about plastic bags. Is it true there's nothing in this bill about prohibiting plastic bags?
That is absolutely true.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll yield the well.
Gentleman has yielded the well. For what purpose does Representative Oliver rise?
Mr. Speaker, I rise to make a motion.
State your motion.
I move that pursuant to Article 3, Section 5, Paragraph 3 of the State Constitution of Georgia, that Senate Bill 145 provisions be declared not germane with one another. In support of this motion, Mr. Speaker, I will suggest that the Appellate Court of Georgia, Wall versus Board of Elections, say that the provisions of any bill must have a, quote, unity of purpose, and secondly, under Lutz v. Forum, that the provisions must be logical, have a logical and natural connection. Mr. Speaker, in making your ruling, please tell me how leaf blowers, C-space, annexation have a unity of purpose.
Would the representative, I understand you're a very learned attorney and research the Constitution, but would you state that a little more clearly for me?
Lutz versus Forum says that provisions of a bill must have a logical and natural connection, and Wall versus Board of Elections state that the provisions of bill must have a unity of purpose. In quoting the Constitution of Georgia, it is clear that under Article 3, Section 5, Paragraph 3 of the Constitution, provisions must be declared to be germane with one another.
So I think I can rule on the germaneness. I'm not sure about the constitutionality. You have to take that up across the street over there with some of those folks. But here's what I'll tell you. two parts of this. We debated it thoroughly. These issues included in this bill were debated in committee by the committee members, and they've done their jobs. It was voted out of the committee, and I want every member of this House to have an opportunity to render their decision. So I respect the gentlelady, but I'm going to rule that this issue is germane. All of these issues are germane, and this House will take a vote on this Senate Bill 145. Yes, ma'am. You may have one follow-up. Representative recognized.
What does leaf blower and C-Space have as a unity of purpose?
I appreciate your question. I think your question's been asked and answered. This bill is germane, the issues in this germane, and we're going to take a vote on it. Is there any objection to the committee substitute? The chair hears none. The committee substitute is adopted. Is there any objection to agreeing to the report of the committee, which was favorable to the passage of the bill? The chair hears none. The report of the committee is agreed to. Shall this bill now pass? All in favor of the passage of the bill will vote yes. All those opposed will vote no, and the clerk will unlock the machine. For what purpose does Representative Smith rise?
Parliamentary inquiry, Mr. Speaker.
State your inquiry.
So, Mr. Speaker, isn't it true from years ago, I served here in the early 90s, and I heard the statement, danger zone. These last few days we're in, there are going to be a lot of things coming through. We did debate this one pretty good, but a lot of bills hooked up on other bills, and isn't it true that we need to be extra careful to make sure we are talking same subject matter and same code section? Just totally, isn't it true, Mr. Speaker? Totally my opinion.
The gentleman's opinion is respected, and certainly every member has a right to their opinion. For what purpose does Representative Maynard rise?
Parliamentary inquiry.
State your inquiry.
Isn't it true that this is a lot of bills, and I am going to vote yes for this bill because one part of the bill in particular is very important to constituents that have been reaching out to me.
I'm sure the lady knows of what she speaks. I'm taking one more, and that will be for what purpose does Representative Townsend rise?
Parliamentary inquiry, Mr. Speaker.
State your inquiry.
Is it not true that the coastal Georgia, after a hurricane, uses gas blowers to clean up the mess and the debris?
Sure, the gentleman knows of what he speaks. Have all members voted? If so, the clerk will lock the machine. On the passage of the bill, the yeas were 103, the nays 67. The bill, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed. Now we have some announcements before we take a break here. Members, we're going to read some privileged resolutions, and then we're going to take a break here in just a few minutes. So let the clerk have your attention. The clerk will read the caption to a group of privileged resolutions.
Recognizing and honoring the life and memory of Robert Bob Mance, Jr. Honoring the life and memory of Richard Davis. honoring the life and memory of Samuel Sammy H. Eddy. Recognizing and commending Reverend Dr. Thomas E. Williams upon his retirement, commending GPS Air. Recognizing and commending the Georgia Youth Justice Coalition, commending Michelle Kang. Recognizing June 6, 2023 as Women's Golf Day. Recognizing and commending Debbie Thaw. Recognizing and commending the Elbert County Comprehensive High School Chorus. Recognizing June 12, 2023 as Women's Veterans Day. Recognizing and commending Victoria Huna. Recognizing and commending Debbie Powell on the Johns Creek Progressives. Congratulating the Piedmont Academy Lady Cougars for winning the 2022 GIAA Class AA Softball State Championship. Recognizing and commending the Georgia High School Dems. Recognizing and commending Avi Dani for his dedication and hard work. Congratulating the Northview High School robotics team for winning the first Peachtree District Albany qualifier. Commending Tim Anderson. Recognizing and commending the Wilson Creek Girl Scouts. Recognizing and commending Dr. Jane Morgan. Recognizing and commending the Mercy Care Clinic. Recognizing and commending Robert Glass upon his retirement. Recognizing and commending Reverend Dr. Willie T. Edmondson. Recognizing and commending the National Black Radio Hall of Fame. Commending Masid Jaffer and Al Ramallah Community Center. Recognizing and commending Dr. Bill Clark. Recognizing and commending Kim McClary. Recognizing and commending Kevin Riley upon his retirement. Congratulating and commending Evita Paschal for receiving the 2023 Yellow Rose Nikki T. Randall Service Leader Award. Recognizing and commending Rachel Russell. Commending Jackie Taylor Smith, Tony Elementary Schools 2023 Teacher of the Year. Commending Dr. Quiana Smith Shellman, Tony Elementary Schools 2023 Support Staff of the Year. Recognizing and commending the Alphas of Atlanta, Inc. upon their 7th Annual Alpha Derby Weekend Award. Commending and congratulating Douglas P. Rohan. Recognizing and commending Georgia working women for their contribution towards building strong families. Recognizing and commending Kennedy Wisnat, Miss Collegiate America 2022. Recognizing and commending Abby Bryant. Recognizing and commending Leah Higginbotham. Recognizing and commending Jekyll Island Authority Executive Director Jones Hooks on the occasion of his outstanding public service and retirement. Recognizing and commending Pastor Reginald O. Stanley. Commending the contributions of Podar Latin. Recognizing and commending the Good Samaritan Health Centers of Gwinnett. Recognizing and commending the Morehouse School of Medicine. Recognizing and commending Robert L. Ash. Recognizing and commending Victor Wilson as outstanding public service. Recognizing Tony Freeman, South Paulding High School's 2023 Teacher of the Year. Recognizing and commending the Georgia Center for Civic Engagement and Engage Club programs. Recognizing and commending Amos Kimbrough on his outstanding public service. Recognizing and commending Cadet Corporal Lauren Wiley McDonald IV. Recognizing and commending the 2023 Heart of the Community Award recipients Gaines and Amy Dempsey. Recognizing and commending the 2023 Heart of the Community Award recipient Wesley Walraven. Recognizing and commending the 2023 Honor Business Award recipient. Recognizing and commending the 2023 Heart of the Community Award recipient Kelly Sanker. Commending and congratulating Miles Swearigan, Maya Reese, Macy McKenzie, Maya McKenzie, Allison Lee, Maya Ballerstedt, and Kamara Landrum. And for other purposes, that completes the reading of the privileged resolutions.
Is there any objection to the adoption of the privileged resolutions? The chair hears none, and the resolutions are adopted. For what purpose does Chairman Smith rise?
Make a motion.
State your motion.
I move that Senate Bill 246 be recommitted to rules.
Clerk will read the caption.
Senate Bill 246 by Senator Hodges III to be entitled an act to amend Chapter 10 of Title 49 of the Official Code of Georgia annotated relating to the Georgia Board of Health Care Workforce.
Here's our posture. This house will be in recess. I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman. I lost my place. Did you read the caption, Mr. Clerk? He did that? Okay. On the gentleman's motion that SB 246 be withdrawn from the calendar and recommitted to the Rules Committee is the objection. Hearing none, it is so ordered. Now here's our posture. This House will stand in recess. You need to make an announcement too. Okay. Chairman of Rules is recognized for an announcement.
Rules will meet at 7:15. 7:15 in Rules. Thank you.
Okay, our posture is this House will stand in recess until 7:30. 7:30. Rules at 7:15. The House will reconvene at 7:30.